If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 61, The Incident v. Wedding Video. Andrew was interacting with all the guests at the party. His uninhibited attitude made him the center of attention, and he soon became the life of the party. Gloria's relatives, drunker than him, were having a great time listening to him. Now he's much more relaxed, just as he should be at a party, Haley commented to Alex, watching Andrew. Her cousin, although always enthusiastic and full of energy, wasn't exactly a party lover. I think he might even agree to dance now. He's so loosened up that he doesn't care about anything anymore, Alex said, watching Andrew for a moment before glancing at Haley with a sly smile. It would be fun to see, Haley said, not catching her sister's hint, as she was too focused on watching Andrew. Steve, camera in hand, focused on a scene that at first seemed like just another lively interaction between Andrew and the guests. But soon, he noticed the situation was turning tense. Claire and Andrew could be seen standing in front of a group of Gloria's relatives. Andrew had his fists clenched and his body language was anything but friendly. "Hey, look!" Steve called out to Haley, Alex, and the others, who quickly turned their attention to Andrew, just a few meters away. "What's going on over there?" Haley asked, squinting her eyes. "Let's go see," Kevin said, a mix of curiosity and concern in his voice. They all headed toward the scene. "Don't ever touch my aunt's ass again," they heard Andrew say in an angry tone as they arrived. The man in front of Andrew was a Colombian in his 50s, robust, tan skin, black hair with a few grey strands, a thick mustache, and a wide, confident smile. He let out a mocking laugh. He wore a white shirt unbuttoned halfway down, with a thick gold chain hanging over his chest. "Relax, kid, it's a Colombian tradition," the man said in a heavy accent, his smile unwavering. "Andrew, come on. It's not a big deal," Claire said softly to her nephew. She appreciated the gesture, but causing a scene at her father's wedding to Gloria would only make things worse. Andrew wasn't listening. He wouldn't let this disrespect slide, especially when his Uncle Phil wasn't here to stand up for his aunt. "Tradition?" Andrew asked, raising an eyebrow before a mocking smile formed on his face. "Then bring me your daughter so I can grab her ass too." "I'd love to learn about this tradition," he said, making a grabbing gesture with his hand as if preparing to squeeze something. The group of relatives around them let out shocked exclamations. Some laughed awkwardly, but the man's smile vanished instantly. His face hardened, and his posture shifted. "Andrew," Claire thought, stunned by his boldness. "What did you just say, muchacho?" the man asked in a threatening tone, stepping forward and squaring up to Andrew, who didn't flinch in the slightest. Andrew stared him down, his body relaxed but ready. He wasn't afraid. He was a genetic prodigy. His strength allowed him to tackle players much heavier and younger than the old man in front of him. Besides, in his past life, he had been in more than a few fights. He had lived in Texas, after all, and played football. Illegal fist fights broke out every few games. Losing to an old man? Impossible. "What? Got trouble hearing?" Andrew said, taking a step forward and locking eyes with him. "You can grope people freely, but I can't. Come on, tell me which one's your daughter," Andrew added, his gaze sweeping over the young Colombian women near the man's table. There were several, all around their 20s, watching the scene in shock. Some flinched and blushed slightly when their eyes met Andrew's. Despite being 14, his well-trained body gave him a much more mature presence. With his athletic build and confident demeanor, he could easily pass for someone between 17. "You've got guts for a gringo," the man said with a slight smile, one that would have intimidated anyone else. "You've got guts for an old man with a beer belly." "I only need one hand to set your thoughts straight," Andrew said as he clenched his fist, flexing his forearm with such force that veins bulged all over it. The man frowned at the sight of Andrew's forearm, noticeably muscular and lined with veins he didn't even know could be visible on an arm. Now he was hesitating. Besides the clearly well-trained body of the young man before him, there was something unsettling about his smile. It wasn't one of intimidation, but of anticipation, as if the idea of a fight excited him rather than deterred him. His gaze wasn't that of someone who saw violence as a threat, but as a challenge. Andrew wasn't just ready to fight, he wanted to. For him, any kind of physical activity was enjoyable, even if that meant exchanging blows with a 50-year-old Colombian man. Luckily for the Colombian man, at that moment, a loud shout from Gloria echoed through the party, drawing everyone's attention. Tio Ricardo! She exclaimed furiously, marching toward the table, her eyes blazing with anger. She knew her uncle was a handsy creep who always got away with it, but not this time. Gloria took control of the situation with an imposing presence, aggressively scolding her uncle, who quickly lowered his head and obeyed. "Apologize to Claire right now," Gloria demanded with unquestionable authority. The man mumbled a reluctant apology, clearly preferring not to make things worse with Gloria. Claire, though disgusted, accepted the apology with a look of displeasure. The scene shifted to the table where Kevin, Archie, Steve, and Reggie were eating. The camera, resting carelessly on the table, was still recording Steve, more focused on his food than on capturing the moment, had left it there while he devoured his plate with enthusiasm. Andrew approached them with a slight smile different from his usual one. "What's with that smile? What are you up to?" Kevin asked, already having a bad feeling. Maybe getting their captain drunk wasn't the best idea. He had almost ended up fighting a Colombian, and now he still had way too much energy. "I found out who that guy's daughter is," Andrew replied. "I'm going to ask her to dance, and when she least expects it, I'll grab her ass while I kiss her. That guy will see it, and there won't be a damn thing he can do to stop it. I want you to record it," he said, looking at Steve. Hearing this, Steve momentarily stopped eating, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he realized the kind of footage he could capture. Immediately, he began scarfing down the rest of his food at an impressive speed, wiping his mouth quickly before grabbing the camera with determination. "Ready, Captain?" Steve exclaimed eagerly. As Andrew confidently walked toward the girl, Archie glanced at Reggie with a teasing smile. "So, Reggie, when are you going to ask one of the Colombian girls to dance? You said it would be a piece of cake," he remarked. "Well, you have to pick the right moment," Reggie replied, trying to hide his obvious lack of initiative. Steve recorded the entire sequence of Andrew approaching the girl's table and inviting her to dance. He did it. The girl stood up with a smile and, hand in hand, walked with him to the dance floor. Perhaps if she had known Andrew was only 14, she would have said no since she was 18. Steve kept the camera steady, capturing every movement of Andrew and the Colombian girl. Despite being drunk, Andrew appeared confident while dancing, something he wasn't particularly skilled at. But thanks to all his training, he had flexibility and mobility, so he didn't suck. He was just average. The girl, surprised but amused, let herself be carried away by the moment and began moving to the rhythm of the music with Andrew. They got even closer until Andrew, in his drunken state, remembered what he had planned at the start, or at least, he thought, he remembered. The only words in his mind were, "kiss and ass." Why? He had no idea. Without hesitation, he leaned in and kissed the girl on the lips. She happily accepted it and even took it a step further, initiating a French kiss. Andrew moved on to the second step, and without thinking too much about it, he grabbed her ass, as if it were a natural part of the dance. The girl, surprised but not offended, burst out laughing and accepted it, even flashing him a playful smile. "How bold!" she said, but she didn't remove his hand and kept dancing with him. "Why did I invite her to dance? No idea, but the kiss was great, and, the ass, that too," Andrew thought, his expression slightly dazed. But he pushed those thoughts aside and kept dancing with the girl. "That bastard actually pulled it off," Steve commented. Reggie, Kevin, and Archie had arrived beside him, watching their friend with astonished expressions. "Unbelievable that she didn't slap him," Kevin muttered. "Why is he having the night of his life while all we're doing is eating and watching the girls from afar?" Archie asked, crossing his arms. "Maybe he should get drunk too, though if his mom found out, she'd beat the hell out of him." "What is he doing?" Haley asked, frowning and narrowing her eyes as she watched Andrew. Her expression was serious, but something about her face suggested she didn't like what she was seeing. Determined, Haley walked toward the dance floor. When she got close to Andrew and the Colombian girl, she stepped between them, separating the two, then grabbed Andrew by the arm and started guiding him off the floor. However, at one point, Andrew resisted, and after saying a few words, Haley hesitated for a moment before finally starting to dance with him. Her frown gradually faded, and little by little, a slight smile began to appear on her face. Luckily, Andrew still had enough awareness to remember that she was his cousin, so he danced just to have fun with her. In the following scenes, Andrew's entire approach changed drastically. He left behind the idea of talking to everyone, including strangers, and kissing a Colombian girl. Instead, he focused on something much more peculiar, teaming up with his uncle, Phil, to create what Phil proudly called the dynamic duo. Phil and Andrew began moving from table to table, carrying with them a small arsenal of magic tricks that Phil had brought specifically for the occasion: card decks, a coin, or some other small object. Andrew played the role of assistant. But that wasn't all. Phil, with his undying passion for High School Musical, took the opportunity to teach Andrew some of the film's most iconic dance routines. Even though Andrew wasn't exactly a dance enthusiast, he agreed to follow his uncle's lead. In some scenes, Phil could be seen guiding Andrew through the movements, showing him how to spin, jump, and synchronize his steps. After their express training session, the two of them hit the dance floor. The fun continued with a karaoke session, Phil always making a fool of himself for laughs. More than once, the crowd joined in on the singing. The dynamic duo was becoming the life of the party until suddenly, a football landed in Andrew's hands, thrown by Steve. That's when Phil came up with a stupid and dangerous game, passing the ball between different tables for points, even though no one was actually keeping score. Chaos quickly broke out. The passes weren't exactly soft or controlled, instead, they ended up breaking several glasses, spilling drinks, and causing total mayhem. People hurried to get out of the way to avoid getting hit, but some joined in the madness, leading to even more laughter and accidents. Claire, seeing the disaster her husband was causing, wasted no time in stepping in. She grabbed Phil and dragged him back to the table, forcing him to sit down. The same thing happened to Andrew. Kem and Mitch scolded him, noticing his unusual behavior. They forced him to sit at the table and calm down, bringing the dynamic duo's performance to an end. Finally, the scene where Deed took center stage arrived. "I'd like to propose a toast," Deed said, standing up from her chair and tapping her glass twice. The murmurs ceased, and all eyes turned toward her, including Steve's camera, which quickly captured the moment from a close angle. "Hey, where's Andrew?" "This isn't good," Archie whispered as he searched for his friend. The last time he saw him, Andrew was slumped over in his chair, looking half asleep. "For the bride and groom, and my ex. We were together for 35 years, and it didn't take him even 10 minutes to run off with Charo," Deed continued with a crooked smile and a tone that made it obvious she was drunk. The crowd reacted immediately with murmurs and a few awkward laughs. Jay, seated at the most visible head table, ran a hand over his face. Gloria, sitting beside him, first widened her eyes at Deed before turning to Jay with a look that clearly said, "Are you going to let this continue?" Seeing their reactions, Deed quickly added, "It's a joke, people." "Just joking," she said, and the tension in the room seemed to ease at least for a moment. But it didn't last long. Then came the second bombshell. "I knew you two were made for each other the moment I saw his wallet and her boobs," Deed said. This time, murmurs rippled across all the tables. Gloria looked increasingly furious. "Mom," Mitchell called out, reaching for Deed's wrist to make her sit down, but she instantly went on the defensive. "Don't touch me, Mitchell. Don't touch me. Don't go all Claire on me." Deed snapped, raising her voice as she yanked her arm free from his grip. Claire, sitting nearby, immediately shot up from her chair, furious at the unprovoked insult. She was ready to confront her mother, but Phil stopped her. "No, Claire, don't do it," he said, gripping her shoulders to prevent a direct confrontation. The last thing they needed was for Claire to escalate things further. "I'll handle this," Phil said quietly, standing up. Claire hesitated but nodded reluctantly. Phil exchanged a look with Mitchell and Cam, who quickly understood and rose from their seats. The three of them began to approach Deed, who instinctively backed away, realizing they were trying to stop her. "Mom, let's go outside for some fresh air," Mitchell said, feeling deeply embarrassed as they had become the center of attention in the entire hall. "Stay back. I'm not done with my toast yet," Deed shouted, a mix of anger and drunkenness in her voice, stepping backward as she saw her family approaching. In a sudden fit of rage, she grabbed her champagne glass and, without thinking, threw its entire contents at Mitchell and the others. The three of them quickly dodged to avoid getting soaked in alcohol. "I'm Gloria. Gloria. Besame, Pepito. Besame, Pepito." Deed began to yell while stumbling backward even faster. Then, something entered Deed's radar: the wedding cake, standing not too far from her. Everyone noticed the moment her eyes locked onto it, and as soon as she did, she took off running straight toward it. "No, Mom!" Mitchell and Claire exclaimed in unison as they realized what was about to happen. "No, Deed!" Kem and Phil yelled, but it was too late. There was no way they could reach her in time. However, what happened next took everyone by surprise. Just as Deed was one step away from destroying the cake, a figure lunged at her with astonishing speed, slicing through the air like a flash. A sharp thud echoed through the hall, followed by a faint groan of pain from Deed as she collapsed to the floor like a sack of potatoes. The one responsible for this sudden action, a young man who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, stood up from the ground with a calm expression, his gaze fixed on Deed lying motionless. "Andy!" Kem murmured in shock, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. It was Andrew. He was wearing a crisp white long-sleeved dress shirt, the sleeves rolled up to his forearms. A couple of buttons were undone, adding a casual disregard for formalities and revealing a glimpse of his well-trained chest beneath the fabric. Everyone in the room stared at him in disbelief. With an unfazed look, Andrew crouched down and effortlessly lifted Deed off the floor as if she weighed nothing. The woman, unconscious from the impact in her drunken state, didn't resist in the slightest. "Sorry, Grandma," Andrew murmured before turning to face the crowd, who were still watching him in stunned silence. "The party goes on, guys. The cake is safe," Andrew announced casually, as if nothing unusual had happened. Then, without hesitation, he started walking toward the door with Deed slung over his shoulder, the only sound breaking the silence being the steady echo of his footsteps across the floor. Phil, Mitchell, and Kem quickly followed after him. The silence in the hall was broken when Jay, unable to hold it in any longer, let out a loud, contagious laugh that echoed throughout the room. End of the wedding video. Chapter 62, End of the incident. "That's it," Andrew commented as the video came to an end and the screen went black. "Play it again," Luke exclaimed, and Phil joined his son's request, eager to rewatch the choreographies he had done with Andy on the dance floor and, of course, to see Deed getting tackled again. "Yes, I need to watch the part where you tackle Deed a few more times." "A loop would be nice," Jay said. "I'll send you that specific part so you can replay it as many times as you want," Andrew suggested. "That's my grandson," Jay said, patting Andrew on the shoulder with a proud smile. Howard wanted to tell Andrew, replay the kissing and butt-grabbing part. But since Andrew's whole family was there, he kept the comment to himself. "You kissed my cousin Paula?" Manny finally asked, pointing a finger at Andrew. When he first saw the scene of Andrew kissing the Colombian girl named Paula, he had stayed quiet since everyone was watching the video in silence. But now, he could finally bring it up. "Her name was Paula," Andrew said, making Manny even more indignant since she was one of his favorite cousins. "Not only did he kiss her, he also grabbed her butt," Howard added, making Manny glance at him for a moment before turning back to Andrew with even more anger. "You're not helping," Leonard told Howard. "It was revenge for what happened with my aunt," Andrew justified himself, though he hadn't planned on admitting that by the time he kissed and grabbed Paola's butt, he had already forgotten his original purpose. "A revenge you enjoyed a lot, didn't you?" Pippa said sarcastically. Andrew slowly turned his head toward her, their eyes met, and a shiver ran down his spine. Andrew wasn't sure what to say. "Hey, you were the one who wanted to watch the video. That was months ago, we didn't even know each other back then," he added in his defense. Pippa didn't say anything else. Andrew was right, and she wasn't going to argue in front of his family. "Hey, don't ignore me," Manny said, but just at that moment, the doorbell rang. Everyone exchanged confused looks at the sudden sound. Mitchell stood up and counted with his eyes everyone was here. Who could it be? He walked to the door, and when he opened it, his expression shifted from surprise to disbelief. "Mom? What are you doing here?" Mitchell asked in a low voice, making sure to block Deed with his body so no one could see her. "I came to ask for Gloria and everyone else's forgiveness," Deed replied with a slightly nervous but determined expression. "Why now?" Mitchell asked, trying to keep his voice down. "That was supposed to happen at Christmas dinner, not today," he added nervous. He had told Claire, but she refused to deal with Deed's unreasonable request and left it to him. Then he went to his father, but he also refused and pretended the conversation had never happened. "It doesn't matter. I need to get this weight off my shoulders as soon as possible. And better before Christmas," Deed said, trying to step inside. "No, no, no," Mitchell said, blocking her path. How did you even know we were all gathered here? He asked, trying to buy time. I talked to Haley via text, and she told me you were all here, Deed answered. And before Mitchell could do anything else, she slipped past him and entered the house. She walked into the living room, where the scene was already chaotic and the worst part hadn't even begun. The living room was in complete disarray. Manny was arguing with Andrew about Paula, while Howard kept adding comments that only fueled the fire. Leonard watched the argument with amusement. Claire, on the other hand, was complaining to Phil about what had happened with Gloria's uncles, saying that he had done nothing when they grabbed her butt and that a drunk Andrew had to defend her on top of the disastrous ball game that the dynamic duo had come up with. Kim tried to calm Lily's crying, but to no avail. Gloria and Jay were reminiscing about Andrew tackling Deed, laughing and recalling the details with clear amusement. The chaos kept escalating with every conversation. Kissing Paula just because you were drunk and for revenge isn't exactly the most honest thing, Andrew, Pippa said, shooting him a piercing glare. Haley nodded silently, but her expression also showed clear anger at Andrew's behavior back then. Honesty? I don't think Paula minded. You can see it in the video, Andrew defended himself, but all he managed to do was deepen the scowls on both girls' faces. For better or worse, Andrew was saved by a voice that suddenly made everyone go silent. Even Lily finally stopped crying. All eyes turned toward the entrance of the living room. Hello, everyone, Deed greeted with a slightly tense smile. Oh boy, Kim murmured, eyeing Deed, while leaving Lily in her baby stroller. Mom? Claire asked, confused as to what her mother was doing here. Jay and Gloria stopped laughing and turned to Deed with puzzled expressions, completely unprepared for her presence. Hi, Jay, Gloria, Deed greeted, focusing especially on her ex-husband and his new wife. What is she doing here? Gloria asked, her tone making it clear she was not welcoming her. Gloria, my mother wants to apologize for everything, Mitchell said, appearing behind Deed. And you just drop it on us like this? Mitchell, what the hell is wrong with you? Jay said, acting outraged and raising his voice slightly. Jay wanted to pretend this was the first time he was hearing about Deed wanting Gloria's forgiveness. If Gloria found out he had known about this plan, he could end up caught in the crossfire. I don't want her apology, Gloria said. I don't blame you, sweetheart, Jay quickly agreed. Don't you want to stop being so whipped? Andrew thought. Jay. Manny. Let's go, Gloria said, standing up and grabbing her purse. Wait, Gloria. I really want to tell you that I truly regret ruining your wedding, Deed began. Her tone was softer, filled with regret, making Gloria pause and meet her eyes. This isn't good. Andrew thought, knowing that whatever his grandmother was about to say was completely fake. But what could he do? Deed hesitated, taking a deep breath, her hands trembling slightly. I didn't handle being alone very well. Jay, however, moved on so easily and not with just anyone, she continued, her voice weakening as she spoke. He did it with a young, beautiful, and intelligent woman. Silence filled the room as everyone watched. Leonard and Howard exchanged glances, silently wondering, should we even be here for this? I don't expect you to forgive me. If I were in your place, I'd want to punch me right in the mouth, Deed added, and now all eyes turned to Gloria, waiting for her response. Gloria, her face serious but calm, first looked at Manny and then at Deed. Without taking her eyes off her, she slowly walked closer. I think this family has had enough revenge for one day, Gloria said, summoning all her kindness to forgive Deed. What episode did I miss? Howard whispered to Andrew, but it was Pippa who quickly answered. A classmate of Manny's drew a mustache on him with a marker, so he got revenge by setting the kid's bike on fire. That's a bit extreme, Howard murmured. Good thing you didn't make fun of his mustache, or he might sneak into your room and burn your comics, Leonard muttered. I forgive you, Gloria said, and the tension in the room seemed to dissipate. Everyone relaxed, no longer on edge and ready to step in if a fight broke out. With that, Mitchell, who had been silently observing the scene, smiled triumphantly. See? I'm so happy we could move past this. And all thanks to me, not a mama's boy, but a kind, wise, and perceptive person. So, take notes, bitches, he added, gesturing dramatically around the room. That color doesn't suit you, Kim said, eyeing him with disapproval. Oh. Deed muttered, not entirely believing that she had actually gotten Gloria's forgiveness. I'm not ready for this, she murmured as she stepped closer to Gloria, and before anyone could react, she suddenly lunged at her. Deed screamed, her eyes blazing with rage. I want to rip your head off. The fight broke out instantly, with Deed grabbing Gloria by the neck, turning the confrontation into a screaming, hair-pulling brawl. Vieja loca! Gloria yelled, her face red with fury as she struggled to break free from Deed's grip. Claire and Mitchell, both horrified, screamed at the same time, "Mom, stop!" and quickly rushed in to separate the two women. Jay, watching the scene unfold, wasn't sure how to react. In the end, he decided to stay out of it and not get involved in separating his wife and ex-wife. "You stole my husband!" Deed shouted between pushes and tugs. "You ruined my wedding!" Gloria yelled back, even angrier than Deed. Both women ended up collapsing messily onto the couch, exhausted from all the struggling, while Phil lunged toward Gloria with a tense smile, repeating over and over, "I've got Gloria." Mitchell, Claire, and Kem were struggling to restrain Deed. "Aren't you going to help?" Leonard asked, having been watching the scene from the corner of the living room along with Andrew, Alex, Pippa, Haley, and Howard, who all looked like spectators. "What do you want him to do? Knock her out again?" Howard joked, trying to lighten the bizarre situation. "It could work," Andrew said, and the three friends laughed, completely detached from the chaos in the room. "Why are you laughing?" Pippa asked, looking confused, especially at her boyfriend. Her discomfort grew as Deed and Gloria's fight escalated. She also felt guilty, knowing that she had been the one to bring Andrew's entire family over to watch the wedding video, which had set off this whole mess. Beside her, Haley remained silent, a slight expression of guilt on her face. To be honest, she felt like this was partially her fault, since she had accidentally told her grandmother that everyone was gathered there. "Don't blame yourself, Pippa. No one expected my grandma to show up unannounced," Andrew said, noticing her expression. After that, Andrew stepped forward and helped the others separate Deed. "Enough already. Both of you, stop." Jay finally stepped in, placing himself in the middle to prevent any more attacks. "This is ridiculous," Jay continued. "Gloria didn't steal me, Deed, and you know it. We had been drifting apart for years, and you left to find yourself, remember? I thought I could handle this." "I'm so sorry," Deed said with a regretful expression, looking down while Mitchell kept a firm hold on her just in case. "Don't say sorry again. Even you don't believe that." Gloria snapped, furious, lunging at Deed once more. Fortunately, Phil intercepted her, wrapping her in a tight hug. "I've got Gloria," Phil clarified again. "I want to handle Gloria." Howard thought jealously, watching as Phil held her tightly. "I don't know what just happened," Deed said, looking like she had lost all will to keep fighting. "Damn it, Dylan isn't here." Andrew thought, vaguely remembering that in this episode, Dylan had said something emotional to calm everyone down and lighten the mood. "Grandma, I think the best thing is for you to move on and go to Canada with Chaz. Just like Grandpa moved on, you should too, and I don't think you should seek Gloria's forgiveness when it's obvious you still haven't gotten over it. You'll be able to give her an honest apology when you've moved on and found your place in the world," Andrew said. "You're right. When I turn the page, I'll be able to heal, and I won't have this resentment inside anymore," Deed said with a pained expression, placing her hand on her chest. "Mom, I think it's best if you leave," Mitchell said in a quiet but kind tone. "All right," Deed said. "I'm sorry I ruined the gathering. I hope you all have a nice Christmas. I will send the gifts by mail," Deed added with a melancholic tone, making it clear that after this, she wasn't planning to spend Christmas with them. "Gifts? By mail?" Luke asked, frowning. His mind immediately started working, trying to figure out how it was possible for his grandmother to send gifts when Santa Claus was supposed to bring them. Claire and Phil exchanged wide-eyed glances, as did the rest of the adults in the room. Phil stammered, searching for a quick answer. "Well, what your grandmother meant is that, she sends Santa a list with special gifts for you, and he takes care of the rest." "Exactly," Claire added, nodding enthusiastically. "Sometimes grandparents can place early orders, to make sure Santa doesn't make a mistake." "Oh, that's great. I want a computer like Andrew's," Luke said excitedly, smiling at his grandmother. Haley and Alex rolled their eyes. Pippa, Leonard and Howard looked at Andrew with confused expressions. He still doesn't know, Andrew whispered, understanding their expressions. 10 years old and he doesn't know Santa is fake. Howard thought. I'll tell Santa, Deed said with a smile, relieved that she hadn't made another mistake today. After that, she left the room with Mitchell. Once Deed left, everyone sighed almost simultaneously. No one had imagined that what was supposed to be a fun afternoon watching the video of Andrew tackling Deed would end like this. Well, Claire murmured, massaging her temples. We were just going to watch a funny wedding video and ended up with a live Jerry Springer episode. I think we all need a drink, Cameron added, collapsing onto the couch with a sigh. However, just as the atmosphere began to calm down, Deed's voice suddenly rose again. I forgot something. Everyone turned their heads in confusion as they saw her return. Before anyone could even ask what she had forgotten, her fury reappeared out of nowhere. Colombian bitch! Deed suddenly shouted, lunging without warning toward her archenemy, arms outstretched as if to strangle her. Gloria, who had already relaxed, thinking the danger had passed, was completely caught off guard. What? In that instant, Andrew reacted purely by instinct. Without thinking, he lunged to intercept his grandmother. But in his hasty attempt at heroism, his right foot got caught on the leg of a chair. The stumble was so sudden that his body, propelled by the speed of his run, shot forward uncontrollably. No, no, no! Andrew thought. In the middle of free fall, Andrew crashed directly into Deed with all his weight, knocking her down with a loud thud onto the floor. The entire house fell into a deathly silence as everyone stared with wide eyes at Deed, completely knocked out on the ground, with her grandson on top of her in a position that looked like it was taken from a football play. Well, I didn't think he would take my advice so literally, Howard broke the silence with a strange smile. Andrew. Why do you always tackle your grandmother? Mitchell said, putting his hands on his head. First at the wedding and now this. She always ends up knocked out. Claire said, covering her mouth to hide her laughter. But her face immediately tensed up when she remembered who the knocked out person was. I shouldn't laugh, it's my mom, but damn, this is too funny. She thought. Andrew, I know you're a football prodigy. But I'd prefer you use your talents to crush your rivals, not your grandmother. Cameron said. Jay watched the scene in silence, a smile slowly forming on his face. Did Christmas come twice this year? Humph, she had it coming, said Gloria, unable to hide a slight smile. Andrew, are you okay? Pippa and Haley asked, rushing toward him, their concern evident. The right question is whether she is okay, said Alex, adjusting her glasses and walking toward her grandmother. Andrew, still dazed on the floor, lifted his head and looked at everyone with the most expressionless face in the world. I'm fine, but I think I'm officially getting disinherited. Chapter 63, Planning Revenge. December 30, 2008. About a week had passed since the winter break began, and Palisades School had won its first regional championship with an incredible record of 6 wins and 1 loss in the regular season, followed by 4 consecutive victories in the playoffs. The incident 2.0 also happened. Andrew tackled and knocked out Deed again, but this time it wasn't intentional. After leaving her unconscious and making sure she was okay, they waited for her to wake up, and then she returned to the apartment where she was staying. Unfortunately for Andrew, this time his grandmother did remember that he had tackled her, as she wasn't drunk like she had been at the wedding. Andrew apologized and told her it was an accident, and Deed accepted his apology, though he could see a cautious and suspicious look in her eyes. It was as if she was wondering whether something similar had happened at the wedding and that's why she had blacked out. In other news, since Andrew didn't have to go to school or do homework, he had a lot more free time, so he started working on the first major update for Flappy Bird. With each passing day, the cheerful yellow pixelated bird was becoming more famous and gaining more downloads. A month had passed since the game's official release, and it had already surpassed 90,000 downloads, rapidly approaching the milestone of 100,000. The reviews were also positive. Most of the negative ones complained about the ads, but not too many people were bothered by them, since for just $1, they could buy the ad-free version. The first month's revenue was $9,950, a surprisingly high amount that Pippa's and Andrew's parents couldn't believe. The minimum wage was $7.25 per hour. Working 40 hours a week, the minimum monthly salary was around $1,250, $1,300 before taxes. An average annual salary in America was approximately $40,000, $50,000, which equated to $3,300 $4,200 per month before taxes. Based on $3,300, Flappy Bird had tripled that average salary. Andrew kept half, almost $5,000. Adding his first YouTube paycheck from Maverick 12, he reached a total of $5,700 in earnings for the month. A great amount for his first paycheck. With this money, he bought Christmas gifts for his family and his girlfriend, and he saved the rest. He needed to save up for a couple of things he was planning to invest in. Regarding the first update, Andrew asked Pippa if Howard and Leonard could join. They were just video game enthusiasts, two brilliant minds who wanted to contribute. Pippa agreed. However, from the very first day they all met at Andrew's house, tensions began to rise. Pippa had a meticulous and perfectionist approach. Her time was valuable, and the person she had the most patience for was Andrew. Since he was her boyfriend, she didn't mind wasting time with him alone. But it was a completely different story when Howard and Leonard were around. Howard, in particular, became a constant source of friction. It didn't take long for him to fill the meeting with his usual bad jokes and out-of-place comments. Every time Pippa tried to explain a technical change, Howard would interrupt with some joke or steer the conversation toward completely irrelevant topics like whether a real bird could react fast enough to pass through the pipes at that speed. What started as a ridiculous idea quickly turned into a serious debate. Leonard analyzed it from a scientific perspective. He started talking about the reaction times of different bird species and how some had such fast vision that they processed movement in slow motion compared to humans. Instead of shutting down the discussion, Andrew got excited about the idea and looked up data on his phone about the reaction speeds of hummingbirds and peregrine falcons. At first, Pippa tried to ignore them and get back to the topic of the game, but when she saw that the three of them were completely absorbed in their absurd simulation, she lost her patience. Finally, after 2 chaotic meetings with no significant progress, Andrew decided it was best for Howard and Leonard not to be involved in Flappy Bird's development. Andrew spoke to them privately, explaining that, in this case, he preferred not to mix friendship with work. He didn't want his relationship with Pippa to be affected, nor did he want his friends to end up at odds with her. What a shame, Andrew thought, remembering how the team he had put together for Flappy Bird had failed. Productivity would have increased significantly if they had Leonard and Howard. Still, Pippa and he were more than capable of adding the updates they had planned for the game. He had improved a lot since starting his programming class at school. He even studied on his own whenever he had time. Andrew stepped out of Jay's house, closing the door gently as he inhaled the fresh morning air. The day before, he had stayed over at his grandfather's house to spend time with him, Gloria, and Manny. It was 8 in the morning, and even though he was on vacation, Andrew maintained his daily training discipline. He stretched on the sidewalk, feeling his muscles slowly wake up. The sun wasn't too strong yet, but it cast a golden glow on the facades of the elegant houses in the neighborhood. Without wasting time, he started jogging at a light pace. The crisp morning air gave him energy as he moved through the quiet streets. There was barely any movement around. It was a very cold morning. After several minutes, he turned a corner and arrived at a house larger than his grandfather's. And there, standing at the entrance of the cobblestone path leading to the front door, was Regina George. Andrew wasn't surprised to see her standing there. In fact, he knew she was waiting for him. Regina lived in this residential area. Her parents had a lot of money, on par with Veronica's parents or even more. He never understood why she attended a public school when her family was so wealthy. Why did he run in the mornings with Regina George? Andrew usually visited Jay's house once or twice a week, and the next morning, he would go out for a run. On one of those days, he ran into Regina walking an extremely small and ugly dog. From that moment on, she started joining him, claiming she needed to stay in shape if she wanted to keep putting on good performances as a cheerleader. Regina wore a vibrant pink Adidas sports outfit that highlighted her slender figure. Her long blonde hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and her usual haughty, almost defiant expression remained unchanged. But as Andrew approached, a faint, almost imperceptible smile formed on her lips. "You're late," Regina said, crossing her arms with feigned indifference, though her eyes glimmered with amusement, waiting for Andrew's response, knowing he wasn't the kind of guy to suck up to her like most boys she interacted with. Andrew glanced at his watch and then at her. "No, I'm not. My time is the same as always." "You probably came out earlier than you thought," he replied in a relaxed tone. "No. I came out at my usual time," Regina said, frowning as a flicker of irritation crossed her face. No. It's 8:03. It takes me exactly 3 minutes to get here at my jogging pace. You left early, you just didn't check the time, Andrew said, unwilling to back down. Regina, irritated but refusing to yield, huffed. Why won't you admit you're late? She asked. Why won't you admit you left early? He countered. They started running as their argument dragged on endlessly until Andrew, growing tired of it, decided to pick up the pace, running faster and enjoying the slight look of surprise on Regina's face as he left her behind. Hey, get back here! Regina shouted, clearly annoyed at being left behind. Andrew grinned, picking up the pace even more as he glanced over his shoulder. If you admit you left early, I might slow down. Regina, furious, started shouting again, trying to match his speed, but it was impossible. An hour later, both of them sat on the sidewalk, their backs against a wall. The morning sun was shining brightly, and sweat dripped down their faces as they gasped for breath, trying to recover. With his mind a little clearer after running at full speed for so long, Andrew reflected that maybe keeping such a constant, fast pace hadn't been the best idea. After all, Regina hadn't stopped chasing him, refusing to admit defeat even if it left her completely exhausted. Her endurance was impressive for a girl. Still breathing heavily, Regina let her head drop onto Andrew's shoulder without saying a word. The contact was unexpected, but Andrew didn't mind. Next time, just admit you left early, and we wouldn't have had to run so fast, Andrew said. Fine, I will, Regina finally admitted, giving in. Did she just give up? Andrew thought, surprised, glancing at her from the corner of his eye. Her face was resting on his shoulder, her eyes closed, her breathing still uneven. They sat in silence, recovering. At some point, Regina lifted her head from Andrew's shoulder and looked at him. What are you thinking about? She asked, noticing his serious expression as he stared straight ahead. Revenge, Andrew replied in a serious tone, his face unreadable. Revenge? Against who? Regina asked, a bit confused by the strange answer. My cousin, Andrew said. Oh, I'm guessing Alex, right? She asked for confirmation, and Andrew gave a slight nod. So, you're finally getting back at her for the wedding thing, huh? Got something planned? Regina asked, aware of the incident. Lately, ever since Andrew helped her, she had grown closer to him entirely by her own initiative because she felt very comfortable around him and finally saw that she could have a real friend. Andrew let December 28th pass to make sure Alex lowered her guard. It had been a long time since the wedding, and she most likely wouldn't expect him to pull a prank on her now. I don't know. I asked my friends for suggestions, but they were all terrible, Andrew replied, scratching the back of his neck. He had even asked Pippa, but her idea of revenge was way too mild. Too harmless. Though Andrew found it charming how kind she was about it. Maybe you have something in mind. After all, as a sort of manipulative queen bee, you should have a few good revenge ideas, right? Andrew added, looking at Regina with interest. Regina, hearing the reference to her manipulative nature, smirked with a mix of arrogance and amusement. She noticed Andrew didn't say it with malice. Maybe I do have a few ideas, she said with a slight, mysterious smile. Oh? What are they? Andrew asked, intrigued. Regina started sharing her revenge ideas, tailored to the situation. Nothing too extreme since it was his cousin, after all, but definitely a fun payback that would mess with Alex, just like she had done when she got Andrew drunk. Chapter 64, Simulations. On the afternoon of January 1, 2009, Andrew was lying on his bed, lazily reading a comic book, while Howard was furiously mashing the buttons on his Xbox controller, completely immersed in his game. Leonard gazed out the window with a thoughtful look. The atmosphere in the room was relaxed, until suddenly. Hey, how do you get a girlfriend? Leonard asked out of nowhere, still looking out the window. Then he turned to face his two friends. Hey! Andrew and Howard asked in unison. Andrew stopped looking at his comic and sat up on his bed. Howard paused his game, more interested in his friend's question. Besides, it was Andrew's account, so he didn't mind going AFK. Where did that come from all of a sudden? Andrew asked, closing his comic book. Shrugging, Leonard answered a little awkwardly, well, since it's a new year, I set a goal to get a girlfriend. Andrew nodded slowly, as if evaluating the situation with utmost seriousness. All right then, to start, let's say that after class, you see a girl organizing flyers alone in the classroom, just like that one over there, Andrew said, pointing with his finger. Leonard followed the direction of his gesture and saw Howard, who was already standing in the middle of the room, arms crossed with a serious expression. "We're doing a simulation now," Leonard exclaimed, surprised by how quickly his two friends had set up a scenario. "Exactly. Now tell me, Leonard, what should you do?" Andrew asked. Leonard took a deep breath, accepting the simulation. He looked at Howard, who was supposed to be the girl, and approached with some nervousness. "Hey, I'm about to lock up the classroom," he said, scratching his head. "Are really? I am sorry," Howard responded, his voice shaky and slightly high-pitched. "Do you really need to finish this today?" Leonard asked, hesitating for a moment but continuing with the simulation. Howard averted his gaze, holding the invisible flyers as if they were the most important thing in the world. "Why yes, the teacher entrusted me with this task," he answered shyly. "Give me that," Leonard said with a sigh, extending his hand while avoiding eye contact. "What?" Howard asked, confused. "I'm going to help you, so give me half of those flyers," Leonard replied, still not making eye contact. Thank you," Howard nodded timidly as he handed over a handful of invisible flyers. But just as the simulation seemed to be going smoothly, the door to the room suddenly swung open. Andrew entered with firm steps. "How much longer are you going to stay in this classroom? Hurry up and go home already!" Andrew exclaimed, trying to make his voice higher. "Who the hell are you?" Leonard asked, baffled by the sudden appearance of another character. But Andrew ignored the question and continued his improvised performance. "Or could it be, you were waiting for me to give you a special lesson, Leonard Hofstadter?" he said, lowering his voice to a sensual tone while hugging himself with a mischievous smile. "Why the hell did a pedophile teacher suddenly appear?" Leonard shouted, stepping back with wide eyes. "Our forbidden love must no longer be hidden," Andrew declared as he grabbed Leonard by the shoulders. "Let me go, you crazy woman!" Leonard shouted, but it was impossible for him to break free from Andrew's grip. Howard, still in his role as the shy girl, turned around and softly said, "I'll go home now, goodbye." "Just wait a second!" Leonard yelled, struggling uselessly against Andrew's hold as Howard opened the door and pretended to exit the scene. Eventually, Leonard ended up on the floor, gasping for breath. "That was a game over," Howard said, looking down at him with his arms crossed. Leonard, still lying on the floor, lifted his head in frustration. Wait! This makes no sense!" he exclaimed, waving his hands. "There's no way a shy girl would just leave so calmly after a crazy teacher appears and screams something about forbidden love," he added. "Sometimes, in real life, things don't make sense. You have to learn to adapt, Leonard." "Admit it, you lost," Andrew said with a shrug. "Exactly. What if a typical dumb bully suddenly shows up and you have to deal with him? You have to be ready for anything, man," Howard nodded. Fine. Let's do it again. But this time, no teachers appearing out of nowhere. "I don't have a romantic relationship with any teacher, so that scenario was doomed from the start," Leonard said. "Whatever you say, Mr. Realist." New scene, the library. You see a girl carrying a huge stack of books. Some fall to the floor. "What do you do?" Andrew said, stepping back to give them space to act. Howard got into character instantly, bending down as if picking up imaginary books and murmuring, "Oh no." Leonard stepped forward confidently. This scenario worked in his favor. He was a big reader. "Let me help you with that," he said, crouching down toward Howard. Howard looked up and smiled shyly. "Hey? Thanks. What are you studying?" Leonard asked. "Defense against the dark arts." Howard responded naturally. Leonard blinked. Wait, did we just switch universes, he thought, freezing up and unsure of what to say. Before he could process it, the imaginary library door burst open, and Andrew entered with an intimidating aura, his eyes narrowed and a sinister smile on his face. "I finally found you, Leonard Hofstadter," he said in a deep voice. "The prophecy ends now." "What?" Leonard asked, more confused than ever. Why did Andrew's characters always want to kill him? Avada Kedavra. Leonard barely had time to react when, suddenly, Howard, still in character, completely changed his demeanor. He straightened up with determination, his shy personality vanishing instantly. "Hilarious!" Howard exclaimed with an elegant flick of his hand. Andrew's spell bounced off the silver shield Howard had summoned. Andrew stepped back in surprise, narrowing his eyes and murmuring, "It can't be. Are you Eleanora Graves?" "I've been waiting for you, Mortimer Blackthorne," Howard replied with a confident smile. "What the hell is happening?" Leonard thought, looking from Howard to Andrew. "What the hell is this cheap Harry Potter simulation?" Leonard said. But Andrew ignored him and continued his imaginary duel with Howard. "Tortio testicularum!" Andrew suddenly shouted, pointing his wand at Howard. "That's the fourth unforgivable curse. The testicular torsion curse." Howard gasped, feigning horror while making a dramatic hand motion as if blocking the spell. "That sounds worse than Crucio," Leonard muttered, momentarily getting lost in his friend's simulation. "I'm sorry, Hofstadter. Your sacrifice is necessary to fulfill the prophecy," Andrew declared before casting the killing curse again. "Again with this." Leonard raised his hands in protest, but Andrew was already mid-wand movement. "Dodge it. Blocking the testicular torsion drained my magical reserves," Howard exclaimed dramatically, but it was too late for Leonard. Leonard felt the weight of the moment. His geek side betrayed him. His mind screamed that all of this was ridiculous, but his nerd heart knew what had to be done. With a dramatic sigh, he clutched his chest and fell onto his back, eyes half closed, pretending to meet his tragic end. "Silence. Game over," Howard said again. "This is ridiculous. Completely absurd. When did I travel to another universe and become some kind of prophecy boy?" Leonard asked, standing up indignantly. "Learn a few protective spells, and maybe you'll survive the next simulation," Howard replied. "No, no, no." Leonard waved his arms in frustration. "This has to be a serious and realistic simulation. I don't want to have an imaginary magical girlfriend." All right. You want it to be more realistic?" "Fine," Andrew agreed, and Howard nodded. "Really?" Leonard asked suspiciously. "Of course. No prophecies, no magic, no crazy professors. Just real-life scenarios," Andrew said with a slight smile. "Perfect. I just want a fair chance," Leonard said, confident that this time, he would win the simulation. "All right. After class, you forget something on your desk. You go back to the classroom, which is almost empty, except for a girl searching for something. What do you do?" Andrew prompted. Just then, Howard changed his expression and posture. He crossed his legs elegantly, pretending to rummage through his backpack while glancing at Leonard with a mix of indifference and mild annoyance. Leonard cleared his throat and took an imaginary step toward the girl. "Oh, hi," he said, more nervous than in the previous rounds. "What do you want?" Howard asked in a cold tone, barely looking up. "This is the difficult one?" "I preferred the shy one," Leonard thought. "Do you need help?" Leonard asked. Fine. Who are you?" "I think I saw you with Andrew," Howard said. "You don't remember my name?" "We share every class," Leonard said, trying to turn the scenario in his favor. I don't remember. Are you Andrew's pet or something?" Howard asked indifferently. "I'm his friend." "His friend?" Leonard snapped, already starting to get annoyed by Howard's acting. "Aha, if you say so," Howard said with a doubtful expression, as if he were seriously considering whether that was true. "What are you looking for?" Leonard asked, trying to change the subject. "My bracelet. I dropped it somewhere," Howard replied. Both of them started searching the classroom floor, moving imaginary backpacks and books. Leonard struggled not to complain about the dismissive way Howard was treating him. At one point, their hands brushed against each other as they both reached for the same invisible object. For Leonard, it was a big step forward. For Howard, it was a completely different story. "Stalker!" Howard suddenly screamed, eyes wide open. "Why?" Leonard asked, quickly stepping back. "What the hell is going on here?" Andrew exclaimed, dramatically opening an imaginary classroom door. "This guy tried to touch me!" Howard shouted, clutching his chest dramatically as if he were on the verge of tears. "What? It's not what it looks like." Leonard raised his hands in surrender. "You damn pervy nerd! I knew one day you'd show your true colors. Andrew yelled, grabbing Leonard by the collar and proceeding to teach him a lesson in the form of imaginary punches. This was the worst outcome of all. You got beaten up, earned a girl's contempt, and, most likely, the rumor that you're a stalker will spread throughout the school, so your life is over. Your simulation self will never get a girlfriend. Game over, Howard declared. I just accidentally touched her hand. Leonard protested. Tell it to the judge, Andrew replied. The simulations continued, but Leonard couldn't win a single one. He collapsed onto the bed with a look of total defeat. I'm going to die alone. Leonard muttered. Probably, Howard said, patting his shoulder. You won't. Andrew said, dropping the simulation jokes as he sat down in his chair. What do you mean? Leonard asked, lifting his head with a bit of hope. You're forgetting about Lauren. You already know her, and you're even friends. You don't have to meet a girl from scratch like in these simulations, Andrew replied. Lauren? I don't think she even notices me. Leonard said. She's interested in you. Pippa told me, and she's her best friend, Andrew interrupted, making both Leonard and Howard freeze in shock. Seriously? They both exclaimed at the same time, Leonard more excited than anything, while Howard was more skeptical, unwilling to believe that Leonard might get a girlfriend before he did. Yet, Pippa doesn't lie about these things. So tomorrow, when we meet at her place, you can try something with Lauren. We'll set up the opportunity for you, Andrew said, giving him a thumbs up. Tomorrow? That's too soon. Leonard muttered nervously. The simulation was way easier than facing real life and a girl who didn't have a Ringo Starr haircut. Are you going to be a coward, or do you want to get a girlfriend and complete your New Year's resolution super fast? Andrew challenged. Leonard fell silent, thinking for a moment, before finally responding with enthusiasm, I'll do it. He had information that Lauren was interested in him that alone was enough to raise his chances. It was time to act. Hey, did Kara say anything to Pippa about me? Howard asked hopefully. No, sorry, Andrew replied, and Howard cursed under his breath. All right, let's stop wasting time and focus on playing competitive COD, Andrew said in a serious tone. They needed to rank up. Howard and Leonard also became serious, stopped talking about girls and getting girlfriends, and focused on the important matter. Chapter 65, Lily the Champion. A few days before school started, Andrew was lying on the living room couch, flipping through a comic book and checking his phone to reply to Pippa, as he was chatting with her. He had already gone for a run in the morning and was now taking advantage of his free time to rest. Suddenly, his father, Cam, came in, bouncing with excitement and an energy that sometimes surprised Andrew. It's true that he always has energy, but when it comes to football and training, not all the time like his father. Andy. You have to hear this. We have something really fun on tomorrow's calendar. Lily's Daycare is organizing a family event. It's going to be great. Kim said excitedly. Andrew looked up from his comic book and stretched on the couch. A daycare event? Why? Why would they organize something during the winter break? Don't they have vacations? Andrew asked, not very enthusiastically. It doesn't matter why. You're going. You'll meet Lily's friends. It's important that we be there, Kim said, laughing. I doubt she'll even remember this event. She's only 11 months old, Andrew said. Why do you sound like Mitchell? Kim asked, frowning at Andrew's lack of enthusiasm. At that moment, Mitchell entered with a cup of coffee in hand and a calm expression, very different from Cam's. It's because our son is sensible like me. This event isn't really for the babies, it's for the parents, so they'll donate money to the daycare, Mitchell said with a smug smile, already knowing what awaited them when they got there. Oh, I get it. At some point, they'll ask you to donate whatever you can with some cheap excuse, right? Andrew asked. Exactly. And the worst part is, the babies won't even remember this kind of event, but everything is designed to make the parents feel obligated to contribute, Mitchell said, nodding. TSCH, damn thieves, Andrew muttered as he went back to reading his comic book. His parents were already paying a fee for Lily's daycare. Exactly, Mitchell said, nodding. Oh, come on. It's not that bad. This is for the good of the daycare and for Lily. You two have no heart. Kim exclaimed dramatically, throwing his hands up. He gave Mitchell and Andrew an offended look before leaving the room. Now we have to go, don't we? Andrew asked, looking at Mitchell. Yeah. Otherwise, he won't talk to us for days. It is what it is, Mitchell said with a small smile, shaking his head. Great, Andrew muttered. The next day, they went to the daycare event at 10 a.m. It was a very cold morning, but luckily, the place had heating. The room was decorated with colorful balloons, and cheerful music played from a speaker in the corner, blending with the laughter and murmurs of the parents, all carrying their babies. Andrew watched all of this while yawning. The daycare teacher or whatever she was called had a lot of energy, but the most annoying part was that every word she said was filled with an excessively childish tone, almost as if she had to simplify everything coming out of her mouth so it could be processed by the tiny minds in the room, the babies completely forgetting that she was speaking to the parents. Hello, moms and dads. We're going to start with a super fun activity so our little ones can have lots of fun. The teacher said in a high-pitched, cheerful voice. Andrew let out a sigh, rolling his eyes while rubbing his face with one hand. It was clear this was going to be a long day. The daycare woman, with her overly high-pitched and enthusiastic voice, started preparing the games for the families. Andrew, who had nothing better to do, decided to take things seriously. Why not? After all, Lily was his little sister, and even though she was just a 11-month-old baby, he wasn't about to let another family win. Competition was in his nature, and that was something he owed to his role as the most disciplined older brother. The first game involved the babies stacking small blocks, an activity meant to help with their development and something they had already been practicing since starting daycare. Andrew knew his little sister didn't understand conventional instructions. After months of playing with her at home, he had developed a signaling system that, in her own way, Lily had learned to interpret. Basically, the signals were as if he were training a dog, but he did it with love and patience. Following her brother's signals, Lily clumsily stacked 3 blocks into a tower and won the game. We did it, Lily! Andrew exclaimed, while the other parents watched in silence, not quite understanding how it had happened. Nice, first place! Mitchell said, not caring about Andrew's methods. The only thing that mattered was the victory. They moved on to the next game, which involved the babies completing a small obstacle course. As expected, Lily was the first to finish, once again following Andrew's instructions. A proud smile was already forming on his face. However, the other parents were starting to look at him strangely, as if he were some kind of expert in training babies. Then came the highlight of the event, the crawling race. All the babies were lined up at the starting line, and, as expected, the parents began calling their little ones with exaggeratedly sweet and loving voices. Come on, sweetheart. Let's go, my love. Kim said with an over-the-top smile, crouching down to encourage Lily. But Lily, like any baby, simply sat where she was, looking around, completely disconnected from the chaos around her. Andrew, who was feeling increasingly uncomfortable, noticed that the other parents were calling their children and decided it was time to take control of the situation. Let me handle this! Andrew exclaimed, pushing Kim aside. He then began to whistle in a strange way, a sharp and peculiar sound he had discovered in his free time to grab Lily's attention when playing with her at home. It was an odd whistle, but it worked, and that was all that mattered. Suddenly, as if she completely understood what was happening, Lily lifted her head, locking eyes with her brother. After a few seconds of hesitation, she started crawling at full speed, crossing the finish line before the others, leaving the other parents staring in shock. Andrew grinned widely, clapping enthusiastically as the little girl made her way toward him. Well done, Lily! That's it, champ! Andrew said with a mix of pride and amusement, gently patting her head. Even Kim and Mitch looked at Andrew in confusion. It was the first time they had seen this trick in action, if it could even be called that. The daycare teacher, who had been watching the game from a distance, approached to congratulate Lily. Great job, Lily! She said with a wide smile, trying to regain her composure after the confusion caused by Andrew's unorthodox methods. And great job to everyone else, too. You all did amazing, you're all champions. Of course they're not champions, Andrew thought. The parents clapped lightly, some smiling at the relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. But Andrew, still focused on Lily, let out an exaggerated cough and asked, So, where's the prize? Oh, no, dear. This isn't a competitive game. Here at Daycare, we focus on making sure everyone has fun and participates. We don't want to put the pressure of competition on them at such a young age. Our goal is a healthy environment where everyone feels welcome, the teacher said kindly, shaking her head. Andrew stayed silent for a moment, processing her words. He couldn't help but glance at Mitchell, who met his gaze with a small smile, as if they were thinking the same thing. Not even a stuffed animal? Andrew asked, and the teacher simply shook her head. Okay. I get it, Andrew said with a forced smile. After a while, the event finally ended. The family headed home in the car. Andrew settled into the back seat next to Lily, who was strapped into her car seat. Kim sat in the passenger seat, while Mitchell was behind the wheel. The soft hum of traffic and the murmur of the wind outside filled the moment with quiet background noise. Andrew pulled his backpack from the car floor and started rummaging through it. He had brought water, some notebooks, and colored pencils, just as the daycare had requested. As he searched, something strange caught his attention. At the bottom of the bag, buried among some papers and supplies, was a white rabbit plushie. It wasn't Lily's. Confused, Andrew picked it up, staring at the plush toy with a frown. What is this? He asked quietly, not knowing how it had ended up there. Cam, who had been watching through the rearview mirror, immediately furrowed his brow when he saw the plush toy in Andrew's hands. Andrew. Where did you get that? He asked, his tone filled with concern. Did you steal it? No. I didn't steal it. It must have ended up in my backpack by accident, Andrew explained, trying to justify something that clearly didn't make sense. That's not okay, Andrew. The teacher explained why there was no prize. You shouldn't have taken a plush toy, even if Lily deserved one, Kim said. I didn't steal it. Andrew murmured, looking genuinely confused. Noticing that the situation was escalating, Mitchell decided to step in. Relax, guys. It's not a big deal. With how much we pay the daycare and with all the plush toys they have, taking one isn't the end of the world. Kim shot him an incredulous look but eventually gave up. Returning it would be awkward. Andrew couldn't stop staring at the plush toy, wondering how it had gotten there. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. A name popped into his head, Lily. His gaze shifted to his little sister, who, surprisingly, looked back at him. Her Asian eyes met his for a few seconds before she turned forward again, completely oblivious to the conspiracy Andrew was now contemplating. What? Andrew thought, confused. The situation turned into an inside joke in his head as the car drove on, and soon, his thoughts drifted to other things. A few days before classes resumed, Andrew was at his uncle's house. Everyone's going, Mom, Haley said in a pleading tone, following Claire around the house. Andrew, who had been sitting on the couch, lost in thought, snapped back to reality and started paying attention to Haley and Claire's usual argument. I don't care. Your father and I are not letting you go to a party full of senior boys. Especially not with that walking 17-year-old hormone you're dating, Claire said. Phil, who was sitting at the table working on his laptop, made a face as if he didn't want to get involved, but his eyes lifted slightly at the sound of the argument. We're going to be supervised. Haley said, trying to sound more convincing but failing. Oh, really? By who? Claire replied, raising an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. By Spencer Patine's uncle, Haley answered. Who the hell is Spencer Patine? Andrew thought, trying to remember. He never went to parties, even though the popular kids always invited him. He considered those invitations a waste of time. He preferred staying home playing video games with Leonard and Howard or watching movies and doing other things with Pippa. Who is Spencer Patine? Claire asked, frowning, clearly confused. You know, the guy with the arm, Haley replied casually, as if that was enough of an explanation. What happened to his arm? Phil asked, setting his laptop aside for a moment, now interested in the conversation. His uncle is Toby's uncle, Haley said. Oh, Uncle Toby. I'll add him to my list of creeps, Claire said with a mocking smile. Oh my God! Haley exclaimed indignantly, frustrated that nothing satisfied her mother. Okay, stop. I can help, Phil said, standing up and grabbing Haley's arm to calm her down before she started screaming like a lunatic. Sweetheart, your mother is worried you'll get your heart broken when Dylan goes off to college, Phil said, with the confidence of someone who thought they had just solved everything. What does that have to do with anything? Besides, he's not going to college, Haley said, crossing her arms. That's not, Claire started but quickly stopped, turning to Haley with wide eyes. Wait, he's not going to college. He has a band, okay? He's going on tour, Haley said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Oh, this just keeps getting better and better, Claire said, unable to believe what she was hearing. Why is it that nothing I say is ever enough for you? Why do you always have to make everything sound ridiculous? Haley replied, frustrated by what she saw as her mother's constant distrust. Because you have to understand. All right, everyone. Calm down, Phil said, stepping in between them and raising his voice. Both of them fell silent and looked at him, waiting for him to continue. Let's go back to the beginning. What happened to Spencer's arm? Phil asked. Haley let out an exasperated noise, unable to believe what her father had just said, and stormed off to her room. Claire looked at her husband as if trying to understand why he was focusing on that topic now. Claire noticed Andrew. Why are you here today, Andy? She asked curiously, shifting her tone completely as she addressed him. Well, I need to talk to Haley, though I don't think now's a good time, Andrew responded, placing a hand on his chin as he debated whether he should go to his cousin's room, knowing it was like stepping into the lion's den. Go ahead, Andrew. She's different when it comes to you. She's always more open with you. Don't worry, I'm sure she'll listen to you, Claire said with a slight smile. Claire's comment. You know, at first I was worried about Haley and Andrew. I wanted to know how attached she was to him, you know, with the whole jealousy thing, and if that relationship was crossing any boundaries. But I've realized it's not what I thought. Haley isn't jealous of Andrew in a romantic way, she just sees him like an older brother. She has that protective attitude, like a toxic sister, if you can call it that. She just wants to make sure that whoever is with her cousin is someone appropriate, she's not trying to get involved in his life. That, at least, puts me at ease, she said with a relieved smile. I must admit, even I'm a little toxic with him. Claire admitted. I'm his aunt, and of course, I care about him like he's my own son. But sometimes, I can be a little demanding. Like with Haley's boyfriends, I'm the same with the girls Andrew dates and will date in the future. It's inevitable, you know? He's an incredible guy, a football prodigy, and I care a lot about his future. I don't want anyone distracting him from his goals, she sighed. After a few seconds of silence, as if searching for the right words, she continued, I love seeing how well he gets along with everyone, but I also have to make sure the person he's with is the right one. Will she make him happy? Will she support him the way he deserves? Or will she just be there for convenience or something superficial? I always ask myself these questions. Claire then smiled more calmly, as if convincing herself of what she was saying. But with Andrew, I don't have to worry so much now, because he's with Pippa. She's an incredible girl, studious, intelligent, beautiful, kind, social, a 10 in every way. I feel like there couldn't be anyone better for him. She supports him, makes him feel good, and I know she'll make him happy. Her expression softened even more, but the concern for her daughter returned to her face when she remembered that she had told her that her boyfriend wasn't going to college and was going on tour with his band. End of comment. Really? She didn't seem to be in a very good mood, Andrew said doubtfully. He had seen Haley angry, and it was intimidating. Although, now that he thought about it, he had never seen her seriously angry with him. Yeah, go ahead. She won't do anything to you, especially when it comes to you, Claire said with a smile. All right, Andrew said, getting up from the couch and walking toward the stairs. Chapter 66, Party I. Yeah, go ahead. She won't do anything to you, especially when it comes to you, Claire said with a smile. All right, Andrew said, getting up from the couch and walking toward the stairs. Andrew was halfway up when a loud door slam echoed from above. He stopped for a second, blinking at the noise. A few seconds later, he saw Alex coming down the stairs with a frown, muttering something under her breath while clutching a book to her chest. That lunatic, screaming out of nowhere, Alex grumbled. Andrew and Alex's eyes met for a brief moment. I wouldn't recommend going up there right now. She's mad, Alex warned and continued on her way, clearly annoyed. Andrew sighed in relief, seeing that Alex didn't suspect anything. He was here to get Haley's help with the prank he wanted to pull on Alex. He kept going until he reached the sisters' bedroom door. He thought about what Alex had said, but he had no other choice. Classes would start in 2 days, and he needed to plan everything before then. Knock, knock. What? Haley's voice came from the other side, clearly irritated and with no patience whatsoever. Oh, great! Andrew thought. It's me. Can I come in? Andrew asked. There was silence for a moment until Haley's voice was heard again, this time much calmer, with no trace of irritation. Come in. Andrew opened the door and stepped inside. Haley was casually lying on her bed, her laptop open in front of her. One hand rested on her head while the other lazily moved the touchpad. Her expression changed the moment she saw Andrew, shifting from pure annoyance to a more relaxed demeanor. What's up, Andy? Haley asked. I need your help, Andrew replied, closing the door behind him and stepping closer. He sat near Haley. My help? With what? Haley asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm going to prank Alex, Andrew said with a slight smile. Haley blinked, and her grin widened instantly. Without hesitation, she shut her laptop and sat up slightly, looking at him with genuine interest. Did you just say a prank on Alex? Andrew nodded. He's finally getting revenge for the wedding thing, Haley thought. I'm in, she said without a second thought. Andrew laughed. I haven't even told you what I'm planning yet, he said. Doesn't matter. If it messes with Alex, I already love it, Haley said with a shrug. Just promise me you won't get back at me. After all, she had helped Alex slowly get Andrew drunk. I promise, I won't plan anything against you, Andrew assured her. Now tell me the plan, Haley said. There are multiple pranks throughout the day. Andrew began, explaining his plan and what he needed her help with. After 5 minutes, Andrew finished explaining everything, and Haley burst out laughing, already picturing how furious Alex would be by the end of the day. Too bad we won't get to see most of her reactions, Haley commented. Yeah, but we'll see her rage when she gets back from school, Andrew agreed with a mischievous smile. Oh. I have an idea. Haley said, her expression lighting up. What? Andrew asked curiously. If the prank could be improved, he was open to suggestions. There's this guy who drools over her. I think his name is Austin something. He came over a couple of times to do homework with her, Haley began, her grin widening with pure mischief. Andrew frowned, intrigued. And? I'm going to tell him that Alex likes him, Haley said. What? Yeah, listen, Haley adjusted herself on the bed, clearly enjoying the idea. I'll talk to him and tell him that Alex secretly has a crush on him but is too proud to admit it. I'll say that if he wants a chance with her, he has to confess in a way she'll never forget. Confess in a way she'll never forget? Andrew asked. Yep. With music, and obviously in front of everyone. Right after school. It'll be super embarrassing for Alex, Haley replied, smiling in satisfaction. There's no way that Austin guy would do something that risky. Andrew said, shaking his head. Oh, he totally will. I'm Alex's older sister. To him, that makes me the most reliable source when it comes to her. If I tell him she's been waiting for him to make the first move, he'll believe me. And if I hype him up enough, he'll go for it without a second thought, Haley said confidently. I don't know, Haley. I'm not worried about Alex because I know she'll reject him immediately, but I kind of feel bad for Austin, Andrew said hesitantly. Haley rolled her eyes. Oh, please. Feel bad? Yeah, I mean, the guy's gonna embarrass himself and realize you're a total bitch. I don't care what he thinks of me. Have you already forgotten what Alex did to you at the wedding? She got you drunk on purpose so you'd go wild and be the life of the party. You did things you would never do in your life. This is nothing compared to that. Austin is just collateral damage, and I'll handle everything, Haley said, completely set on messing with her sister. Andrew looked at Haley and sighed. Do whatever you want. He knew that once an idea got stuck in his cousin's head, there was no stopping her. I will, Haley said cheerfully as she started planning how to get in touch with Austin. After that, they started talking about other things until Haley's face suddenly lit up again. Andy! She suddenly exclaimed, sitting up straight on the bed and grabbing Andrew's wrists tightly. Andrew frowned. That tone, that sparkle in her eyes, nothing good ever came from that. What? He asked cautiously. You have to come to Spencer's party. Haley said. The boy on the arm. Andrew asked. Yes, that one. Haley replied excitedly. Look, if you go, my mom will let me go. It's so frustrating that she doesn't trust me, but it's better than missing the party. Andrew sighed. He didn't like parties. Too many people, too much noise, alcohol, shallow conversations he had no interest in. But then he looked at Haley, her expression was almost pleading. She was his cousin. His family. They got along well, and she was helping him prank Alex. Besides, one party every now and then wouldn't kill him, probably. Fine, I'll go, Andrew said. You're the best. Haley cheered, throwing her arms around him. Tell my mom yourself. If I bring it up, we'll just end up arguing one way or another, Haley added as she pulled away. Andrew nodded and left the room. He headed to the living room, where Claire was scrolling through something on her tablet, a cup of coffee in her other hand. "Aunt," Andrew said to get her attention. "What's up, Andy?" Claire asked, looking up. "I'm going to Spencer's party, and I wanted to ask if you'd let Haley go," Andrew said. "Why do I feel like she put you up to this?" Claire asked, narrowing her eyes. "Because she did," Andrew answered honestly. Claire sighed and rubbed her temples. "I don't love the idea of her going, but if you go, at least I know she won't do anything crazy." She studied him for a moment, then pointed at him with her coffee cup. "But you're responsible for her. If anything goes wrong, I will know." Yeah, I'll watch her like a child," Andrew nodded. "You better. Home by midnight, understood?" Claire said. Understood. Now, he just had to see how chaotic this party was going to be. By 8 p.m., Andrew was at Spencer Patine's house. The guy with the arm. His uncle was a beer-bellied man with a scruffy beard who wore sunglasses for no apparent reason. Claire was right to doubt the so-called responsible adult supervising the party. Andrew didn't come with just Haley. He had asked Pippa, and although she didn't like parties either, she decided to come along so he wouldn't be alone. The rest of the group, Leonard, Zach, Kara, Lauren, and Howard also came, all of them far more excited about attending a high school party than the two of them. "Well, this is a party," Pippa murmured, crossing her arms as she took in the disaster around them. The house was at peak teenage chaos. Music pounded against the walls, colorful lights flickered in the living room, and the air was thick with a mix of cheap perfume, pizza, and something that was probably not incense. Pippa, like Andrew, wasn't a fan of these kinds of events. Both preferred quiet nights at home, watching movies, or just hanging out without having to shout to hear each other. "I can't believe it. The two biggest antisocials in the group have caved," Zach exclaimed with a teasing grin, giving Andrew a firm pat on the back. "I really thought this day would never come," Kara added, watching them with mock solemnity. "It's the end of an era. Mark this date in your minds, kids." "It won't happen again," Lauren declared. "Finally, a real party," Howard murmured excitedly, eyeing a group of girls in low-rise jeans and crop tops taking pictures with a pink digital camera. Andrew exchanged a look with Pippa, both wearing the same resigned expression. "Our goal is to keep an eye on Haley," Andrew said, leaning toward Pippa so she could hear him over the music. "What?" Pippa asked, not catching what he said as she was distracted by a group of idiots attempting skate tricks inside the house, breaking furniture in the process. If this were her house, she would have kicked them out already. "Keep an eye on Haley," Andrew repeated, leaning in closer to her ear. Pippa tensed slightly at the feeling of his breath so close but nodded. Meanwhile, their friends had already scattered, each one exploring what the party had to offer. Howard and Leonard, despite being nerds, walked with an unusual confidence. Before meeting Andrew, they had been frequent targets for pranks and bullying at school. But now? They were best friends with the star quarterback. No one dared to mess with them anymore. Pippa spotted Haley sitting on a worn-out leather couch with her boyfriend Dylan and a group of other kids, chatting and laughing. "There she is," she pointed out to Andrew. He nodded and was about to move closer to keep an eye on her, but before he could take 2 steps, someone intercepted him. "Andrew!" a guy exclaimed in surprise, looking at him as if he had just seen a celebrity. Andrew stopped and sighed, already knowing what was coming. "Hey, Andrew's here!" the guy shouted, instantly drawing the attention of several others. Within seconds, a small group of people had gathered around him, greeting him with admiration and excitement. "No way! Our quarterback actually showed up to a party. Spencer! Spencer, come here. Andrew's here. From across the house, Spencer Patine, the host of the party, turned his head at the sound of his name. When he spotted Andrew in the middle of the commotion, his face lit up with pride. Andrew! He called out with an exaggerated smile, pushing through the crowd like he was welcoming a VIP guest. I knew you'd eventually come to one of my parties. Andrew closed his eyes for a second and let out a long sigh. Keeping an eye on Haley was going to be harder than he thought. Chapter 67, Party 2. Spencer gave Andrew and Pippa a tour of the entire house, introducing Andrew to every group of teenagers they came across, all of whom were surprised to see him there. Besides being his school's star quarterback, the one who led them to victory in the regional playoffs and secured their spot in the state championship, Andrew was also somewhat of an internet celebrity. His YouTube channel had gone viral, and his videos had amassed hundreds of thousands of views. The house was littered with soda cans and red plastic cups. The hallways were packed with couples flirting and people searching for an open bathroom. In the kitchen, a group was playing beer pong with dangerously strong drinks. The tour ended in the backyard. Look who's here! Spencer exclaimed with a proud smile. In the yard, the football team members were gathered in a circle, some sitting on the patio furniture, others leaning against the fence. At the sight of Andrew, more than a few of them froze. No way! Archie muttered, letting the alcohol in his cup spill onto the grass. Andrew at a party? Reggie added, blinking as if he were seeing a mirage. And to what do we owe the honor, Captain? I thought you were allergic to this, Steve said more casually. Andrew noticed their reactions but said nothing. He knew many of them drank at parties, even though they pretended not to when he was around. Whatever they did in their free time wasn't his problem. It wasn't like he was their personal coach trying to get them into the NFL or something. Before he could respond, a confident female voice cut through the moment. Well, look who's here. Andrew and Pippa turned just in time to see Regina George approaching with her usual poised and self-assured stride. She wore the football team's jacket over a fitted top and tight jeans, and her perfectly styled blonde hair reflected the glow of the garden lights. Regina, Andrew greeted with a slight nod. What brought you here? Lost a bet? Regina asked, crossing her arms with a smirk of superiority. You should act like that when I leave you in the dust during sprints. Andrew thought but kept to himself. Keeping an eye on my cousin, he answered simply. Oh, how boring. Well, maybe you'll have some fun, Regina said with a different gleam in her eyes, stepping forward and closing the distance between them. He won't, Pippa cut in, crossing her arms and stepping in front of Andrew. Oh, of course, the girlfriend, Regina murmured to herself. So, what's it like dating a guy who'd rather stay home watching football games from 30 years ago? She asked with a mocking half-smile. Way better than dating one who gets drunk and makes a fool of himself, Pippa shot back without hesitation. The muffled laughter from the football team made Regina's eyes flash dangerously. However, instead of getting angry, she smiled. I like you, she finally said. If you guys get tired of babysitting, feel free to join us. I'll keep that in mind, Andrew replied, though they both knew he wouldn't. Regina shrugged and turned back to her group. Andrew and Pippa exchanged a glance before heading back inside, determined to find Haley. I still can't believe it. Andrew at a party, Archie said, still processing it. What's next? Is he going to start drinking? Reggie joked. You guys shouldn't be drinking. If your parents find out, you'll get your asses kicked if you're lucky, Kevin said, shaking his head. Relax, Kevin. Don't be a control freak like Andrew. He does everything perfectly. Does he ever loosen up? One of their football teammates chimed in. Shut up, Mark, Kevin snapped. Kevin is one of Andrew's most loyal friends. Back inside, Andrew and Pippa split up to look for Haley. The house was big, and with so many people packed inside, moving around was difficult. On top of that, more people kept arriving. Damn it, Andrew thought. If Haley did something bad by Claire's standards, he would be the one getting scolded, and he didn't want to lose his aunt's trust. Haley was no longer on the living room couch with Dylan. Andrew tried asking some of the guys sitting there, but with the deafening music and their intoxicated state, they were useless. TSCH, useless, Andrew thought, already in a bad mood, and he hadn't even been here for an hour. It was rare to see him this irritated. The atmosphere of the house was becoming unbearable. The pounding music, the alcohol everywhere, empty cans, overflowing cups and the unmistakable scent of weed creeping into his nostrils. If she's not here, she must be upstairs, Andrew thought as he started climbing the stairs. Supposedly, the second floor was off-limits since it had Spencer's parents' rooms, but he had already seen several couples heading up without a care for that rule. Stopping at the first door, Andrew leaned in, pressing his ear against it to listen, but the blaring music downstairs made it impossible to hear anything. Whatever, he thought, gripping the doorknob and pushing the door open. He stepped into a dimly lit room, the only light coming from a bedside lamp. His gaze swept quickly toward the twin bed in the center of the room where an incredibly awkward scene awaited him. On the mattress, a shirtless guy was leaning over a girl, kissing her intensely. The girl had her arms wrapped around his neck, while the guy, propped up on his elbows, hovered over her with his bare torso. Andrew recognized the guy instantly. Alan. One of the team's starting receivers. Alan turned abruptly at the sound of the door opening, his body tensing as if he'd been caught red-handed. His face, which initially showed irritation at the interruption, shifted into a look of shock when his eyes recognized Andrew standing at the entrance. Andrew. His voice sounded incredulous, mixed with confusion and a hint of alarm. The girl beneath him jolted and immediately tried to cover herself with the sheets, turning her face away in embarrassment. She let out a small gasp of surprise before scrambling to wrap the blanket around herself, avoiding his gaze. It wasn't Veronica. She had dumped Alan after he had betrayed her regarding Regina and the blackmail. Why are you saying my name like that? Andrew thought with mild amusement. Alan looked like a kid caught in the middle of some mischief, and Andrew might as well have been his father. Without a single reaction, Andrew simply stared at them, his expression unreadable. No raised eyebrow, no hint of surprise or discomfort. In complete silence, without saying a word, he took a step back and closed the door as if nothing had happened. He moved to the next door and opened it without giving it much thought. What he saw was the same scene as in the previous room, a guy making out with a girl. Only this time, the girl was his cousin Haley, which made his expression darken. Fortunately, Dylan wasn't shirtless, otherwise, Andrew might have beaten him up, and while Claire would probably support that decision, it wouldn't be the right thing to do. Haley jumped at the sight of him in the doorway. Her reaction was even worse than Alan's. Her eyes widened, her face paled, and she immediately pushed Dylan's hands away. Despite being a senior, Dylan also froze. He swallowed hard, completely tense, as if he had just seen a ghost. Andrew wasn't the biggest or most physically intimidating guy at school. If he wore a hoodie or a jacket, he could pass as just a normal tall kid for his age. But those who had seen him play knew the truth. On the football field, when he tackled opponents like they were rag dolls, it was clear that his physical strength was on another level. His near-maniacal discipline and intensity in every play made even older students think twice before facing him. Andrew didn't say a word. He didn't need to. With a furrowed brow, he stepped forward and grabbed Haley by the arm but without hurting her. "We're leaving," he said. "What the hell, Andrew? You're not my dad!" Haley protested, yanking her arm in an attempt to break free. "I'm not, but tonight I'm your babysitter, and your mom was very clear about what I'm supposed to do in situations like this," Andrew replied. Haley frowned, offended. "So, if my mom hadn't asked you to, you'd just let me do whatever I wanted tonight?" she snapped angrily, looking at him with a mix of indignation and defiance. Andrew blinked, caught off guard by the sudden turn in the argument. Acting like an overprotective lunatic was supposed to be what made Haley mad, but now she was also mad if he didn't act like one. "What? That's not," Andrew started, but Haley cut him off. "Great. So you're only watching over me because my mom told you to? Not even because you actually want to?" she huffed, shaking her arm more forcefully and breaking free from his grip. Then, with an offended air, she stormed out of the room. "What the hell?" Andrew thought as he watched her leave. Now he was more confused than annoyed. Did she really expect him to act like some kind of controlling cousin? Wasn't that exactly what she always complained about with her mom? "Wow, it's amazing how girls can pull that off," Dylan commented in his usual laid-back tone, scratching the back of his neck. "Like, you're the one who should be mad she's the one who broke the rules. But somehow, now you're the villain, and she's the victim." Andrew narrowed his eyes and glanced at him sideways, as if he had just remembered Dylan existed. "Get lost. You're the one who helped her break the rules, and I don't want to see you alone in a room with her again tonight," Andrew said. Dylan opened his mouth, but after seeing Andrew's expression and mood, he stayed silent. Then, with surprising speed for someone as relaxed as him, he straightened up like a soldier and nodded seriously. "Yes, sir," he said before quickly leaving the room without looking back. Andrew sat on the edge of the bed, pulled his phone out of his pocket, and sighed when he saw the time. Not even an hour has passed, he thought. 2 soft knocks echoed against the door. It was slightly ajar, allowing him to see the person on the other side. "Is this room available?" a feminine voice asked. Lifting his head, Andrew saw Pippa standing at the entrance, a playful smile on her lips. "You can come in." "I don't have the owner's permission, but no one seems to care," Andrew replied. Pippa let out a small laugh and stepped inside, sitting next to him. She observed her boyfriend's face for a moment before commenting in an understanding tone, "Looks like Haley isn't making things easy for you." "I think I understand my aunt a little better now," Andrew said. "You're going to be a very responsible father," Pippa replied with an amused smile. "Don't tease me," Andrew said, narrowing his eyes, though there was no real annoyance in his voice. Pippa chuckled softly. "I'm just playing," she said as she intertwined her fingers with his and snuggled against him. "Besides, this is a much better spot than downstairs. Down there, you have to yell to talk, and it smells awful." Andrew nodded, finally feeling like he could relax a little. But just as the moment of peace was settling in, a girl suddenly burst into the room. Both of them recognized Lauren, whose face was pale and filled with panic. "Finally, I found you. Leonard and Howard are in trouble in the backyard," she gasped, out of breath. Chapter 68, Party 3. "Finally, I found you. Leonard and Howard are in trouble in the backyard," Lauren exclaimed, out of breath. Andrew and Pippa exchanged a glance before quickly getting up and following Lauren down the stairs. She gave them a brief summary of what had happened. A guy had been hitting on her and was very persistent, seemingly unable to understand or accept no as an answer. He kept following her, insisting, until she lost her patience and slapped him, which enraged him. He then grabbed her wrist tightly. That was when Leonard stepped in. He managed to get the guy to stop harassing Lauren, but now he became the guy's target. Lauren made it clear in a few words that the guy was much taller and bigger than Leonard, meaning his chances of winning a fight were exactly 0%. Howard jumped into the fight, boasting confidently that he was friends with Andrew. However, what no one expected was that the guy didn't even know who Andrew was. He wasn't from their school, he was just some random guy who had shown up at the party. They arrived at the backyard, which was in even greater chaos than before. A large crowd of teenagers had gathered around the fight, forming a tight circle of bodies pushing and shouting excitedly. Male voices rose in cheers and encouragement for the fighters, while many of the girls watched with concerned expressions, some murmuring to each other, others recording with their phones. Andrew wasted no time. He shoved aside a couple of guys blocking his way, easily making his way to the front. Pippa and Lauren followed closely behind Pippa with a focused expression, and Lauren clearly worried. When Andrew finally reached the edge of the circle, he quickly assessed the situation. In the center of the crowd, Kevin was trading blows with 3 guys. One of them, clearly Lauren's harasser, was the most aggressive, throwing punches without much technique but with a lot of force. His 2 friends backed him up, attacking Kevin from the sides while Leonard and Howard tried to intervene without much success. Their legs trembled, but running away would have been even more humiliating. "Well, looks like he didn't come alone," Pippa muttered, frowning. Her eyes locked onto the harasser, a tall, burly guy who had to be at least 1.85 meters tall. At that moment, Kevin dodged a punch from one of the goons, but another blow landed on his right side, courtesy of the main harasser. Kevin staggered back, wincing in pain but holding his ground. "Damn it! Why did they have to go buy beers right now?" Kevin thought, referring to Reggie and the rest of the guys. They had a fake ID and wanted to try their luck after the beer Spencer had stolen from his parents ran out. Without thinking much about it, Andrew stepped into the circle. The crowd's noise lowered slightly as some people noticed his presence. "Who the hell are you?" the main harasser asked, glaring at Andrew. Kevin finally got a moment to breathe, as the 3 guys stopped throwing punches. "You okay?" Andrew asked, looking at Kevin and the others. He completely ignored the harasser's question. "Yeah, this is nothing," Kevin replied with a slight smile, wiping some blood from his nose. He had taken a couple of hits to the stomach, but nothing he couldn't handle. Howard, seeing that Andrew had stepped in and that the situation was shifting in their favor, grinned confidently and put his hands on his hips. Yeah, this is nothing. I could do this all night, he said. Kevin raised an eyebrow, looking at him in silence, unsure whether to laugh or stay quiet. Howard had only dodged a couple of punches purely out of luck while Kevin had absorbed most of the hits. Leonard, on the other hand, nodded slightly, still feeling the pain from the punch he had taken to the face. Blood trickled from his lip, but that was the only hit he had suffered the first punch the harasser had thrown before Kevin stepped into the fight. Answer the damn question. Don't just stand there like a moron. One of the harasser's friends shouted, a blonde guy with a goatee. Right after that, he lunged straight at Andrew, attempting to tackle him with a quick charge. Andrew didn't flinch. He waited with his legs slightly bent, his stance perfectly stable. When the blonde guy tried to tackle him, Andrew blocked the charge with his arms extended, planting his hands firmly on the guy's shoulders. With a speed that shocked everyone, he used the blonde's momentum to lift him completely off the ground and, twisting his hips, hurled him backward with brutal force. The blonde was lifted over Andrew's head, and in a quick, precise motion, he was slammed into the grass. He crashed onto his back with a loud thud against the cold ground, the impact echoing through the air. The crowd reacted instantly, some looking away or squinting at the brutal impact. A few girls couldn't help but turn away, unable to watch as the guy flew through the air like a sack of potatoes before slamming into the ground. Andrew, with a slight look of disapproval, stared at the blonde lying motionless. Maybe a suplex was too much, he muttered, leaving everyone around him stunned not just by how effortlessly he had taken the guy down, but by the sheer brutality and coldness with which he had done it. No one was used to seeing this side of Andrew. A suplex is an offensive move used in professional wrestling, in which the performer lifts his opponent and throws him backwards. What they didn't know was that he had already been in a bad mood before this, and seeing his friends injured had only pissed him off more. Go check if he's okay. I don't want him ending up quadriplegic or something, Andrew said, looking at Kevin, who nodded and walked over to the blonde sprawled on the ground. Even though his tone was calm, the words had an immediate effect, terrifying the two remaining guys who were watching. Quadriplegic, they thought, staring at Andrew like he was some kind of maniac. As soon as Andrew took a step toward them, they exchanged looks and, without a second thought, bolted running as fast as they could without looking back. An eerie silence settled over the area, interrupted only by the fading sound of their footsteps as they fled. Andrew stood there, watching them go with a strange expression. Did they seriously believe the quadriplegic thing, he thought. He had only said it to scare them a little. He hadn't expected them to abandon their friend who was lying on the ground like Yamcha. Andrew had perfectly controlled his strength and the impact during the suplex. Even though the slam had been brutal, his goal had never been to cause serious harm. He had made sure the blonde wouldn't suffer any spinal cord or critical injuries. The blonde regained consciousness a few minutes later, feeling pain in his back but nothing too extreme. Without wasting any time, he left the house as fast as he could, desperate to get away from Andrew. Your cousin won't do that to me, right? Dylan asked, looking at Haley. What? Are you scared? You'll have to face him at some point if you want him to stop interfering with us, Haley said, holding back a smile as she saw Dylan's terrified expression. Oh, of course. Dylan muttered, not entirely convinced. Meanwhile, the crowd around Andrew had mostly dispersed, but people were still talking about the fight. Your boyfriend is scary, Kara commented, glancing at Andrew as he spoke with Kevin. No, don't worry. He only said that quadriplegic thing to scare them, or at least I think so, Pippa said with a giggle, shrugging. Lauren, on the other hand, walked over to Leonard, who still looked a bit tense, with a faint trace of blood on his lip. Are you okay? She asked, concerned as she noticed the small cut on his face. Leonard nodded with a smile, but Lauren wasn't satisfied with his answer. Seeing the blood on his lip, she frowned. Come on, let's go inside. You can't stay like this, she insisted, gently but firmly pushing him toward the house. Howard watched the scene unfold with a frustrated expression. Seriously? Not a single girl is gonna ask if I'm okay? What's up with that? He exclaimed indignantly. You didn't do anything, man, Kevin said with an amused smile, glancing at Howard before turning his attention back to Andrew. Could he actually have ended up quadriplegic? Kevin asked, sounding slightly concerned. Andrew let out a light chuckle, completely unbothered. No, no. I just wanted to scare them a little. It worked, Didn't it? He said, shrugging with a smile. What idiots! They really bought it. Say the word quadriplegic, and they piss their pants, Howard laughed along with Andrew. However, the rest of the group was looking at them with strange expressions. Oh, come on, guys. Do you really think he could have ended up quadriplegic from a move like that? Howard said, noticing their faces. For that to happen, you'd need a much more specific and intense impact. The spinal cord is protected by the vertebrae, and to cause paralysis, you'd have to apply direct pressure on it at a very precise angle or hit it with a brutal enough force to damage it. But that wasn't the case. The way Andrew lifted him, you'd need way more strength and precision to actually leave him paraplegic, Howard explained, crossing his arms like he was teaching basic math to a bunch of chimps. Andrew nodded, happy that someone understood him. After all, it's not that easy to leave someone quadriplegic. He had only said it to scare the other two so he wouldn't have to fight. After that episode, the party continued. It actually turned out much better for Andrew since Dylan and Haley stayed inside the entire time. In fact, it almost seemed like Dylan wanted to stay within Andrew's view, as strange as that might seem. Because of that, Andrew was able to enjoy spending time with Pippa in a different setting than usual, which wasn't bad at all. Neither of them drank a single drop of alcohol. The other big news was that Leonard finally kissed Lauren. Andrew saw them making out in a hallway and was genuinely happy that his friend had finally worked up the courage to make the first move. Getting punched in the face and splitting his lip wasn't entirely a bad thing, after all. Before midnight, Andrew and Haley went back to her house. Andrew had completed his mission, giving Claire a summary of the night, and she was satisfied with his performance. Chapter 69, Before the Prank. Dunphy House. January 6, 6:30 p.m. In the dining room, the whole family was having dinner. Tonight, they had a usual guest Andrew. Tomorrow, school would start again, and he had wanted to come over for dinner and spend the night at his uncle and aunt's house. It wasn't the first time he had done this. Though this time, he had ulterior motives: his prank on Alex. The dinner atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. No arguments, which were usually Claire versus Haley, Haley versus Alex, or Claire and Alex versus Haley, with Alex just adding fuel to the fire. Then there's a big explosion of bubbles. And that's where babies come from, Luke said, concluding his explanation with a triumphant look, as if he had just uncovered the great mystery of life. The table erupted in laughter. Phil, beaming with pride, looked at his son, enjoying his simple logic. That's almost right, buddy, he said, winking at Luke. Almost right? In the land of upside-down logic, Alex remarked, though this time, her tone wasn't as sarcastic as usual. It was clear she was taking the conversation in a more relaxed manner. Don't talk like you have much experience on the subject, Haley said, looking at her with a slight teasing smile. Oh, sorry for not being as knowledgeable and experienced in human reproduction as you, sister, Alex replied sarcastically. Oh no. Claire thought, watching her daughters, who were sitting next to each other. Haley looked at her sister, who returned the gaze. For a few seconds, they remained in tense silence. Claire and Andrew braced themselves, expecting them to start arguing and for the pleasant, relaxed atmosphere to be thrown in the trash. Phil and Luke weren't even paying attention to the fact that the peace at the table was at risk. But to everyone's surprise, Haley let out a genuine laugh. That was a good one, she said, not hiding her amusement. Alex and Claire looked at Haley, visibly surprised that she didn't start a fight. Andrew figured it was because she was in a good mood due to the prank on Alex and what she would have to endure in the next 24 hours. Are you seriously okay with that? Alex asked, narrowing her eyes at her. I'm in a good mood today, Haley replied casually, shrugging. Alex stared at her for a few seconds before turning her attention back to her plate. She knew these days existed when her sister was in a good mood. They were rare, but they did happen. What is going on here? Claire muttered to herself, too quietly for anyone to hear. The dinner continued in a relaxed atmosphere. Luke's plate was empty, except for the vegetables. Come on, Luke, eat your veggies. They're good for you, Claire said when she noticed that all that remained on Luke's plate was the broccoli. I don't want to. Broccoli stinks, Luke responded, frowning as he pushed the tiny green florets to the side of his plate. Claire sighed with a smile. But you asked for broccoli, Luke. You wanted an exact replica of Andrew's plate. Luke looked at Andrew, who was finishing his dinner without much trouble with the vegetables. He was in that phase of wanting to do everything like Andrew. "They're still gross," Luke said hesitantly. He had taken a bite of the broccoli, and it tasted weird with a strange texture. Broccoli is a great source of vitamins, minerals, fiber, and antioxidants. Plus, it contains a series of phytochemicals that have potential effects in preventing various types of cancer and other diseases, Andrew explained, trying to convince his young cousin to eat the broccoli on his plate. Luke looked at him, not understanding a word of what he had just said and not really caring about those facts. "That sounds boring," he said. "You'll need something better to convince him." Haley whispered. "Well, if you eat the broccoli, we can go to the backyard and throw some passes before you go to bed. What do you say?" Andrew offered. Luke's eyes lit up instantly. "Deal." He accepted, completely forgetting about the broccoli, his mind now filled with the idea of playing outside. "I want to play too. I'm in for the pass game," Phil said, raising his hand excitedly. Luke finally took care of his vegetables. Then, with Phil, they hurried Andrew to head to the backyard. Andrew wanted to rest a bit to let the food settle, but with Phil's enthusiasm and Luke's excitement, he couldn't say no. After tossing the football around for a while, it was almost 8 o'clock. Claire sent Luke to bed, who complained about wanting to stay up like Andrew, Haley, and Alex, but there was nothing he could do to convince his mom. Andrew and Haley stayed on the living room couch, whispering to each other about the prank. "I already got that kid Austin to agree. Tomorrow after school, he's going to confess to Alex," Haley said in a hushed tone, giggling at the thought of the scene. "You actually pulled it off," Andrew said, shaking his head. "Yeah, it was easy. By the way, we need to get out of class a few minutes early so we can witness it," she added. Alex's middle school was only about a 5-minute walk from their school. "We're going to get in trouble for that," Andrew pointed out. "But it'll be worth it. Just imagine Alex's face," Haley said, laughing. "What are you two scheming?" Alex asked, appearing in the room with a strawberry yogurt in hand. Seeing Haley and Andrew sitting on the couch, leaning towards each other, whispering with mischievous expressions, was clearly suspicious. Andrew and Haley were startled by Alex's sudden arrival. Haley fell silent, unsure of what to say, something that rarely happened, as she could usually come up with a lie effortlessly. So Andrew had to speak up. "Nothing," he said way too quickly. Not knowing what else to say and noticing that Alex's gaze was growing more suspicious by the second, Andrew added, "By the way, that yogurt has artificial sweeteners and flavorings. It's not very good." "Not this again," Alex said, rolling her eyes. "The last time you made me try one of your homemade yogurts without sugar or sweeteners, I almost threw up. It was sour and disgusting," she added with a grimace as the memory resurfaced. "Don't remind me. I had to drink an entire bottle of water just to get that awful taste out of my mouth," Haley said, making the same disgusted expression. "Your taste buds are ruined by all those chemicals." Andrew sighed. "Well, I'd rather have my chemicals than feel like I'm eating expired milk glue," Alex retorted, taking another spoonful of her artificially flavored yogurt without the slightest regret. "Same," Haley nodded. Andrew said nothing. He knew he was on this path alone. No one in the family fully shared his culinary preferences, and at this point, he had come to accept it. "So, what were you two whispering about?" Alex insisted. Andrew and Haley exchanged a quick glance, but neither answered. Alex raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I see," she said in a teasing tone, taking another bite of her yogurt. "Are you finally confessing your forbidden love?" Haley and Andrew froze for a second before their faces turned completely red. "Alex!" Haley shouted, outraged. "I'll leave you to it." "You have my support," Alex said, laughing and enjoying their reaction. She quickly walked away before risking any verbal or physical retaliation from her sister. "Well, at least she doesn't suspect anything," Andrew commented once Alex was out of sight. Haley nodded, but when she looked down, she realized she was sitting too close to Andrew. She was sitting cross-legged, and part of her legs was touching his. In almost perfect sync, both of them quickly moved apart, sitting up straighter and looking anywhere except at each other. Luckily, before the awkward moment could drag on, Claire walked into the room. "All right, kids. Time for bed. I've already set up the mattress and sheets in Luke's room," Claire said, looking at Andrew and Haley, who immediately stood up. "Thanks, Aunt," Andrew said. It's nothing. Luke is already sleeping like an angel. Maybe playing passes before bed is a good method to drain his energy, Claire said. Andrew and Haley said good night to Claire and went upstairs. Good night. Remember, the first prank is at 4 in the morning, Andrew whispered to Haley, who nodded. Yeah, I'll set my alarm. Use your headphones, or you'll wake everyone up, Andrew warned. Yeah, I know. Good night, Haley said before quickly slipping into her room and closing the door. Andrew entered Luke's room, trying to make as little noise as possible. Not that it mattered, his cousin was fast asleep. Near Luke's bed, there was a mattress on the floor with the sheets already set up. Just 4 hours. Andrew thought, glancing at the time on his phone with a slight smile as he lay down. Chapter 70, Prank Eye. Alex was sleeping deeply, immersed in a perfect and pleasant dream. She was in her classroom, sitting at her usual desk, front row, right in the center, directly facing the teacher's desk. There was no better spot. From there, she could hear every word the teacher said with total clarity, free from distractions or annoying interruptions. Moreover, whenever the teacher asked a question, raising her hand guaranteed she would be the first to be seen and selected. Of course, in most cases, she was the only one who did. Her classmates, with their pathetic lack of academic interest and even lower intellect, preferred to remain silent. The teacher posed a difficult question about biology or difficult for the others, not for her. Without a second thought, she raised her hand. Her answer came out clear and precise, with the confidence of someone who knew she was the smartest in the room. The teacher smiled broadly, almost with exaggerated admiration. Excellent, Alex. Always so brilliant. With a talent like yours, there's no doubt you'll get into one of the best universities in the world. Your future is dazzling. Compared to you, your classmates are practically useless, he exclaimed with overflowing excitement, as if he had just witnessed an unprecedented genius. Alex smiled with satisfaction at the compliment. Thank you, Professor. But it's not a big deal if you compare me to them, she said. As the teacher continued praising her intelligence, something strange happened. Suddenly, the men's face began to distort. Him features shifted rapidly until they became Haley's, now wearing an annoyed expression. Wake up, Alex. Her sister said impatiently. Alex frowned. What was going on? She looked around, but the classroom was fading, losing its colors and shapes. Come on, Alex, wake up already. Another voice joined in, and suddenly, her cousin Andrew appeared, though her dream quickly dissolved. The insistent voices pulled her back to reality. What's going on? Alex mumbled, slowly opening her eyes, her voice still rough from sleep. She saw two blurry faces, but she recognized them by their voices. It was her cousin and her sister. Nearsightedness was such a hassle. She quickly reached for her glasses on the nightstand and put them on. Your stupid alarm didn't go off. We're going to be late for school. If old Professor Johnson sees me arriving late on the first day after break, I'm screwed. Haley said, her brow slightly furrowed. The alarm didn't go off. Alex repeated, alarmed, turning toward the clock on her nightstand. Her sister was right, they were going to be late. Very late. Horror washed over her from head to toe. She, Alex Dunphy, could not be late. She was always the first to turn in assignments. The model student. Her reputation depended on punctuality and excellence, and being late on the first day after winter break would be an absolute disaster. Damn it! She exclaimed, clumsily throwing off the covers. See you downstairs, Andrew said hurriedly before rushing out of the room with Haley. But as soon as they crossed the door, instead of heading downstairs, they slipped into Luke's room, where he was still sleeping like an angel. They exchanged glances and covered their mouths to keep from laughing. Meanwhile, Alex, still groggy from the urgency and not noticing anything unusual, jumped out of bed. She moved with impressive speed, changing out of her pajamas into her uniform with automatic precision, buttoning up her shirt in a frenzy, and tying her hair into a quick ponytail. She had barely finished putting on her shoes when she rushed down the stairs at full speed, not noticing that most of the windows were still closed and that the house was completely silent. The only normal thing was that the downstairs lights were on. When she reached the dining room, she didn't see the usual scene of her mother making breakfast or scolding Luke for making a mess. Her father wasn't there either, nor were Haley or Andrew, who had said they would wait for her downstairs. Where is everyone? Alex wondered, frowning with a strange expression. Had she imagined everything? No, impossible. Suddenly, an alarm went off in the kitchen. Alex jumped in fright. The sound wasn't extremely loud, but it was irritating. And in the silence of the house, it was impossible to ignore. Within seconds, hurried footsteps echoed down the stairs. Ouch, I really need to fix that step, Phil mumbled. Claire stormed into the kitchen in her pajamas, gripping a baseball bat, ready to defend her family and her home. Phil, on the other hand, had assumed a karate stance though his face looked half asleep. Get out of my house. The police are on their way. Claire shouted, expecting to find some unknown, suspicious person. But when she saw her youngest daughter fully dressed for school, she was utterly confused. Phil, rubbing his eyes to make sure he wasn't dreaming, looked just as baffled. Alex? What are you doing dressed? Claire asked, lowering the bat and sighing in relief that there wasn't an intruder. For school. What else? Alex replied, confused. Claire and Phil exchanged glances, looking even more bewildered than Alex. Then they turned back to her. Sweetheart, it's 4 in the morning. You still have more than 2 hours before you need to wake up, Phil said, pointing toward the only open window, a small one. Alex followed her father's finger and looked through the window at a pitch-black sky. It was still nighttime. Finally, she realized what had happened. Those two sons of bitches, she thought furiously, gritting her teeth as her brow furrowed in anger. She turned to her parents, who were staring at her as if she had lost her mind. It was Andrew and Haley. They woke me up. She snapped. They then climbed the stairs and entered Luke's room. There, they found Andrew sleeping deeply, completely covered. Luke was also asleep, having not woken up from all the noise they made. It can't be. Alex murmured, frowning even more. Alex, maybe you were dreaming, Claire commented. Andrew is very strict about his sleep hours. I'm not crazy or schizophrenic, this family hasn't driven me to that state yet, Alex muttered, still not believing Andrew's stunt. But she couldn't go in and cause a scene while Luke was sleeping next to him. They then went to the next room. Haley was also sleeping like an angel, and there was nothing strange about it. Go back to bed. I'll make sure to wake you up at the right time, Claire said, turning around and heading back to her room. She didn't feel like thinking about whether Alex was lying or not. In fact, she believed her. She could totally see Haley and Andrew pulling off a prank like this, but Claire was tired and didn't want to wake everyone up to argue about it. The best thing was for everyone to go back to bed. Hey sweetheart, who scared you more? Your mom with the bat or me in my attack stance ready for action? Phil asked, looking at Alex, who was still standing in the doorway staring at her sister. Alex slowly turned toward her father. Why did he always ask these kinds of questions at the most inconvenient moments? You, obviously, Alex replied, seeing the enthusiastic expression on Phil's face. Phil smiled widely, completely satisfied. I knew those YouTube karate lessons with Sensei Tanaka would pay off, he murmured proudly, turning around and happily heading back to his room. Alex entered her room with a murderous look directed at Haley, slammed the door without much care, and walked toward her. Wake up! Really? Such a childish prank? Seems like your standards have really dropped, Alex said angrily toward Haley, who opened her eyes casually and smiled. She knew this was a prank from Andrew, with Haley as his accomplice. To be honest, she expected a more elaborate prank from her cousin, considering their past history. Yeah, it may be childish, but you got mad, and that's what matters, right? Haley said with a little giggle, which only made Alex more furious. Alex quickly put her pajamas back on and got into bed, seething. Hee, this is just the beginning, Alex. You're going to have a great day at school, Haley thought with a slight smile as she turned off the nightstand lamp. Chapter 71, Prank 2. Nice morning, isn't it? Andrew asked casually, looking at Alex while having breakfast. Alex, with dark circles so pronounced they looked like permanent shadows under her eyes, lifted her gaze from her breakfast and shot him a murderous look. Great joke, Andrew. You really outdid yourself this time, Alex said sarcastically. Not bad, Andrew replied with a slight smile, shrugging. Not bad, Alex muttered under her breath, mimicking his nonchalance with annoyance. If the hypothetical prank we pulled on you doesn't meet your standards, then why do you look so upset? Haley asked with feigned innocence while spreading butter on her toast. Because thanks to that stupid prank, I slept poorly and barely at all. Alex snapped, hitting the table with her spoon. Mom! Punish them! She demanded, looking at Claire, who had her back turned while organizing things in the kitchen. You have no proof against us. Haley defended herself. Proof? It's obvious it was you two, or else I'm schizophrenic, Alex growled. I think the more plausible option is schizophrenia, Haley replied with amusement. Luke, who had been solely focused on devouring his sugary cereal, furrowed his brows in curiosity. Schizophrenia? What's that? Can you eat it? He asked before taking another spoonful. No, you can't eat it. It's a mental illness, Claire said, turning around to look at Luke. Then she looked at Alex. And Alex, there's no time to talk about punishments right now. Besides, it's not a big deal, you just lost a few minutes of sleep, Claire added, making Alex's tired eyes widen in outrage. Not a big deal? It is for me. How can you say it's not important? I could have been late on the first day after the break. Alex protested, raising her voice. Claire resisted the urge to roll her eyes at her daughter and raised a hand. We're not discussing this right now. Otherwise, you really will be late, she said, pointing at the kitchen clock. Alex pressed her lips together and huffed in frustration, but she had no choice but to drop the subject for the moment. She stood up abruptly, grabbed her backpack, and headed for the door with a deep frown, while Haley and Andrew exchanged an amused glance before following her. Haley and Andrew were driven to Palisades High School. Alex was taken to the middle school, which was just a few minutes away by car. It's not a big deal, Alex repeated in her mind, echoing her mother's words as she walked toward the classroom where she had her first class. Hey, Alex! Alex blinked and reluctantly looked up. In front of her stood Austin, a chubby boy with bowl-cut black hair and brown eyes. Austin was one of the few people she talked to at school. Not because they were great friends, but because at least he had an acceptable level of intelligence and didn't drive her crazy with nonsense. Hey! Alex muttered without much enthusiasm and kept walking toward her classroom, paying little attention to Austin, who quickly followed her. Unbothered by her tone, Austin picked up his pace to keep up with her. Did you do the assignments they gave us over winter break? He asked with genuine curiosity. Alex let out a dry chuckle. What do you think, Austin? That I left them for the last day like some irresponsible slacker. Alex said with a hint of mockery. Of course, I did them. The moment they assigned them. They reached the classroom and entered along with the rest of the students, who were beginning to settle into their seats. Alex walked straight to her usual spot, sat down, and pulled out her notebook with a sigh of resignation. She just wanted to focus on class and forget about the morning disaster. When the teacher arrived, he asked for the winter break assignments. She handed hers in, and then the lesson began. She picked up her usual pen and started writing the title at the top of the page, but as soon as she saw the ink color, her eyebrows furrowed instantly. A neon pink so bright it almost hurt her eyes spread across the paper with every stroke. Alex blinked, stunned. She examined the pen closely. On the outside, it was exactly the same as always. But on the inside. Andrew. She muttered through gritted teeth, feeling the fury rise within her. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. She wouldn't let her cousin's pranks get to her. Even though they already had those, she would never admit it. Luckily, she always had one or two spare pens. She reached into her pencil case and pulled out another pen. She removed the cap, tried writing, and the same neon pink appeared on the paper. Her eye twitched in frustration. She tried another pen, just in case, and got the same result. All three of her pens had been sabotaged. She clenched her jaw and closed her eyes, counting to 10. I'll just write with this ugly, obnoxious pink, she thought, having no other choice. Fortunately, the school day continued without any further mishaps, though she had no choice but to use the bright pink pen. Then came history class, and she pulled out her textbook. Or so she thought. It had the same cover, with the title clearly visible on the front. However, when she opened it to the page where they had left off last class, her brow furrowed as she read. Hobbits and ponies rushed forward. They had already shaken off half of their fatigue and all fear. Hey! Come merry dole! Came the song to them as a welcome. Hey! Come merry dole! Brave ones, leap! Hobbits, ponies, and all, to the feast. Let the joy begin. Let us all sing together. Alex blinked. What the hell, she thought. She flipped through the pages quickly and found more strange text talking about hobbits and dialogues from someone named Gandalf. She checked the cover again, it was the right one. However, she now realized the book was smaller and had clearly been wrapped with a fake cover. Andrew, she thought. That bastard had switched her book and even covered it with an identical version of her history textbook's cover. Before she could think of a solution, the teacher's voice rang through the classroom. Alex, could you please read the paragraph on page 132? I didn't bring my book, Alex replied quickly, shutting it as if she had never opened it. The teacher, however, raised an eyebrow and pointed at the book in her hands. You didn't bring it? But you have it right there. No, it's just that, this isn't, she tried to say, but it was too late. The teacher extended a hand. Let me see it. Alex swallowed hard. She had two options, give him the book and make a fool of herself, or insist she had nothing and look like a liar. She sighed in resignation and, without a word, handed it over. The teacher took it, opened it, and as soon as he read the first line, his brow furrowed. The Lord of the Rings? Strange that you have Tolkien's book with our textbook's cover. He murmured aloud, and immediately, a few classmates let out giggles. Alex felt like she wanted to sink into the floor. All right, Miss Dunphy, the teacher said, closing the book and looking at her with a mix of confusion and amusement. While Tolkien is a fascinating author, I'd prefer if you brought the correct book to my class. I expect you to have it next time. The laughter around her grew louder as the teacher handed her back the book. As soon as he turned to continue the lesson, Alex sighed and let her head drop onto the desk. At that moment, she felt a tap on her shoulder. She turned and found Austin, who had an expression of barely contained excitement, as if he had just uncovered a huge secret. I didn't know you liked The Lord of the Rings, he murmured enthusiastically. That's awesome. I'm a huge fan. Actually, we have a club. You should totally join. Club? Alex muttered, confused. She wasn't a fan of The Lord of the Rings. She only knew about it because Andrew and his nerdy friends liked it. Austin nodded eagerly. Yeah. We meet after school to talk about Tolkien, analyze the story, and sometimes play role-playing campaigns set in Middle-earth. It's a small club, but we're really passionate. You'd love it. I'll think about it, Alex replied noncommittally. Classes continued as usual. Alex made sure to check every book before opening it, afraid another one had been tampered with. Fortunately, none seemed altered. Still, she wasn't sure whether she could let her guard down. She had been naive to think Andrew would stop at a light prank, like waking her up early. The classroom was completely silent. The teacher was grading papers at her desk, and the students were reading individually, making use of the last few minutes before the bell rang and they could go home. And then, without warning, a sound shattered the tranquility. At first, it was a faint sound, like a murmur. But within seconds, the sound became clearer and turned into something unmistakable for everyone, moans of pleasure. Heads immediately lifted. Some students exchanged confused glances, others stifled hidden laughter. The teacher looked up from her papers, frowning. The sound continued. Everyone started searching for the source of the disturbance until, gradually, all eyes turned to Alex, who had a horrified expression. She felt the heat rise in her face as she realized the sound was coming from her own backpack. What? Alex murmured, confused, looking at her backpack. Without wasting any more time, she rushed to open her backpack and began desperately searching through her things. She checked the main compartment, then the side pocket, but the noise kept echoing through the classroom. The murmurs grew louder. Alex felt her heart race as her trembling hands rummaged through the backpack until she found a hidden compartment she didn't even remember existed. There, deep inside her backpack, her fingers pulled out a phone she didn't recognize, but it was the source of the sound. She clumsily unlocked the screen and stopped the sound. It was a call. Andrew. She thought, a mix of fury and relief, but the embarrassment still completely enveloped her. When she looked up, she noticed that everyone was still staring at her, some with mocking smiles, others with pure confusion. Her face burned. Alex, what was that? The teacher asked, standing up and walking toward her desk. At that moment, the bell rang, and the teacher told everyone they could leave, except Alex, who had a gloomy expression. 5 minutes later, Alex left the classroom alone with a defeated look. Luckily, she wasn't punished due to her good grades and conduct, but she was scolded for the first time. It was something she didn't want to repeat. Damn you, Andrew! This isn't over, Alex thought as she walked down the hall toward the exit of the school. Chapter 72, Prank 3. Palisades High School, 2:55 p.m. Andrew was sitting at his desk, with about 5 minutes left before class ended. But he had to leave now. He needed to head to Alex's middle school to witness the prank Haley had set up for Alex. As for Haley's prank, well, it wasn't exactly his idea of fun. In his opinion, it crossed the line, but convincing Haley to abandon a mischief was practically impossible once she had set her mind to it. The professor was reading aloud a dense paragraph about biology. Without thinking any further, Andrew raised his hand to get her attention. Yes, Andrew? The professor asked, looking up as she noticed his raised hand. The entire class turned their heads to look at him. Can I go to the bathroom? Andrew asked. The professor hesitated for a few seconds. She usually didn't let students leave for the restroom, but seeing that it was the star student, she granted his request. Go, but be quick. Thanks, Andrew said before walking out of the classroom. As he turned into the hallway, he found Haley standing there, arms crossed, glancing at the small watch on her wrist. Took you long enough. Come on, we can't miss this. Haley said, grabbing his wrist and pulling him along excitedly. Whoa, slow down, Haley. We're not supposed to get caught, Andrew said. I know, she replied with a mischievous smile. But I have a route where you'll never run into anyone. Haley quickly led him through empty hallways, avoiding areas where they might run into teachers or janitors. They exited the main building through a side door that opened into the school campus, an expansive grassy field with sports courts, picnic tables, and a few scattered trees. However, they couldn't head for the main gate. They knew that at this hour, it was usually locked and possibly monitored by a janitor. This way, Haley whispered, guiding him toward one side of the campus. In front of them stood a brick wall. It wasn't too high, but high enough that a careless jump could result in a twisted ankle. All yours, cousin, Haley said. All right, give me some space, Andrew said as he measured the distance with his eyes. He took a few steps back, gathered momentum, and ran toward the wall. At the last moment, he jumped, using the lower edge as a foothold to propel himself higher. His fingers gripped the top edge, and with an agile movement, he pushed himself up and climbed to the top with ease. Your turn, Andrew said from above, extending his hand to Haley. I trust you, quarterback, she joked, grabbing his hand firmly. Andrew helped her up, pulling with steady care until she managed to climb over the edge. Without a second thought, Andrew dropped to the other side with a swift jump. Haley leaned forward slightly to check the height and frowned. And how do I get down without breaking something? She asked. Jump, Andrew replied, stretching out his arms. I'll catch you. What if you don't? Seriously? You're not on top of a 10-meter wall or anything. It's easy, Andrew said, a little exasperated. All right. Haley took a deep breath and, without overthinking it, slid forward until her legs were dangling off the edge. Here I go, she said and jumped. The impact was softer than she expected. Andrew caught her effortlessly, holding her firmly against his chest. Haley felt Andrew's fingers pressing gently against her waist, making sure she didn't lose her balance. His face was way too close to hers. Way too close. See? Told you, easy, Andrew said with a smile as he set her down. Yeah, let's go, Haley replied. Wasting no more time, they took off running toward Alex's middle school. It didn't take them long to get there. By then, classes had already ended, and the main gate was open, with several students leaving in groups while some parents waited outside. Taking advantage of the moment, Andrew and Haley walked in casually, blending in with the crowd as if they were just there to pick up her sister. Easy. Now, let's enjoy the show, Haley said, checking the time on her phone. 3:01 p.m. They were right on time. When your mom comes to pick up Alex and sees you here, you're going to be in trouble. And so will I, Andrew said with a slight grimace. How bad can it be? Haley said dismissively. She's going to realize you skipped school, even if it was just for a few minutes. And what does your mom do when she finds out you did something wrong? Andrew asked. Ground me for a week, or more, Haley sighed. Why do you have to ruin my fun? I'm just preparing you for the inevitable punishment, Andrew said with a smirk. But it'll be worth it. Besides, we can get out of here without anyone seeing us. Haley said. They just had to make sure they saw the whole show without being spotted by Alex. We can try, Andrew said, shrugging. They started walking around the campus, looking for Alex, but she wasn't among the scattered students. Look over there. Haley whispered, pointing to a group of students a few meters away. That's Austin. The one in the middle. Austin was standing with two friends. One of them was holding a sign, while the other clutched a bouquet of flowers, seemingly ready to hand it over at the perfect moment. Doesn't your conscience feel guilty seeing this? Andrew asked, glancing at Haley. No. Let's hide, Haley said, grabbing Andrew by the wrist and pulling him toward some nearby bushes to watch without being seen. Finally, Alex appeared, walking toward the exit. Her brow was furrowed, and she had a frustrated expression on her face. Andrew smiled at this. The prank seemed to have done its job. His revenge was complete. He was even with Alex for getting him drunk at the wedding. Suddenly, Austin stepped in Alex's path, and she looked up at him, clearly confused and not in the best mood. From their hiding spot, Andrew and Haley couldn't hear what they were saying, but they quickly started making guesses as Austin's friend unfolded a sign that read, "Will you be my girlfriend?" Austin picked up the bouquet of flowers and held it out to Alex, while his friends watched eagerly, as if everything was going to go perfectly. Alex was startled at first, her face showing a hint of confusion. But as she realized she had suddenly become the center of attention, surrounded by students watching and whispering, she grew nervous. "What do you want?" Alex asked. "I thought the sign was pretty obvious," Austin said with a slight smile. Alex looked up at the sign. As she read it, she had to summon all her strength not to let a look of disgust show on her face. "So, will you be my girlfriend, Alex Dunphy?" Austin asked in a dramatic, chivalrous tone as he got down on one knee and held out the bouquet of flowers to her. Alex went silent for a moment, staring at Austin as if she couldn't believe what was happening. What? What the hell is this Disney movie-style proposal, she thought, taking a step back. From their hiding spot, Haley couldn't contain her laughter. What the hell? Did he seriously get down on one knee? She murmured, trying to stifle her giggles. "You're pure evil," Andrew said, shaking his head. Though he couldn't deny the scene felt way too over the top for his taste. And this was coming from someone who had asked Pippa to be his girlfriend in front of over 1,000 people, but that had been much simpler and more natural. He and Pippa were already dating, he just had to make it official with a straightforward question. No posters, no flowers, no kneeling. Alex, visibly uncomfortable, looked at Austin with a mix of surprise and frustration. The murmurs around them grew louder, and the pressure of having the whole school watching made her break into a cold sweat. Finally, after a few seconds of tense silence, Alex looked at Austin and said, "I'm sorry, but, no. I don't have feelings for you, and I don't even know you that well." She only ever talked to Austin about schoolwork and had been to his house maybe 3 times years ago for a group project. She didn't even consider him a friend, let alone a romantic interest. The rejection was immediate and direct. Austin and his friends stood there, stunned. The students watching the scene began whispering even more, making everything even more awkward. As Austin opened his mouth to speak, Alex cut him off. "No means no. And I don't even know what you were expecting with all this. We barely talk." Austin, his face red with embarrassment, slowly got to his feet and mumbled, "But, your sister told me you liked me." It was in that moment that Alex realized what had happened. Her expression shifted from disbelief to a mix of fury and resignation. "What?" she said, barely believing it. "What the hell? My sister?" she snapped, looking around. Her eyes landed on 2 heads poking out from some nearby bushes. She recognized them immediately. Her frown deepened, and she started marching toward the culprits behind all her misery that day. Seeing Alex approaching, Haley and Andrew quickly ducked their heads down, trying to disappear from sight. But it was already too late. "You two!" Alex shouted furiously, making Andrew and Haley jump to their feet. "What? We were just watching," Haley said with an innocent look. "Yeah, sure. Austin already told me that you told him I liked him," Alex said. "Slander and lies," Haley muttered, playing dumb, which only made Alex even angrier. And you? What do you think about all this? Are you just going to stay quiet? Alex asked, turning to Andrew. Andrew, feeling nervous under his cousin's piercing glare, quickly defended himself. I had nothing to do with Austin's confession. He clarified. That was all Haley. I only did the prank calls with moaning sounds, change your pens with bright pink, and change your books. That's it. Oh, such funny pranks. But the thing with Austin? That crossed the line. And you, of all people, should know that, Alex said, her voice carrying more hurt than anger. Her eyes glistened in a way that was different from usual. You know what it's like to have someone confess to you in front of a crowd. You were there. And yet, you didn't do anything to stop this. You know what? I don't have time for this, Alex said, wiping her eyes before turning and walking away. Andrew watched his cousin leave, and that's when he realized this wasn't just normal anger. The situation was deeper than he had thought. Haley, noticing the serious and unamused look on Andrew's face, brushed it off. Relax, Andy. Alex will be fine. I've seen her mad 1,000 times. Andrew didn't respond. There was something about the way Alex left and the way she spoke that left a bad taste in his mouth. So, now what? Haley asked. Alex probably already told your mom we're here. Hiding is pointless, Andrew replied, already walking toward the exit. When they stepped outside, they saw Claire standing with her arms crossed, leaning against the car, glaring at them. There was no need for words, they were definitely in serious trouble. Oh, look who we have here. Did you two time travel back to middle school? Claire said sarcastically. Haley's face darkened at those words. She knew perfectly well that her mother was not going to let this slide. Suddenly, it didn't seem so funny or fun anymore. Claire sighed and crossed her arms again. Skipping school, even for just a few minutes, will not go unpunished, she said firmly. The good news is the school won't hear about this. The bad news? I'll be the one punishing you. Andrew, you're going to tell your parents exactly what you did. Yes, ma'am, Andrew nodded. Let's get inside, Claire said with a sigh, and everyone got into the car. Alex remained silent, not saying a single word. I'll take you back to school. I know you have football practice, Claire said, addressing Andrew. All right, Andrew nodded. But since they can't know you snuck out, you'll have to climb back over the wall again so no one suspects you ever left, Claire added. Andrew raised an eyebrow at Claire's suggestion. It made sense, but it was odd coming from an adult. Still, he nodded without objections. He knew Claire wasn't joking when it came to covering up anything related to skipping school. She dropped him off at the same wall he had climbed over earlier. He said goodbye to his family. Alex didn't even look at him. Andrew climbed the wall with ease, landing on the other side in just a few seconds. He needed to grab his backpack and head to practice. But he still couldn't shake his concern about Alex. She seemed more than just angry, it felt like something deeper, like she was actually upset. He reached his classroom, now empty, and went straight to his desk. Grabbing his things, he headed out. On his way to the football field, he suddenly stopped. Should I go talk to her now? But I have practice. Andrew thought. As much as he wanted to train, something inside him told him that family came first. I'm going to talk to her, he finally decided, changing his course. Chapter 73, Talk to Alex. Ding dong. Hearing the doorbell, Claire stopped what she was doing and walked toward the door, wondering who it could be. When she opened it, she was surprised to see the person on the other side. Andy? She asked, confused. Hey, Aunt. Andrew said with a strange expression. Just a few minutes ago, she had dropped him off at school, and now it seemed like he had run away again, only this time, from practice. Aren't you supposed to be training? Claire asked, letting him into the house. Yeah, I should be, but I need to talk to Alex. I think we went too far with our last prank, Andrew replied, sounding concerned. I see. Yeah, her anger was different from the usual fights with Haley. Claire nodded in agreement, recalling how Alex had remained silent the entire ride home and locked herself in her room as soon as she arrived. She had learned about the prank from Haley, who had tried to justify herself to soften her punishment but only made things worse for herself. As Andrew made his way to Alex's room, he noticed Haley sitting on the couch in the living room. She turned to see who had rung the doorbell and was surprised to see him there. "Andy? What are you doing here?" she asked, her tone no longer as cheerful as it had been hours ago. "I'm here to talk to Alex," Andrew replied, making Haley raise an eyebrow and let out a low whistle. "Good luck with that," Haley said sarcastically. "I've never seen Alex this mad. She kicked me out of the room, and it's my room," Haley added with a strange expression. Normally, she wouldn't let herself be thrown out of her own room, but seeing how angry Alex was, she had decided to stay away for now. "You should apologize too," Andrew thought, but he kept quiet and continued on his way. He climbed the stairs and, upon reaching Alex's door, knocked lightly. "What?" "It's me, Andrew. Can I come in?" "I want to talk," Andrew said. "No, go away," Alex replied from inside, her tone anything but friendly. "Come on. I just want to talk," Andrew insisted, but this time, Alex didn't respond. He kept trying, but his cousin refused to answer. His last option was to open the door himself, but he quickly realized it was locked. "Well, I guess we'll talk later," Andrew said, then made the sound of footsteps as if he were walking away, but in reality, he remained still. After waiting a few seconds, he knocked on the door again, this time louder. He wanted Alex to think it was someone else. "What is it now?" Alex asked, sounding impatient. "Alex, open the door. I have clean clothes for you," Andrew responded in a firm, higher-pitched tone, trying to imitate Claire's voice. Hearing the fake voice, Alex frowned, not fooled in the slightest. Andrew's voice was unmistakable, no matter how high-pitched he tried to make it. "Seriously?" Alex said, annoyed, instantly recognizing the clumsy attempt to imitate her mother. "I'm not falling for that. Get out of here. That's no way to talk to your mother," Andrew exclaimed indignantly, trying to keep up his act. On the other side of the door, Alex felt her eyebrow raise involuntarily, and for a split second just almost she nearly let out a small smile at Andrew's ridiculous performance. But she quickly suppressed it, remembering she was still mad at him. "I told you to leave," Alex said, trying to regain her seriousness. Andrew, realizing his last trick had failed, sighed and started walking away. Silence filled the hallway for a few moments. But it didn't take long before, with a new strategy in mind, he knocked on the door again, this time more impatiently. "Open the door, Alex. This is my room too," he exclaimed, now trying to imitate Haley's voice. Hearing the new impression, Alex frowned, already knowing exactly what Andrew was up to. "Seriously? Now Haley?" she muttered, sighing. "Open up. I forgot my phone, and Dylan texted me. We're probably getting back together," Andrew continued. Alex, though she tried to keep a straight face, couldn't stop a small, amused smile from forming at Andrew's nonsense. Finally, she opened the door. "Did you fall for my amazing performance?" Andrew asked the moment he saw Alex's face. "Of course not. You suck at impressions," Alex replied with a small smirk, unable to hide how amusing she had found his attempt at mimicking Haley. "A tip for improvement, Haley's voice is more high-pitched," she added. "I'll keep that in mind, but I'd rather not lose my voice," Andrew said with a grin as he quickly slipped into the room before Alex could change her mind and shut the door on him. Alex locked the door, went back to her bed, and sat down, crossing her arms as she looked at Andrew with a frown again. "You're not going to kill me, right?" Andrew asked, raising his hands in surrender as he saw his cousin locking the door. "As if I could," Alex scoffed. "In a physical fight, Andrew would beat her in an instant." "I just don't want Haley barging in," she added. Andrew nodded. It was clear that the main focus of Alex's anger wasn't exactly him but her sister. That meant there was still a chance to make amends. "Well, what do you want?" "You should be training," Alex said, crossing her arms. "I want to apologize for the joke about Austin," Andrew said. Alex raised an eyebrow, saying nothing, waiting for him to continue. "You were right. I stood by and didn't do anything to stop Haley, even though I knew it would be an uncomfortable situation for you," Andrew admitted, scratching his head, embarrassed. He knew what it was like to have someone confess their feelings to you in public. It was not a pleasant experience at all. Alex sighed. She looked at Andrew for a few seconds before finally nodding. "I accept your apology." "Really?" Andrew blinked, surprised at how fast that was. Yeah, Alex said with a shrug. You left football practice to come here, so I guess you're serious. That's great. Andrew said, feeling a little caught off guard. He thought Alex would be more stubborn and make him suffer a bit before forgiving him. Now go. You have practice. My mom can give you a ride. You know how seriously she takes your football, Alex said, glancing at him. Andrew frowned slightly. There was something in her tone that didn't go unnoticed. It didn't sound like just a casual remark. What do you mean by that? Andrew asked. Alex scoffed and looked away. Nothing. Come on, tell me, Andrew insisted. He knew her well enough to know it wasn't nothing. Nothing. Leave, or I'll take back the forgiveness I gave you, Alex said stubbornly. Andrew sat beside her, ignoring her threat. Come on, Alex. You can trust me. What's wrong? Alex looked at Andrew's face. After a few seconds of silence, she sighed and finally let it out. It's just that, sometimes I feel like no one in this family pays attention to me. Andrew looked at her, surprised by the confession. Why do you feel that way? My parents always pay more attention to Haley and Luke. Plus, everyone goes to your games, they never get tired of talking about you. Meanwhile, I get the highest grades in school, and hardly anyone even mentions it, Alex said in a resigned tone. Andrew opened his mouth to respond but didn't have an immediate answer. He had never thought about it from her perspective. I feel like the invisible middle sibling. Haley is the popular and rebellious eldest, and Luke is the adorable little fool, Alex said, lowering her gaze. Andrew remained silent for a moment. Then, he exhaled and finally spoke. That's not true. Alex shot him a skeptical look. Listen, it's not that your parents don't care about you. It's just that they see you as the most mature of the three. They don't have to constantly check on you because you're the one who causes them the least trouble. Haley is always getting into trouble or doing something reckless, and Luke, well, he's Luke, he can barely cross the street without getting distracted by a bird, Andrew said seriously. Alex raised an eyebrow at him, and he continued. As for academics, it's not that your parents don't care about what you do. They just see you as independent and incredibly smart. They don't actively show their excitement because they already take it for granted that you'll do everything perfectly. But I guarantee you, if you ask either of them, they're the proudest of your grades. Andrew paused, thinking, then went on. They know you already have everything planned out, so maybe they neglect you a little, in a way. It's not ideal, I know, but that's the reason. It doesn't mean they don't care. It's just that, in a way, they think you don't need the same kind of support that Luke and Haley do. Alex looked at him, her expression a curious mix of confusion and amusement. So, it's my intelligence and maturity's fault? She asked with a slight smile. Well, if you put it that way, yeah. Seems like being too smart and mature puts you in the parental forgetfulness zone, Andrew joked, but then his tone turned serious again. But seriously, if you talk to them, I'm sure they'll change right away. They're really good parents, he added. Alex stayed quiet, processing his words. It wasn't what she had expected, but it made sense. A weight seemed to lift off her shoulders, though she couldn't say she felt completely understood just yet. As for her football. I know it seems like everyone is focused on my games, but football is something that brings the family together. It's more than just a sport, it's something we can all enjoy together. Everyone gets excited, they go to the games, they celebrate every win or loss, and it makes you feel like part of something, Andrew said. That's true, I guess everyone just wants to be part of it. Though you should leave out the losses part, Alex said. Andrew chuckled slightly at the comment, considering he hadn't lost a single game in his entire school sports history so far in which he played the match. Yes. Football is just the means, but what really matters is what it creates around it: unity, support, and shared excitement, Andrew nodded. Alex nodded as well. She couldn't blame her cousin for being the center of attention, considering he was the team's starting quarterback. It would be selfish and envious of her. Besides, even if she didn't want to admit it, she had ended up enjoying Friday night games. So, if you ever have a problem and feel like your parents forget about you because of Luke's antics or Haley's rebelliousness, you have me for whatever you need, Andrew said with a smile, looking at Alex. Really? Alex asked, meeting his gaze. Yes, Andrew nodded firmly. I'll always be here for you. No matter what. I'd even skip a game. Alex, surprised but also grateful, let a smile form on her face. That's really cheesy, she said with a smile. I know. But it's true. You can always count on me, Andrew replied, laughing. Alex looked at him for a few more seconds and then, almost without thinking, stepped forward and hugged him. Thanks, she whispered. Andrew was a little surprised by the hug, but he happily accepted it. You're welcome, he responded with a small smile. Then, Alex pulled away and took a step back. Seriously, I'm fine now. Go to your practice. I'm sure they're making a mess without you there. I don't want to be the reason you miss your first practice. Andrew nodded and stood up, not in too much of a hurry, as if the urgency of the moment wasn't that serious. His gaze landed on the nightstand, where he spotted a pamphlet. It was for a museum. Do you want to go to this museum? Andrew asked, picking up the pamphlet. Yeah, but I don't have anyone to go with. You know, Alex said, looking at him, a look Andrew understood immediately. Claire and Phil wouldn't understand anything about the museum, and if they brought Luke, they'd probably get kicked out since there was a high chance he'd end up breaking something. Do you want to go together? I'm not that smart, but I could ask Pippa, Andrew suggested. At the mention of Pippa, Alex's eyes lit up. Pippa? Yes, ask her. I mean, yeah, sure. That'd be fine, she said, quickly shifting her tone from enthusiastic to neutral. Andrew raised an eyebrow at Alex's strange behavior. All right, I'll tell her. I'm sure she'll be excited too. She loves this kind of stuff, Andrew said. Great. Alex said, raising her voice slightly, causing Andrew to give her a strange look. Is she really that excited about going to the museum? Andrew wondered. What Andrew didn't know was that Alex had a quiet admiration for Pippa. To Alex, Pippa wasn't just Andrew's girlfriend, she was incredibly smart, almost like the older sister she had always wanted. She got along really well with her, even if she never openly expressed it. With that settled, Andrew said goodbye to Alex. Claire drove him to school so he wouldn't miss more minutes of practice, something Andrew appreciated, though he couldn't help but remember Alex's earlier comment. Chapter 74, State Championship I. January 17, 2009, Palisades High School football field. The CIF 5th Division State Tournament had already begun a week ago. Out of the 10 section champions who had secured their ticket to the championship, the 4 lowest-ranked teams faced off in the play-in round last Friday. From those 4 teams, only 2 advanced, leaving 8 teams in the quarter-final stage. Andrew's team, the Los Angeles section champion, was one of the 6 highest-ranked teams, meaning they had automatically advanced to this round. Now, they were about to take the field for their first match of the state championship. They would be facing Mission Bay High School, the San Diego section champion. The draw favored Andrew's school, allowing them to play at home. However, if they advanced, they would have to play the semifinals as the visiting team. Under the intense stadium lights, Andrew and the rest of the team stepped onto the field to warm up. The air was thick with anticipation. The opposing team also emerged and moved to the other half of the field. The players from Mission Bay High School, dressed in black and gold uniforms, began their own warm-up drills. They moved with precision and confidence, reflecting the experience of a team that had already won section championships and knew what it was like to compete in a state tournament. Steve, Archie, Reggie, Kevin, and the rest of the team had the same tense expressions as they stretched and began their initial warm-up exercises. Some glanced at the stands, while others stole quick looks at the Mission Bay High players, who moved with discipline and self-assurance. They've played state tournaments before, we're just rookies, Archie added, swallowing hard as he glanced at the stands filled with spectators cheering them on. Everyone was counting on them, and that only made him more nervous. Don't be nervous. We just have to do what we always do, Jason said, his voice carrying a bit more confidence. Even so, his body language betrayed him. As a senior, he had to keep his composure, but the truth was that this was also his first time in a state tournament. Even making it to the regional championship had been uncharted territory for him. When he saw that no one seemed convinced by his words, Jason turned to Andrew, who had yet to say anything. Isn't that right, Captain? He asked, searching for the certainty that everyone else lacked. They all turned to look at Andrew, and found him waving enthusiastically toward the stands, a big smile on his face. No nerves, no tension. Just a relaxed expression as he raised a hand and gestured toward his family and girlfriend. When he finally looked back at his teammates, his expression remained completely calm. "Why so dramatic?" Andrew asked lightly. "It's just another game. Do what you always do. How is it possible that you never get nervous? Not in regular season games, not in the regional playoffs, not even now," Kevin asked, incredulous. "Because I know what I can do, and I know what you guys can do," Andrew replied, his gaze sweeping over each of his teammates. "Just keep doing what you always do. I'll lead the way," he added with confidence. His words accomplished what Jason's hadn't. The fear and uncertainty began to fade. Andrew started his warm-up. He made light passes of 5 to 10 yards, ensuring his throwing mechanics were smooth. As the warm-up progressed, he increased the distance, throwing with surgical precision to his receivers Steve, Jason, and Alan. At first, nerves got the better of his teammates. Even though Andrew placed the ball exactly where it needed to be, Steve dropped a 30-yard pass, Jason reacted late to another 25-yarder, and Alan failed to adjust his hands properly for a 40-yard throw. Andrew showed no frustration. He knew it wasn't a matter of skill, it was just nerves. "Take a breath. Just think of it as another practice day," Andrew said calmly and continued throwing with the same precision. Little by little, his teammates got used to it, leaving their nerves behind and catching the passes. With the warm-up finished, Andrew was about to join the coach and the rest of the team when a shadow appeared in his peripheral vision. It was Mission Bay's quarterback. Tall, with long limbs and a confident smile, the guy approached with a relaxed stride. He carried his helmet in one hand and looked at Andrew with a slight smirk. "Your receivers missed quite a few at the start," he commented casually, though his intent to provoke was clear. "Looks like they're a bit nervous." "I don't blame them, this is a big stage for rookies." Andrew didn't even look at him right away, but the guy kept talking. "Although, of course," he continued with a grin, "you don't seem nervous. Maybe because you focus more on social media than the actual game." Andrew raised an eyebrow with mild interest and looked at him for the first time. "Your name?" Andrew asked. "Ryan," the guy replied, continuing his attempt to get under Andrew's skin. "I saw your YouTube channel. You've got a talent for videos, the edits, the game previews, even that time you destroyed those guys 80-0. Viral, hey? Hundreds of thousands of views. But tell me, is that what you're after? Being a showman? I'd recommend you drop that nonsense and focus on football." Andrew tilted his head slightly, as if he were genuinely considering Ryan's words. Good advice. But now that you mention it, I need to think of a title for my next video," he said, resting a hand on his chin. Ryan frowned, confused. Andrew snapped his fingers, as if he had just come up with a brilliant idea. "How about this?" he said with a smile. "First state game, I threw a 75-yard touchdown pass and destroyed Mission Bay." Ryan blinked. For a moment, he thought he had misheard. "A 75-yard pass?" he repeated incredulously. "Please. Even the best high school quarterbacks can't easily throw such long throws. There's always a first time. Wouldn't it be great?" "Immortalized on video," Andrew said with a casual shrug. Ryan clenched his jaw and clicked his tongue in frustration. He hadn't managed to shake Andrew's composure even a little. Without another word, he turned and walked away with firm steps. Kevin, who had been listening, let out a low chuckle and stepped up beside Andrew. "Incredible. Not only do you never get nervous, but you also manage to piss off your rivals without even trying." Andrew chuckled with a hint of amusement. "Are you really going to throw a 75-yard pass?" Kevin asked. He looked at Andrew with curiosity and a touch of disbelief. He clearly remembered the time Andrew had thrown a 71.5-yard pass in a middle school game. It was absolute madness. The crowd went wild, the coaches were left speechless, and some even compared him to NCAA quarterbacks. In fact, that was why he had been interviewed by a local sports outlet. But Kevin also remembered what happened afterward. As impressive as that pass had been, Andrew never repeated it. To many, it was a stroke of luck, a perfect combination of factors: the wind, his stance, the exact momentum, something unrepeatable. Even the local analysts who had started talking about Andrew concluded that, while he had an incredible arm, he wasn't someone who could consistently throw more than 70 yards. And now, Andrew was saying he'd throw a 75-yard pass. Not only that, he was stating it as if it were a fact. Who knows, Andrew said, glancing at Kevin with a slight smile. This bastard is gonna do it. Kevin thought, feeling a shiver of anticipation and excitement as he followed Andrew. With the warm-up over, both teams' cheerleading squads put on their performances. As vibrant music echoed through the stadium, the Palisades squad, led by Regina, showed small mistakes and slightly less fluid movements. It was strange to see from the always confident Regina, who usually executed everything flawlessly. Still, she quickly regained her composure, leading the group with her usual skill. Why am I nervous? Regina wondered, before pulling herself together and finishing with an impressive routine. For the first time, the rival cheer squad matched the spectacle that Regina and her team had put on. At times, they even outshined them, something that neither Regina nor her teammates liked one bit. With the cheerleading show over, the game kicked off with an electrifying energy in the air. Mission Bay High School started on offense. Liam would lead the defense to stop their attack. As for Andrew, he wouldn't be playing on defense. The kickoff was executed by the opposing team, sending the ball toward Palisades Field. Liam ran alongside the player who caught the ball and made a clean block, allowing him to keep running. However, 2 Mission Bay players blocked his path, and he was taken down 20 yards from Palisades' end zone. Well done! The Mission Bay coach exclaimed, seeing that they had a favorable position to start their attack just 20 yards away from a touchdown. Mission Bay's offense started with great precision. Ryan, the opposing quarterback who had tried to provoke Andrew earlier, threw a precise pass on the first play, gaining 5 yards. Now, they had 3 attempts, downs, to advance another 5 yards and maintain possession of the ball. On second down, Ryan threw another pass, this time advancing 3 yards, leaving the team at third down with only 2 yards needed to reach the first set of 10 yards. However, on third down, Ryan threw a deep 12-yard pass to one of his receivers, reaching the end zone. Touchdown! Incredible connection between Ryan and number 89. The commentator exclaimed excitedly. Most of the spectators booed, while the small percentage supporting Mission Bay High School made themselves heard with applause and whistles. After that play, Mission Bay decided to kick the ball to secure the extra point. Palisades 0, Mission Bay 7. As Mission Bay's offensive team left the field, Ryan flashed an arrogant smile at Andrew, as if he knew he had landed the first blow of the game. Andrew chose to ignore him and put on his helmet, ready to take the field. In the stands, Pippa, visibly frustrated, watched her school's defense leave the field. They look like statues. Show them some pressure. She blurted out, though it was already too late. Howard, who was recording, couldn't help but laugh when he heard her. He focused the camera on her and commented, "And here we have Andrew Pritchett Tucker's girlfriend, showing her true colors. Watch out, Andrew fangirls." "Get that out of my face," Pippa said, reaching out to push the camera away from her. "Hey, watch the lens. It's expensive." Howard complained. "I'm telling Andrew not to post that part," Pippa muttered, clearly annoyed. "I should post it. You know, to show those fangirls that Andrew has a girlfriend," Howard said, winking at Pippa. Pippa looked at him thoughtfully. Maybe it was the best way to keep those crazy fangirls from getting ideas, but she quickly dismissed the thought. She trusted Andrew and knew that no obsessed fan could take her place. Kim watched the start of the game with a frown. The rest of the family felt the same, not used to seeing one of Andrew's games start with him trailing. His attention shifted to Lily, who was in her stroller, eyes wide open, playing with a cute stuffed animal. Leaning slightly forward, he tried to make eye contact with his daughter. "Come on, sweetheart, it's time to sleep, okay?" Kim murmured, trying to get Lily to let go of the plush toy and close her eyes. Mitchell, who had been watching the field, turned his head and raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" he asked. "In most games, Lily falls asleep at the beginning. If she doesn't, it's bad luck. I can't let her stay awake, it's a curse." Kim responded, completely serious. "What? Is this some kind of superstition?" Mitch asked. "Of course not. It's like a tradition." "Yes, a tradition," Kim said, convinced of his own logic. Mitch decided to drop the conversation, knowing he wouldn't be able to tone down Cam's dramatics. On the field, Palisades' offensive team, led by Andrew, lined up in their half, preparing for the kickoff. Mission Bay's kicker got into position, adjusted his helmet, and with a powerful movement, sent the ball flying toward Palisades field. It was a strong but carefully calculated kick, aiming for the far end of the field, preventing Andrew from catching it directly. The intention was clear, not to give Andrew, known for his incredible ability to catch the ball and evade defenders, a chance to make a play that could end in a touchdown. Reggie caught the ball and, shielded by his teammates, started running. Mission Bay's defense was well positioned, leaving little room for movement. The defenders aligned perfectly, surrounding him and bringing him down 35 yards from Mission Bay's end zone. 35 yards, not bad, Andrew thought. Set hut! Andrew shouted, and the ball was snapped perfectly into his hands. Immediately, his offensive line formed a protective wall, blocking the opposing players rushing toward him. The defensive pressure wasn't small. Kevin was using all his strength to hold his ground. With the ball in his hands, Andrew waited, scanning the field. His receivers began to move, running their routes across the field. But soon, a Mission Bay player started slipping through the defensive line, managing to break through and dangerously close in on Andrew. TSCH, Andrew clicked his tongue internally. His plan was to advance 35 yards with a pass, but for that, he needed a few seconds for his receivers to get near the end zone. However, now he had someone charging straight at him. The defender lunged at him. Just when everyone expected Andrew to be taken down, he spun swiftly at high speed, dodging the defender with a precise feint. Thrown off by the movement, the defender missed his tackle attempt and fell face first onto the turf. Andrew seized that brief second of advantage. Knowing he could no longer delay the pass, he locked his eyes on Steve. He lifted the ball and threw it with precision and speed. The pass rocketed through the air, traveling 32 yards. Steve didn't waste the opportunity. He extended his hands and caught the ball without hesitation. Then, with a quick spin, he sprinted the last 3 yards, crossing into the end zone. The stadium erupted in cheers, and the commentator, his voice full of excitement, exclaimed. And there you have it. Just when we thought Andrew was going down, he dodged the defender at the last second and fired off a 30-plus yard pass. Receiver number 88, Steve, made no mistake and caught it with class. A touchdown on the first down. That's how it's done. Palisades got ready for the 2-point conversion. The team lined up near the opponent's end zone. When the ball reached Andrew's hands, he opted for a quarterback run. With his offensive line shielding him, he started pushing forward. The opposing defense, still recovering from the previous play, scrambled to reorganize, but Andrew took advantage of the space his team had created. He ran swiftly, dodging a couple of defenders attempting to tackle him, but his speed allowed him to keep the momentum and reach the end zone. The stadium exploded in cheers. With an impressive solo run and perfect protection from his offensive line, Andrew scores the touchdown and secures the 2 points for his team. The commentator shouted. See, Cam? Andrew doesn't need superstitions, Mitchell said with a smile, clapping non-stop. Cam didn't even hear him over the noise he was making, shouting and celebrating. Palisades 8, Mission Bay 7. The game continued. Chapter 75, State Championship 2. The game continued. By the end of the first quarter, Palisades School was in the lead, winning 16-7. Palisades defense regained its usual confidence and didn't allow another touchdown throughout the first quarter. Liam did a great job leading the defense. In the second quarter, despite Mission Bay's efforts, they barely managed to score a touchdown, while Palisades added 2 more. The gap only widened. Additionally, Andrew always opted for the 2-point conversion and never missed. Mission Bay, knowing they had to go for 2-point conversions or they would never catch up to Palisades, attempted one, but Ryan's pass failed, leaving them with no extra points. When the whistle blew to mark the end of the second quarter, the scoreboard reflected Palisades' clear dominance. Palisades 32, Mission Bay 13. The gap kept growing, and Palisades' confidence increased with every play. Mission Bay, on the other hand, needed to find a way to shift the game's momentum if they didn't want the second half to turn into a crushing defeat. Mission Bay's coach looked at the scoreboard, frowning. They weren't just losing. If the game continued at this pace, this wouldn't just be a defeat, it would be an embarrassment. But what worried him most wasn't the score difference, it was the way it was happening. Andrew hadn't missed a single pass. Every time he threw the ball, it was practically a guaranteed touchdown. The only thing that had stopped Palisades' offense were their running plays, where their ball carriers had been tackled before gaining significant yardage. That meant one thing was clear: if they wanted any chance, they had to force Palisades to run the ball. They needed to shut down every passing option and make Andrew rely on the ground game. The coach gathered his team on the sideline, knowing they had to make drastic adjustments. On the Palisades bench, just before the third quarter began, Andrew sat, taking deep breaths. He wasn't satisfied with the score. He still had to complete that 75-yard pass. If he wanted to push his limits in this 5th division, he couldn't be satisfied with just winning by a few touchdowns. He had to break records. The second half had to be different. His goal wasn't just to maintain the game's pace but to take his play to the next level, holding nothing back and playing at his absolute best. As the third quarter was about to begin, Andrew had already made his decision. "Sorry, Mission Bay guys, nothing personal," he thought. Mission Bay went on offense, but they couldn't reach the end zone. Palisades' defense once again showed its strength, stopping Mission Bay near the 20-yard line on their final down. The 20-yard line. Andrew thought as he stood up from the bench. He knew exactly what he had to do. Taking his position at the center, his teammates gathered around him, waiting for his instructions. "We're going for a 75-yard pass," Andrew declared casually. Everyone stared at him in shock. 75 yards, are you sure?" Jason asked, frowning. "That's a deep throw, Andrew." "Deep throw is an understatement. I've never even seen a pass that long, not even in higher divisions," Steve remarked. "If we pull it off, we'll score a touchdown on the first down from over 70 yards away," Alan murmured excitedly. "I know," Andrew replied before giving instructions to his receivers and the rest of the team. "The pass will go to Jason if the coverage allows it, but if not, Steve or Alan will be the alternatives," Andrew finished explaining, and the team got into position. "Set, hut," Andrew called, and the ball snapped into his hands. Jason took off on his route, moving quickly toward the center before cutting toward the right corner. Steve followed, crossing diagonally, while Alan sprinted straight ahead at full speed. Andrew waited, watching as all three receivers continued running without slowing down. His offensive line needed to hold off the defenders for just over 10 seconds, an eternity in football, considering quarterbacks usually have only 3 to 5 seconds before the defense gets to them. His O-line did their best to keep the defenders at bay, but at the 6-second mark, one defender broke through, charging toward Andrew. He made a quick move to evade him. Another defender lunged at him, but once again, Andrew dodged, making the split-second decision to keep buying time to wait for the perfect moment to launch the pass. As he dodged the defenders, he kept his eyes on his receivers sprinting at full speed. Jason was nearing the right corner of the end zone, while Alan ran straight ahead, creating even more separation. The Mission Bay defenders were starting to realize what was happening. This wasn't a normal play. There was something unusual about Andrew's patience. Confusion spread among the coaches, the players on the bench, and, of course, the crowd. No one quite understood what was going on. "Why is he taking so long to throw?" Phil asked, biting his nails. Cam, his face tense and drenched in nervous sweat, shouted from his seat, "Throw it! Throw it already!" His heart pounded every time Andrew had to dodge a defender charging full speed to take him down. "He's waiting to throw a pass over 70 yards, Jay muttered, arms crossed, his expression even more serious than usual. "Oh boy, he's right," Mitchell said, watching the receivers sprinting like madmen toward Mission Bay's end zone so far from where the play had started. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Andrew saw it. Jason was in the perfect spot. Just a few yards away from the end zone. There was no more time to wait. With impressive agility, Andrew turned his head, took a step back, and with every eye in the stadium locked onto him he launched the ball. A deep pass, floating yet absolutely precise. The ball soared through the air with power, tracing a perfect arc toward the end zone. The stadium fell silent. At that moment, no one dared to breathe. Every single pair of eyes followed the ball's trajectory. Jason, sprinting at full speed, turned his head just in time. As he saw the ball approaching, he thought, "That crazy bastard actually did it." But there was no time to think. If he failed, he'd forever be remembered as the receiver who dropped a 70-yard pass. He jumped, stretched out his hands, and caught the ball with incredible precision in midair. The stadium erupted into a roar of astonishment as Jason landed and, without breaking stride, sprinted the last 5 yards, crossing the goal line for an epic touchdown. "Shit," thought the defender chasing Jason, unable to catch him. He never expected such a long pass to actually connect. No one did. For a brief second, the stadium fell completely silent, as if everyone was trying to process what had just happened. And then, suddenly, it exploded into cheers. The roar of the home fans echoed across the field, while the visiting crowd stood in stunned silence, exchanging incredulous looks. A 70-plus yard pass on first down, and a touchdown. Did I just see what I think I saw? The commentator asked, his voice shaky and filled with awe. How long was that pass? That has to be a damn high school record. He added, looking at his fellow analyst for the exact distance. The analyst, slightly calmer but still excited, double-checked before confirming, that was a 75.5-yard pass. A record-breaking throw for this division and most likely for every other. In the home stands, Andrew's family reacted with their usual mix of astonishment and joy. That was a damn NFL pass! Jay exclaimed, clapping loudly. That's my son! My son! Kim shouted, overcome with emotion. Pippa was overflowing with excitement. The first person she turned to celebrate with was Howard, who wasn't as enthusiastic about football as the others, though he was happy for his friend. Howard! Did you see that? Pippa asked, shaking his arm violently. Yes, I saw it, it was incredible, calm down. Howard replied, struggling to keep his balance and not drop the camera. But Pippa's excitement only grew, and she shook his skinny arm even harder. How the hell is she this strong? Is Andrew secretly training her? Howard wondered. That wasn't the end of his suffering. On the other side, Haley was just as excited, and the first person she saw was also him. That was amazing. Haley said, grabbing Howard's other arm and shaking him too. Howard clenched his teeth. Why are they so strong, he thought. He had always wanted attention from girls, but not this kind of violent attention. Or, maybe he did? Well done, Andre Saito. Gloria's voice boomed louder than anyone's, making sure she was heard. A great pass, Manny said, nodding and clapping with more enthusiasm than ever at a football game. Have you finally surrendered to Andrew's football? Alex asked with a slight smirk, glancing at Manny. She knew Manny wasn't a football enthusiast and had noticed certain envious attitudes from him. She didn't blame him. She, too, had felt jealous of Andrew in the past. But she had already moved past it. Great feats should be valued for what they are. That's all, Manny said in a solemn tone, earning a strange look from Alex. Why does he talk so weird, she thought, before shifting her gaze and looking around. Everyone was celebrating happily, hugging each other. A faint smile formed on her lips as she recalled her conversation with Andrew a few days ago. Andrew and the rest of the team celebrated the touchdown. Well done! Andrew praised as he high-fived Jason. Catching such a long pass was no easy feat. Jason grinned happily at the compliment and returned the high five. After that, the game continued. Mission Bay's morale was in shambles after a 75.5-yard pass. Game over. Palisades 72, Mission Bay 20. Palisades High School advances to the state championship semifinals. The commentator announced as the game officially ended. He wasn't lying, thought Ryan, Mission Bay's quarterback, his expression defeated as he watched Andrew celebrate casually as if the game had just been a formality. After the match, Andrew had a celebratory dinner with his family at his grandfather's house. Pippa and her family were also invited. Her father and brother were big football fans. Plus, Josh, Pippa's younger brother, got along well with Luke, as they were schoolmates. Once dinner was over, the kids were in the living room while the adults kept chatting in the dining area. Haley looked up from her phone and glanced at Andrew, who was reading a comic. Next to him, Pippa was enthusiastically discussing something with Alex. I think the contemporary art exhibition will be amazing, especially the installation on visual perception, Pippa said excitedly, while Alex, equally thrilled, nodded. Definitely. I was reading about it last night, and some of the featured artists are incredible. I can't wait to see the pieces in person, Alex replied, wishing it were already tomorrow for their museum trip. You're going to a museum? Manny asked with interest after overhearing their conversation. In the end, Manny decided to join them for the outing. He seemed genuinely excited about visiting the museum, especially with company. Watching the scene unfold, Haley let out a sigh as she looked at Andrew, who remained absorbed in his comic. Andrew, she said, motioning for him to look at her. What's up? Andrew asked, without taking his eyes off his comic. Ask my mom if we can go to the party. If you ask her, she'll let me go. It's going to be awesome. Everyone's going to be there, Haley pleaded, giving Andrew puppy dog eyes. I can't. We're watching a movie. Sorry, Andrew refused. The movie part was true, but more of an excuse than anything else. Haley frowned. What movie? She asked. A Beautiful Mind, Pippa answered for him. It's a great movie. It's about the life of John Nash, the mathematician who developed game theory. It's pretty deep but fascinating. It shows his struggle with schizophrenia, Alex said excitedly. Manny, just as enthusiastic, added, the movie is full of unexpected twists. It's incredible how they portray Nash's mind and his internal battles. Wait, so everyone has seen it? Except you, Andrew? Haley asked, looking at her cousin. Yet. I haven't seen it, Andrew admitted, not sounding too excited. How many times have you guys watched it? Haley asked. 3 times, Pippa answered. Same here, Alex said. 4 times, Manny added with a smile. Haley looked at the 3 of them as if they were a bunch of weirdos. Why would they watch a movie that seemed so boring so many times? I'm telling you, you'll have more fun at the party than here, and I know you don't even like parties, Haley teased Andrew with a smirk. Andrew seriously considered Haley's suggestion. He preferred watching action, fantasy, and adventure movies over dramatic, life-based, and intellectual ones. Give it a chance. You'll like it, Pippa said, noticing Andrew's doubtful expression, placing her hand over his. Yet, you can't escape. You lost the vote. Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back only got 1 vote, yours, Alex said with a small, victorious smile. Fine, I'll watch it, Andrew finally agreed, seeing Pippa's delighted smile at his answer. By the way, how many times have you watched that Star Wars movie? Alex asked curiously. Andrew coughed several times and stood up. I need to go to the bathroom. Start the movie, he said, blatantly ignoring the question before vanishing from sight within seconds. What the hell, everyone thought, baffled by Andrew's strange reaction and how obviously he had avoided the question. After a few minutes, they were watching the movie in the dark on Jay's big living room screen. At first, everyone was focused on the film, but Haley couldn't take it anymore and started whispering to Andrew, who was just as bored. They spoke in hushed tones, occasionally laughing. Pippa, Manny, and Alex ignored it at first, but as the minutes passed, it became really annoying. SHHH. Alex hissed, glaring at her sister, who quickly covered her mouth. Sorry, Mom, Haley said, and she and Andrew chuckled quietly. Alex was about to lose it, but just then, their savior arrived, Luke. Luke was holding a football in his hands, covered in mud. He looked at Andrew and simply said, "Let's play." Why are you already covered in mud when we haven't even started playing? Andrew thought, confused. Can I? Andrew asked, looking at Pippa. Sure, I'm not your mom, Pippa replied with a calm smile. Thanks. You're the best. Andrew said, giving her a quick kiss before getting up to head outside and toss the ball around. I'm coming too. Haley said, jumping up, thrilled to escape the boring movie. Finally, peace and quiet. Should we restart it? I couldn't focus with all their talking, Manny suggested. Both Alex and Pippa agreed, and they restarted the movie from the beginning. And so, the night came to an end. The next day, Andrew uploaded the video of Friday's game to YouTube with the same title he had told Ryan. Later, he went to the museum with Pippa, Alex, and Manny. A few hours later, the video went viral. Chapter 76, State Championship 3. January 25, 2009. YouTube. Television first state game, I threw a 75-yard touchdown pass and we blew out Mission Bay quarterfinals, 72-20. Bust in silhouette Andrew Pritchett Tucker. Pushpin 70,282 subscribers. 563,683 views. Hourglass with flowing sand posted 8 days ago. Speech balloon 4,159 comments. Comment section. At Gridiron King 23, bro, this kid throws like he's got Bill Belichick calling plays from the sideline. At Hawk Nation 14, 72-20 in the quarterfinals. This team doesn't belong at this level, it's like watching a college team against an average high school squad. At Andrew Fan Page 1, told you all, Andrew is different. I've been here since the beginning. At Angry Dad 32, my son plays for Mission Bay, and he just told me he's thinking about switching sports. Thanks, Andrew. At Ed Phantom, we are literally witnessing the birth of a future football star. Mark my words. Date, January 21, 2009. 4:21 a.m. At Why So Easy, did Mission Bay's coaches forget they could cover the receiver? 75 yards and not a single defender nearby. Ridiculous. At Milkman 23, 75 yards in the air, in high school, this isn't normal. Eat more protein, boys. At Nut Crusher, Mission Bay's defenders should sue for emotional damage after this. At Not Impressed Yet, okay, fine, but I want to see him do the same under pressure in the pocket. Way too much time to throw there. At Kierman 52, replying to at Not Impressed Yet, are you blind or did you watch a different video? Andrew literally dodged 2 defenders before throwing that pass. First, he spun past one, then juked another with a lateral step. If that's not handling pressure, I don't know what is. At Monica GR, Andrew, you have no idea what you've done for me. A few months ago, I weighed 200 pounds and was stuck in an endless cycle. Thanks to your videos, your advice on discipline, diet, and consistency, I've lost 22 pounds. I'm down to 178 pounds, and even though I still have a long way to go, I've never felt this motivated. Thank you for inspiring me. Keep kicking ass fire. At Nice Guy 777, the video title is unsportsmanlike. Mission Bay never disrespected anyone, it's not like that other game where the opponents were total jerks. These kids just played and lost, they don't deserve to be humiliated like this. At Fuckboy69, replying to at Nice Guy 777, welcome to YouTube, little girl. At QWalter1, bro, he's only 14 skull. It's amazing what your video has generated, Andy. Cameron exclaimed enthusiastically as he read through the comments on Andrew's video while having breakfast at the table with Andrew and Mitchell. Andrew looked up from his plate and glanced at his father. Dark circles were visible under his eyes. He'd spent the night playing video games with Leonard and Howard over Skype. He hadn't gone to sleep until after 3 in the morning. Now it was 10, so he had barely slept a little over 6 hours. Sure. Andrew responded in a dull voice before refocusing on his breakfast. Not every morning did he wake up with his usual enthusiasm and energy. There were some days when he needed a little time to fully wake up. Listen to this comment, Kim said, oblivious to Andrew's lack of energy. This girl, Monica, says that thanks to your videos, she lost 22 pounds. You literally changed her life. Andrew blinked a few times, processing the information. Finally, a small smile appeared on his face, pulling him out of his sluggish state. Whoa, that's great. Though I just provided the information, she's the one who took the step, he said. Knowing that someone had improved their life thanks to his YouTube videos gave him far greater satisfaction than any viral success. Mitchell smiled proudly and added, don't downplay your role, Andrew. Information is important, but motivation is even more crucial. Sometimes, all someone needs to change their life is a little push in the right direction. Andrew nodded. What his father said made sense. This girl wouldn't have made the change if she hadn't received that little push his videos. Look at that, Mitchell. Our son is an internet influencer. Kim said with a big, proud smile. Maybe he could use his influence to help someone else at this table adopt healthier habits, Mitchell commented casually, glancing at Kim's breakfast. Sorry for enjoying life. Since when is it a crime to appreciate a good breakfast? Kim said dramatically as he grabbed his buttered croissant and took a big bite. Then he looked at Andrew's plate, and his expression shifted from indignation to horror. You want me to eat that, Mitch? That would be a punishment, he said, grimacing as he pointed at Andrew's breakfast. Hey, show some respect. It's oatmeal with banana, 3 boiled eggs, and a protein shake. Simple and nutritious, Andrew said. Exactly, Kim said dramatically. Where's the pleasure? Where's the good taste? Where's the crispy bacon, the melted butter, the freshly baked bread? You can eat healthy and tasty, but it takes a lot of time to cook. And honestly, I prefer something quick, simple, and nutritious. That way, I don't waste time, Andrew shrugged. So you don't enjoy your breakfast? Mitchell asked. Well, it's not that I dislike it, but, no. Since my breakfast is always the same, I barely pay attention to the taste, Andrew replied honestly. How sad, Mitchell. Our son lives like a monk. All discipline and efficiency, but without the slightest culinary pleasure, Kim said, shaking his head with mock sorrow. Well, at least he's responsible with his diet. Which is more than I can say for a certain man who thinks butter is a food group, Mitchell said with a slight smile. Honestly, it would be great to have a chef who prepares delicious and nutritious meals, but that's way too expensive, Andrew commented. Or what about a girlfriend who wants to specialize in cooking and spoils you with healthy and delicious dishes? You wouldn't have to spend any money, Kim said, snapping his fingers excitedly. Now that does sound like a great solution. What about Pippa? Does she have a talent for cooking? Mitchell asked. Pippa knows the basics, like me. She's not a chef and doesn't have a passion for cooking. Just enough to not starve, but don't expect a gourmet feast, Andrew replied. Well, there goes one hope for you, son, Kim sighed. Besides, assigning the task of cooking to my girlfriend could get me labeled as a backward chauvinist. You know, it's a very thin line between how sweet she cooks for her boyfriend and oppressive patriarchal culture, Andrew said seriously. Good point. Maybe the best solution is for you to learn to cook yourself, Mitchell nodded. Are you uploading the video today? Kim asked, changing the subject. Yesterday was Friday, and Palisades played the semi-final at an away game. They secured a comfortable victory with a final score of 23-64. They had officially reached the state championship final of the CIF 5D division, a huge milestone for the Palisades High School community, as it was the first time in the school's history that they had made it this far. What was initially seen as an inexperienced team, the easy pick for anyone in the tournament, had turned into everyone's worst nightmare. Palisades didn't just win, they humiliated their opponents. Yeah, but I still need to edit it, Andrew replied. You have to upload it. I can't wait to see how everyone reacts in the comments about your 68-yard pass. Kim exclaimed excitedly. Lately, reading the comments on Andrew's videos had become his favorite pastime. Andrew finished his shake in one go, placed the glass on the table, and stood up. I will, but first, I'm going for a run. Then I'll take a shower and use that time to edit and upload it. After that, I'll head to Grandpa's, then Pippa's. When I get home around 8, I'll have some time to play video games or watch a movie, Andrew said, more to himself than to the others, organizing his day. Not even a moment to rest? Mitchell asked, raising an eyebrow. Andrew shrugged, not really knowing how to respond, then said goodbye to his parents and headed out for his run. Definitely a monk, Kim sighed. Around 4 in the afternoon, Andrew was in Jay's backyard, throwing passes back and forth with him. So, the big championship final is next Friday. No one expected your school to make it to the final for the first time in history, Jay said, catching the pass firmly before throwing it back. Palisades High School would be facing Woodlake High School from the CIF Central Valley section in the state final. That's what makes it more exciting, Andrew replied with a slight smile. At first, everyone thought we were the weakest team. Now, we're just one game away from being state champions. When Andrew joined the team with the strong reputation he had built in middle school, people saw a bright future for Palisades, but not this soon. Most assumed it would take him a year or two before he could become a starter and lead the team to a state final. But no. He did it in his first year, and with dominant results. Jay nodded proudly but then lowered the ball slightly and gave him a thoughtful look. But tell me something, kid. You know that after this game, regardless of the outcome, you'll get offers from schools in higher divisions. Are you sure you don't want to consider playing in First Division or 2? Jay asked seriously. Jay was certain that Andrew would receive much better offers than he had in the past, before entering high school thanks to his performance throughout the season, in the regional playoffs, and now in the state tournament. Not to mention the records he was breaking and the visibility he had gained through his YouTube channel. Besides, you must be aware that winning the state championship doesn't guarantee a promotion. CIF doesn't base their decision on that alone, Jay added. The CIF had several factors in play when considering promoting a team to a higher division: a team's consistency over the years, the structure of the school's athletic program, the size of the school, its infrastructure, and even its financial resources. I know. But this year, we're getting promoted. From Division V to Division 4, at least. That, I'm sure of, Andrew replied confidently, tossing the ball. Jay raised an eyebrow. You're that sure? Let's just say I have a little plan, Andrew answered with a mysterious smile. A plan, hey? And can I know what kind of plan? Jay asked, letting out a low chuckle. After we win the state championship, I'm going to upload a video on YouTube. A direct message to CIF, explaining why they should promote us, Andrew replied, already speaking as if they were guaranteed to be state champions. Jay blinked in surprise. A video? And what exactly do you plan to say? Andrew spun the ball between his hands as he explained, the results we've achieved this season have been overwhelming. Not only did we win every single game, but we dominated. We've proven that we're way above Division 5's level. But if CIF still has doubts, well, a video with hundreds of thousands of views putting pressure on them might help convince them. Who knows? Maybe the video even hits 1 million views. Jay let out a laugh and shook his head. So now you're also using your channel to put pressure on the governing body for all sports in California. Gotta take advantage of every tool available, right? I'll be respectful, I promise, Andrew said with a grin, but then his expression suddenly turned serious. Still, CIF's system in football sucks. In other sports, like soccer, if you win the championship, you move up. Period. Doesn't matter if your school is big or small, rich or not. Jay nodded slowly, acknowledging that Andrew had a point. The only thing CIF achieves with this system is forcing teams from smaller schools to spend years trying to move up a division or worse, making their best players leave for bigger schools, Andrew continued. Jay let out a sigh and tossed the ball back. You're not wrong. But I doubt CIF will change the way they do things just because you upload a video. I know. They won't change the whole system because of my video. But when they see our results and the gap in level between us and the other teams, they'll look ridiculous if they keep us in Division V, Andrew admitted. Jay let out a low whistle and returned the ball with a smile. You've got guts. I guess we'll see if your plan works. And after that? Maybe this year you do get promoted. But moving up every year is tough. In Division 4, the competition will get tougher, even if just a little, and the results won't be as humiliating for your opponents. That'll give CIF a reason not to promote you instantly, even if you win the championship, Jay said. Andrew sighed. He knew the road ahead would only get steeper, and getting promoted year after year would be nearly impossible. When they stop promoting us, I'll transfer to a top-tier school. Probably in my junior or senior year, he said, realistically analyzing the situation. Jay nodded slowly. This conversation reassured him. His grandson had a clear vision of his future and wasn't gambling with his football career. He knew CIF wouldn't promote them year after year, that eventually, they would hit an impossible barrier no matter how good they were on the field. But that didn't mean these years at Palisades would be a waste of time. Taking a Division V team to Division 4, and maybe even to Division 3 if everything went well, was already an impressive achievement. Andrew wasn't just proving his talent, he was rewriting his school's history. When he left, Palisades would be in a much better position. After spending time at his grandfather's house, Andrew's day continued. The days passed, and finally, the big day arrived. Chapter 77, End of State Championship. Friday, January 31, 2009. The clock read 6:30 p.m. The stadium lights were on, and people were already arriving and settling into the stands. It was a neutral stadium where the 5th Division football final would be played. In a more exclusive area, near the sideline, stood a young reporter. In her hand, she held a microphone with the CBS Sports logo, her new home in the world of sports journalism. Her name was Madison Carter, a 24-year-old journalist who had just joined CBS's sports newsroom, specializing in high school football. Despite being new to the professional world, she had already made a name for herself thanks to her sharp eye for interesting stories and her fresh on-camera style. She had straight blonde hair tied in a low ponytail. She wore an official CBS Sports jacket and a pair of dark pants that matched her professional demeanor. Even though she was in a field largely dominated by men, she never let that stop her. Since she was a child, Madison had been a football fan thanks to her father. With one last glance at the field, she prepared for the report. She had planned a story that always captivated the audience, an underdog team rising to victory in epic fashion. Good evening, I'm Madison Carter for CBS Sports, and we are here for the state final of the 5th Division of high school football, between Palisades High School and Woodlake High School. Just 30 minutes before this highly anticipated matchup begins, we can already see the excitement in the air, and the stands are nearly full, Madison remarked, watching the players warming up on the field. The standout player of the championship and the entire season is Andrew Pritchett Tucker. I think everyone would agree with me on that. He is the star quarterback of Palisades, breaking multiple records this year. The most famous of them all, his 75.5-yard pass, a record in his division. However, it is not the longest pass when considering higher divisions. That record belongs to Brock Brown, who set it in 2004 with 84 yards, Madison continued. For me, Andrew's most impressive record is not the long pass, but his 66 touchdowns accumulated so far this season in just 12 games, with tonight's final being his 13th match. That's an average of 5.5 touchdowns per game, a division record. If he manages to score 5 touchdowns in this game, he will surpass the first division record, setting a new milestone for all CIF divisions in terms of total touchdowns in a single season, Madison said, excitement in her voice. Of course, it's important to clarify that this record would be in the 5th division, and while higher divisions have tougher competition, what Andrew has achieved here is still remarkable. After all, many quarterbacks in lower divisions can have standout seasons, but very few reach these numbers, she added. Who will win? We'll find out soon, and here at CBS Sports, we'll be covering every minute of the action. The game began, and Palisades started on offense, quickly turning it into a touchdown, Andrew's 24-yard pass caught by Steve. As expected, Palisades, led by Andrew, who had been in berserker mode ever since his 75-yard pass, won the game with a solid lead, though not as overwhelming as in previous matches, proving that their opponent was tougher than the last. Andrew managed to add 6 more touchdowns to his tally, finishing the season with a total of 72 touchdowns. An incredible feat, setting the highest record not only in the 5th division but across all higher CIF divisions as well. The Palisades stands erupted with joy and energy as they celebrated their state championship. Their season had started off poorly, losing the first game and almost repeating the same mistake in the second. But after months of hard work, they had risen to become state champions. The awards ceremony was the most impressive yet. Palisades was presented with a large stainless steel trophy with a solid dark wooden base. On top, a football stood upright, and at the base, the name Palisades and the championship year were engraved on the spot. In addition to the team trophy, individual awards were handed out. Andrew won both the MVP of the final and the tournament's Best Offensive Player award. After the ceremony, the team lined up for a group photo with the trophy. Andrew and Coach David held the trophy while the rest of the team, sweaty but beaming with joy, gathered around them, proud to be crowned champions. Even after the photo, the field remained a place of celebration for the Palisades team. Family and friends of the players began to join in, adding to the excitement. Amid all the commotion, a new objective emerged, finding Andrew. It didn't take long to spot him among the players, standing out not only due to his height and relaxed posture but also because he seemed to be in some kind of imminent danger. Steve and Reggie, with wide grins and mischievous looks, were holding a massive bucket filled with ice-cold water. Their intentions were clear: to soak their quarterback as part of the traditional celebration. Andrew, however, didn't seem to share his teammates' enthusiasm. He slowly stepped back, extending a hand. "Don't be rash," he said, trying to reason with them. But Steve and Reggie showed no signs of stopping. The other players, witnessing the scene, began cheering. "Come on, Andrew. Accept your fate like the coach did," Reggie said with a slight smirk, stepping forward. It was at that moment that Andrew noticed Madison's presence, even though he didn't know her. The reporter was approaching with her CBS Sports microphone in hand, accompanied by a cameraman. Without wasting a second, Andrew quickly walked over to her and positioned himself by her side. Madison stood still, looking at Andrew beside her. "Is he using me as a shield?" she thought, confused. Andrew flashed a victorious smile at Steve and Reggie, who immediately came to a halt, exchanging frustrated glances. "Come on, man," Steve complained. "You got lucky this time," Reggie added before looking for a new target: Liam, the player who had won the Best Defensive Player award. Madison raised an eyebrow and looked at Andrew. "Well, that was clever," she commented with a slight smile. "Thanks for protecting me," Andrew said with a grateful smile. "I didn't protect you, you used me as a shield," Madison thought, but she didn't say it out loud. "You're welcome," she replied sarcastically. "My name is Madison, I'm with CBS Sports. Could I do a quick interview with you?" "Oh, yeah, sure," Andrew nodded. The cameraman started recording, and Madison raised the microphone. Andrew, congratulations on the championship. An incredible game and, without a doubt, a spectacular season for you and Palisades. How are you feeling right now? Great. The whole team worked really hard to achieve this result. They deserve it, Andrew responded. You've broken several records this season, including the most touchdowns in CIF history for a single year, with 66 so far. Today you scored 6, bringing your total to 72. Did you ever imagine something like this at the beginning of the season? Madison asked. Ever since he started his 2 YouTube channels, Andrew had greatly improved at speaking on camera, and compliments no longer made him nervous. Yes. My goal was to average 6 per game. I fell short by just 4. Maybe if I had played the first game of the regular season, I would have made it, who knows, Andrew replied with complete ease, surprising Madison and the cameraman with his confident response and the fact that he had aimed for even more touchdowns than he achieved. Andrew truly believed that if he had played the first game of the season, he could have reached his goal, as their opponent had been very weak, perfect for boosting his average. Or if he had played from the start in the second game of the regular season. Well, what you've already accomplished is impressive. Not many players can say they broke a state record in their first year of high school, Madison said, and Andrew nodded without adding anything else to the topic. Madison paused for a moment before asking her next question. Since this is only your first year in high school, and you've already won a state championship in this fashion, many see a bright future for you. Some even say you could be one of the best quarterbacks in the state in the coming years. If you want to keep growing, have you considered transferring to a school in a higher division? She asked. It's a possibility. It all depends on CIF, Andrew replied, holding back a smile. CIF? What do you mean? Madison asked, sensing a big statement coming. If CIF doesn't move Palisades up, I don't want to spend another year humiliating teams by 50 points every week. Our level is already way above this division. Not promoting us would be a mistake, but it's not my decision, so it all depends on them, Andrew said. Madison blinked, surprised by his bold statement. Her cameraman stifled a laugh, and in the background, some of Andrew's teammates who had gathered to watch the interview let out amused exclamations. Well, that's definitely a strong message, Madison said, regaining her composure with a smile. We'll see if CIF listens to you. Even though Andrew's statement was bold and could seem arrogant, he was right. There had been games where they won by absurd margins, like the 80-0 game. If an average were calculated, they probably had a point differential of 50 or more per game. I hope so too, Andrew said. Thank you for your time, Andrew. Congratulations again. Thanks, Andrew replied with a smile, bidding Madison farewell. Madison wrapped up the interview with a professional sign-off, but in her mind, she could only think one thing: this is going to go viral. After the interview, Andrew reunited with his family, who had been waiting for him. They made a huge fuss, excited both about the interview and the championship. They finally interviewed you again. Cameron squealed with excitement. Did you make the most of it? Jay asked with a rare smile, something only seen during Andrew's games. Of course. CIF will hear my message through traditional media and the internet, Andrew replied with a slight smile. Jay let out a loud laugh and patted Andrew on the shoulder. Well done. Time for photos. Mitchell exclaimed, camera in hand. He was already planning how to frame the pictures and had even prepared shelves at home for the trophies so far, the most important ones in his son's career. I call dibs on the Offensive Player of the Year trophy. Phil said quickly. No. I want it. Luke exclaimed. Too late, buddy. Maybe next time, Phil said, already holding the trophy. Claire looked at Phil and shook her head slightly. Well, we can split it, half and half. What do you say? Phil offered, seeing Luke's annoyed expression. Luke accepted the deal. After taking pictures with his family, Andrew stepped away to join his group of friends. They stood in a circle, talking about the game and other things. Next to him, Pip rested her hands on his chest while he wrapped an arm around her waist. Also present were Lauren, Kara, Leonard, Zach, Howard, and Haley, who in recent months had grown closer to the group, though she still spent time with her popular friends. As usual, Howard wasted no time making one of his signature comments. Who was the interviewer? She was really sexy, he asked, his tone making it clear he was already thinking about looking her up. Andrew, distracted while talking to Pippa, glanced up and replied, "Her name was Madison." Howard narrowed his eyes curiously. "Madison what?" Andrew shrugged. "I don't know, I just know she works for CBS Sports. That and her first name should be enough, right?" "More than enough," Howard said with an almost mischievous grin. "Are you going to stalk her, you pervert?" Lauren asked teasingly. "I wouldn't call it stalking, just research," Howard said. "I might apply to be her cameraman." "Howard, you're not a professional cameraman," Kara said, rolling her eyes. "Not yet, but I have experience, and I can improve," Howard replied, crossing his arms. "You're going to do all that just to get close to a woman who doesn't even know you exist?" "She's older, she won't even look at you that way," Kara said, shaking her head. "Why do you want to sabotage a guy's fantasy?" "Let us dream," Zach said, coming to Howard's defense. Before the discussion could get any livelier, Haley interrupted, "We have to go to the party, guys. It's at Jason's house, and everyone will be there." The news was met with excitement by almost everyone. The post-state championship party was expected to be legendary, or so they all thought. However, two people in the group didn't share the same enthusiasm, Andrew and Pippa. They exchanged glances, already knowing what the other was thinking. "I don't know." Andrew began cautiously. "We're not really into parties," Pippa added. "Oh, come on, don't be party poopers," Haley protested. "It's the end of the tournament, and we won. We have to celebrate," Kara added. "Besides, the star quarterback can't miss it," Lauren insisted. "She's right," Andrew thought. He knew his teammates would pressure him to go, and as much as he hated to admit it, it was a special occasion. "Come on, man. I need you by my side to impress the ladies," Howard pleaded, already imagining that being friends with the team star would get him some attention. "Well, I guess we can make an exception, right?" Andrew finally said, looking at Pippa, who sighed before giving in. The group cheered at his decision, while Andrew thought this would only be the second party he had agreed to attend all year. Once the celebration at the stadium was over, Andrew went home. His whole family gathered there for dinner to celebrate the championship. Afterward, Mitchell drove him and Haley to Jason's house. "Listen, I know you're responsible, and parties aren't really your thing, but still, control yourself," Mitchell said with a warning look. "Dad, you don't have to worry. I'm just going to look after Haley with Pippa's help, and, well, maybe give Howard a hand with flirting," Andrew said. "That last part sounds like an impossible mission," Mitchell replied. "It is. But at least it'll be entertaining." "I bet he'll get slapped 3 times tonight," Haley chimed in from the back seat. "Since it's a special occasion, Claire and I decided to give you extra time. We'll pick you up around 2 in the morning," Mitchell said. "Fine, bye," Andrew said, getting out of the car and heading to the house with Haley. Why all the caution? Nothing's going to happen, Andrew thought, believing his dad was being overly paranoid. 10 hours later. Andrew opened his eyes with difficulty. The sunlight streamed through the open window, hitting his face directly and forcing him to squint against the brightness. His head was spinning, and his mouth felt dry. The first thing he noticed was that this wasn't his room. The second, that he was lying in a bed one he didn't recognize. And the third. He slowly turned his head and saw someone beside him, completely covered by the blankets. His heart skipped a beat. Andrew blinked several times, trying to clear his foggy mind. His first thought was that it had to be Pippa. Yes, that made sense. Maybe at some point during the night, they decided to crash somewhere. But, whose place was this? This wasn't his room. And it wasn't Pippa's either. He reached for the blanket and, with a quick motion, pulled it back. What he saw confused him more than anything. He had been prepared for anything. Anything except this. The sunlight illuminated the face of the person sleeping soundly beside him. What the hell happened last night, he thought. What happened last night? The sun illuminated the face of the person sleeping deeply beside him. Howard? Andrew asked incredulously upon realizing he was with his friend. Taking a closer look at the room, he noticed that it was Howard's bedroom. There were a lot of Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, and comic-related items scattered around. Turn off the light, Mom. Howard mumbled in a hoarse voice, frowning as the sunlight hit his face directly. I'm not your mom, and I can't turn off the damn sun. Wake up, Andrew said impatiently, shaking Howard's shoulder roughly. He didn't have many memories of last night, and that was not a good sign. He was supposed to have gone home, but here he was at Howard's place, with fragmented and confusing memories of the night before. Howard slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw Andrew there, his expression shifted from confusion to instant panic. He quickly pulled away, eyes wide open. What the hell are you doing in my room? How did you get here? Andrew, still trying to piece together what had happened, sighed and rubbed his head, feeling a slight discomfort. I don't know, Howard. I just woke up here too. I don't remember anything from last night, but it looks like. I don't know, we ended up here. Oh, man. You don't think something happened, do you? Howard asked with a strange look, struggling to put his thoughts into words. Of course not. Andrew immediately interrupted. Look, we're both dressed, and there's Leonard. Andrew pointed toward the corner of the room, where Leonard lay in the laundry basket, asleep in a strange and uncomfortable position. His face was pressed against a pile of t-shirts, and his arms hung limply over the sides of the basket. What the hell? Is he alive? Howard asked, quickly getting out of bed and walking toward the laundry basket. Andrew sighed, feeling even more frustrated. He stepped forward and, with ease, grabbed Leonard by the back of his shirt, pulling him out of the basket and carefully placing him on the bed. He's alive, Andrew confirmed, seeing Leonard's chest rise and fall as he breathed. Howard, however, was more focused on the laundry basket, which was now not only full of dirty clothes but also stained with what appeared to be vomit. Damn it, Leonard. You're washing my clothes, or my mom is going to kill me, Howard muttered. Andrew lightly tapped Leonard's shoulder, trying to wake him up. Leonard. Leonard, wake up, he said firmly. Finally, Leonard's eyes slowly opened, and he immediately groaned. Ugh, my head. His voice was hoarse and miserable, like someone suffering from a brutal hangover. Where are my glasses? Without thinking too much, Andrew glanced at the laundry basket and spotted Leonard's glasses, covered in some thick liquid. He grimaced as he picked them up and handed them to Leonard, who took them with difficulty, wiped them with his sleeve, and put them on, blinking several times as he adjusted to the light. Leonard remained silent, looking at his two friends staring at him, until he finally asked, "What happened last night?" "Good question," Andrew replied, rubbing his temple as he tried to organize his thoughts. "Try to remember." The room fell into silence, with the three of them staring at each other as their brains struggled to piece together the events of the previous night. After a few tense moments, Leonard finally spoke. "We got drunk because of the ping-pong game, didn't we?" Leonard asked, uncertainty in his voice. Andrew nodded, vaguely recalling the events that led them to this point. "Yeah, some guys challenged us to one of those games with cups and a ping-pong ball." Since Andrew was highly competitive, he accepted the challenge, and Leonard wanted to join in to prove he could have fun at a party or something like that. Andrew had great aim he never missed, but that wasn't the case for Leonard. And since they were a team, they both had to drink, which led to them getting drunk at some point. "I got drunk on my own, it had nothing to do with ping-pong," Howard said, resting a hand on his chin. "Why?" Leonard and Andrew asked. "It's not like you need alcohol to talk to girls," Andrew said, knowing Howard wasn't shy like Leonard. "He always took the initiative, whether he failed was another matter. The problem is that they always reject me, so I wanted to see if my drunk self would change the outcome," Howard admitted. "And, was it successful?" Leonard asked, curious but not very hopeful. "I don't know. I don't remember much after getting drunk," Howard replied, scratching his head with an awkward smile. "Same," Leonard and Andrew said in unison. Howard shrugged. "Well, I don't think we did anything crazy while drunk, right? We probably just ended up here to sleep, nothing bad." "That's true, but I don't like having gaps in my memory." "That's never happened to me before," Leonard said, slightly frowning. "Well, there's not much we can do about it now," Andrew sighed, and at that moment, he noticed a glint on the floor near the bed. "Look," Andrew said, pointing at a camera that seemed familiar. "A Sony camera. Isn't it yours, Howard?" "Yeah, it's mine. I don't remember leaving it there." Howard's expression slowly changed as something started coming back to him. "Oh, wait, I think at some point during the party, Andrew started recording." Do you guys remember? I brought the camera to film a bit. That's it. If there's anything we can find out about last night, it must be in that video, Andrew said, looking at Howard with renewed interest. Let's put it on the computer and see what we did. Howard quickly nodded, getting up to grab his laptop. I'll connect it. Within minutes, the three of them were seated, ready to watch the video. Howard pressed play, and the screen started showing blurry images due to the low lighting at the party. In the foreground, Andrew appeared in front of the camera. Hello, world. I'm Andrew Pritchett, something, and today we're here, at this party, with my brother from another mother, Leonard, and the great Howard, master of sex and women, Andrew said, his voice clearly drunk, pausing for a few seconds as if recalculating his thoughts. As I was saying, the CIF. This is a message for those bastards. They better promote us, or I'll go to their offices. Andrew continued. Andrew, stop talking about that. We're not here to send another message to the CIF. Film Howard. Said another voice, Leonard, sounding much more energetic and extroverted than usual. Oh, right, sorry, Andrew said. Then, he pointed the camera at Howard, who was a few meters away, completely oblivious to what was happening, as he was making out with a larger-built girl. Both Andrew and Leonard burst into laughter in unison as the video zoomed in on Howard and his kiss with the big-built girl. Who would have thought that was Howard's type? He looks like a satellite orbiting a giant planet. Leonard said, laughing. Andrew couldn't hold back his laughter, and the camera shook as he filmed Howard, who had no idea he was being recorded. He'll have to start working out and gaining strength, so he can escape her gravitational field, Andrew commented, making Leonard laugh even harder. Well, in the end, the alcohol worked. I managed to kiss someone, Howard said with satisfaction while watching the video. Then, he looked at his two friends with a raised eyebrow. And you two are fat-phobic. Andrew and Leonard looked at each other, their expressions turning somber. They didn't recognize themselves in the video. It must be the alcohol, Leonard said. Alcohol doesn't change personalities. It just lowers inhibitions, Howard replied, shaking his head. Before Andrew or Leonard could respond, the video continued. On the screen, the kissing scene was coming to an end. The girl and Howard pulled apart and started talking, though they couldn't hear what they were saying due to the distance between them. Suddenly, the girl slapped Howard hard, leaving his cheek red. Andrew and Leonard burst into laughter in the video, while Howard approached them with a grin on his face. What happened? Why did she hit you? Leonard's voice was heard in the video. I told her I couldn't tell which part was her butt because she had too much fat around her waist. Howard replied. Oh, shit. Present-day Howard muttered. So alcohol doesn't change personalities, hey? Leonard said sarcastically. Howard shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Well, maybe it just brings out parts of us that we'd normally have the decency to keep to ourselves. Back in the video, Howard looked happy and triumphant. First girl conquered, baby. Let's go for the second one. Who should it be? He said, scanning the room for his next target. Why don't you kiss Karen? Andrew suggested. Karen Smith was one of the most popular girls at Palisades, a cheerleader, Regina's best friend, and absolutely gorgeous. Drunk and filled with ridiculous confidence, Howard lifted his head with determination. Challenge accepted. He declared as he began searching for the girl. Leonard and Andrew followed him at a safe distance. They found Karen leaning against the hallway wall alone, casually checking her phone. She seemed to be waiting to go into the bathroom. Karen had long blonde hair that cascaded elegantly over her shoulders and fair skin. In any other state, Howard would never have dared to approach her. Will he pull it off? Leonard asked, watching Howard's confidence as he approached the girl. Let's hope so, Andrew replied, genuinely hoping his friend could score with a beautiful girl. Howard spoke to Karen, who lifted her gaze from her phone. After a few seconds, they could see Karen laughing, and before long, they started making out passionately. What the hell? Leonard whispered. Howard has my respect right now, Andrew said in a low voice while zooming in on the scene. Back in the present, Howard jumped up in excitement. Yes. I kissed Karen Smith. He exclaimed, completely euphoric. Well, Howard, it looks like your drunk self actually has success with girls, Leonard commented, still trying to process what they had just seen. In the video, the bathroom door swung open, and a guy stumbled out, his eyes glassy and his shirt half unbuttoned. At that exact moment, Karen abruptly pulled away from Howard and rushed into the bathroom. Howard stood there for a few seconds, staring at the slightly open door, then shrugged with a satisfied smile before heading back to his friends. What happened? Why did she leave so fast? Andrew asked. She was throwing up, Howard answered with a triumphant expression. I got my tongue in there, and I could taste a lot of alcohol. She must have drunk more than I did. He ran his tongue over his lips as if reliving the moment. But who cares? I kissed Karen Smith. He added with a smile. Well, that explains a lot, Leonard said, crossing his arms as he watched the video. The video continued, though with noticeable cuts. Andrew, without realizing it, kept pausing and resuming the recording as they moved around the house, documenting their progress at the party. As time passed, it became clear that Leonard and Howard, in particular, were getting more and more drunk. Andrew, however, had Pippa looking out for him, taking his drinks away so he wouldn't end up more wasted than he already was. In several parts of the video, Leonard could be seen constantly complaining about his girlfriend, Lauren. Apparently, he kept saying she was unbearable, controlling, and wouldn't let him enjoy the party in peace. Wow, what a great boyfriend you are, talking shit about your girlfriend behind her back, present-day Howard mocked, looking at Leonard. I wasn't at my best, okay. Leonard defended himself. The video cut out again, and when the image returned, all three of them were in shock. Leonard was clearly seen making out with Haley. Andrew's eyes widened as he whipped his head around to glare at Leonard. You kissed my cousin. Howard let out a whistle and shook his head in disbelief. Wow, I did not see that coming. At another time, maybe I'd be jealous, but since I kissed Karen, I don't feel a single bit of envy. Then he turned to Leonard with a smug grin. So, besides being fat-phobic and talking shit about your girlfriend behind her back, now you're also a cheater who kisses your friend's cousins, he added. No, it's the alcohol's fault. Leonard blurted out, struggling to defend himself. You're not any better, Andrew said, glaring at him and about to get up from his chair. Wait. You dared me to do it. Remember? Leonard said quickly, raising his hands in defense. Andrew paused, piecing together fragments of the night with the help of the video. Since he had been the least drunk of the three, thanks to Pippa, his memory was clearer. And, in fact, Leonard was right. He had dared him to kiss Haley, just like he had dared Howard to kiss Karen. Besides making fat-phobic comments, I also dared you to kiss my cousin. Andrew muttered to himself, running a hand over his face. I hope that was all. But how did we even get here? I don't remember any adult bringing us. Howard said, frowning. Even though he had kissed two girls, one of them being Karen Smith, watching himself act so uninhibited, dancing ridiculously, mocking others, and making fat-phobic remarks, he knew it wasn't good. He couldn't let things keep escalating, or it would turn ugly for them. Andrew also looked tense, as the video seemed to be heading toward even worse situations. But the worst of them was Leonard. Besides the offensive comments, he had kissed his friend's cousin, though he had been dared to do so, and he had also cheated on his girlfriend. Well, let's keep watching. We need to know how the night ended, Howard said, swallowing hard as he resumed the video. The footage continued, and after the scene of Leonard kissing Haley, the camera suddenly shifted to focus on Andrew, who was now being scolded by Pippa. Andrew, that's enough. You're being stupid. Follow me, she said with a frown, grabbing him by the arm. Okay, beautiful. I'll go wherever you want, the drunken Andrew in the video said with a goofy smile. Howard and Leonard turned to look at present-day Andrew, who crossed his arms and nodded. She did the right thing. She saved me from doing even more stupid things. On the screen, Pippa led Andrew into an empty room in the house. Still holding the camera, he set it down on a piece of furniture, leaving the angle fixed on the bed, where Pippa sat while Andrew lay down, resting his head on her lap with a satisfied expression. Your fingers are so soft. Andrew murmured, closing his eyes as Pippa ran her fingers through his hair. Yet. She responded with a small smile. Yet. You're so pretty. Pippa let out a sigh, though in the video, she looked more amused than annoyed. Thanks. Do you want to be my girlfriend? Andrew asked, his voice slurred. Pippa let out a soft laugh. Andrew. I already am your girlfriend. Really? Andrew exclaimed, his eyes widening as if he were hearing it for the first time. In the present, Leonard and Howard burst out laughing. "Man, you're so lucky," Howard said, shaking his head, feeling jealous that he didn't have such a caring and sweet girlfriend. "Why isn't Lauren like that?" Leonard thought, unable to stop himself from feeling a little envious of Andrew and Pippa's relationship. In the video, Pippa continued running her fingers through Andrew's hair, but her expression turned more serious. "I don't like this drunk Andrew," she said softly. Andrew blinked and frowned at her. "Why? What did I do? You spent the whole night daring your friends to kiss girls like it was a game. Rude comments. And I've had to take care of you this whole time," Pippa sighed. The Andrew in the video lowered his gaze, looking genuinely remorseful. "I'm sorry. I won't drink again," he murmured. Pippa gave him a small smile and kissed his forehead. "You better not." At that moment, the bedroom door, which had been left slightly open, suddenly swung wide. "Andrew! Come with me. We have to destroy the One Ring," Howard exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. Video Andrew lifted his head, confused. "What ring?" "The One Ring, bro. We have to go to the backyard, it's our mission," Howard insisted, his face full of serious determination. "Look here," he said, opening his palm. The ring wasn't visible in the video, but Andrew could see it. In the present, Leonard ran a hand over his face. "God, what the hell were you doing, Howard?" "I don't know, but it sounds epic," Howard said with a strange expression. Back in the video, Pippa crossed her arms and looked at Howard. "Andrew's not going anywhere. He's done enough stupid things for today." "But Pippa, the mission, the ring," Andrew said, shifting restlessly. Pippa sighed in frustration at Andrew's pleading look, which made him seem like a child asking for permission. "Fine, but just one lap around the backyard, and that's it," she finally said, pointing at them. "And I'm coming with you." "Yes. Howard Baggins never abandons his mission," Howard exclaimed, raising a fist in excitement. "Thanks, Pip. You're the best," Andrew said with a smile. Yeah, whatever you say," Pippa replied, rolling her eyes. "But first, I need to go to the bathroom." "Wait for me here," she said as she stood up and left the room. Andrew got up and grabbed the camera again, making sure everything was ready for their adventure. "Forget about Pippa. We need to leave now," Howard whispered. I don't think so," Andrew said, not convinced. "Come on." Frodo and Sam went to Mount Doom alone, there wasn't a third person. "Unless you want your girlfriend to be Gollum," Howard said. You're right. It's just the two of them, and she's way too pretty to be Gollum," Andrew said, nodding. "Exactly. It's our destiny, Andrew Gamgee," Howard insisted with an excited smile. With that, they quickly left the room, putting as much distance between them and Pippa as possible before she could stop them. However, instead of heading to the backyard as promised, they took another route, the exit of the house. On the way, Leonard and Steve joined them without asking too many questions, apparently just as drunk and excited about the mission. "Did we leave the house?" Leonard asked, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Steve? He came with us? Where the hell is he?" Andrew asked. "That explains how we got to my house, and it looks like we came in through the window," Howard said with a strange expression, staring at his wide-open bedroom window. The night could have been much worse than they imagined. Out in the open, completely drunk, and with only one thought in mind: destroy the ring. There was no way to predict what had happened next. Chapter 79, The First Punishment. The video continued. Andrew documented everything from the moment they left the house, and along the way, Steve joined them drunker than all of them. "Come on, hobbits! The fate of the world is in our hands!" Howard cheered in the video, stumbling down the sidewalk. "Yeah! Let's defeat Voldemort!" Steve shouted, raising a fist in the air. "Steve, you idiot, it's Sauron," Andrew corrected, slurring his words as he walked. The video fast-forwarded, showing their adventure through the city in the middle of the night. The camera shook violently as Andrew tried to keep it focused on his friends, who were shouting nonsense and wandering aimlessly. At one point, they arrived at a dark and rarely traveled alley in Los Angeles, illuminated only by the dim light of a flickering street lamp. Two men were there, leaning against the wall, looking rather dangerous. "Orcs!" Howard exclaimed, pointing at them dramatically. The men lifted their heads, glaring at them for the interruption. What the fuck did you just say, asshole? Instead of seeing this as a sign of danger, the four of them prepared for a battle. Saruman is teaching the orcs bad words, Howard said with a slight smile as he grabbed a trash can lid to use as a shield. Andrew handed the camera to Leonard, his expression a bit more serious. He recognized these weren't orcs, but he still wasn't taking the situation too seriously. One of the men, irritated by the interruption and even more by Howard's comment, stepped forward menacingly. What the fuck is wrong with these kids? The guy threw a punch straight at Andrew, but what he didn't know was that even drunk Andrew was still an athletic prodigy with impeccable reflexes. With a quick movement, he dodged the punch by tilting his head slightly. Before the thug could react, Andrew grabbed his wrist and, with a swift turn, used his own momentum against him. The guy flew through the air and landed flat on his back with a heavy thud. The other guy hesitated for a moment, looking at his fallen companion and then at Andrew, who was now on guard, waiting for him. What the hell is up with this kid, the second guy thought, feeling a chill run down his spine as he saw Andrew's eyes locked onto him. This kid hadn't even said a word, unlike his three friends, who kept spouting nonsense about orcs. The thug on the ground growled in anger as he slowly pushed himself up. His hand slid toward his pocket, and with a quick motion, he pulled out a knife. But Andrew was already in action. Taking advantage of the fact that the man was still on the ground, he delivered a precise kick to his hand. A sharp crack echoed in the air as Andrew's foot struck the thug's fingers with force. Ah, shit! The guy screamed, dropping the weapon from the pain. The knife flew several feet away, skidding across the sidewalk. The other man watched the scene with wide eyes, swallowed hard, and without saying another word, helped his partner to his feet. Both quickly retreated, muttering curses under their breath. In the present, Leonard and Howard stared at Andrew with expressions of awe and relief. Good thing you were with us, because otherwise, we'd be so screwed, Leonard said, shaking his head. Yeah, man. Even drunk, your reflexes are insane, Howard added, still impressed by what they had just witnessed. Andrew just shrugged, not really knowing what to say. The group's decisions didn't improve after that. At one point, Howard in the video mistook a man curled up on a piece of cardboard for Gollum. He walked up to him and whispered, "My precious," only to have the homeless man wake up startled and furious, chasing all four of them down the street while shouting threats and insults. "I can't believe we pissed off a homeless guy at 3 in the morning, Leonard muttered, running a hand down his face. At one point, Howard got separated from the group. Andrew, Leonard, and Steve kept walking through what appeared to be a park. The camera focused on a small elevated lookout with a low railing. Suddenly, Steve clumsily climbed onto the ledge, wobbling slightly as he looked down. "I can't go on. The journey to Mordor is too much for me," Steve exclaimed dramatically. "Don't do anything stupid, Steve," Leonard said, raising a hand to try and calm him. "Don't mess with me," Steve muttered, moving his arms as if he were about to jump. "I can't take it anymore." "Steve, get down from there, or you're going to get hurt," Leonard continued, stepping forward. "Nothing hurts, Steve. I am invisible," Steve declared before bursting into a mocking laugh. "It's invincible, you idiot. And you're not. You're just a sick bastard. Get down from there or you're going to kill yourself," Andrew said, frowning. Steve looked at them and said, "What's the point? I'll die anyway at the hands of the filthy orcs." And without another word, he jumped. The camera jerked violently as Leonard and Andrew ran to the ledge, their hearts in their throats. They leaned over, only to see Steve lying on the grass, staring at the sky with his eyes closed and a peaceful expression. He had fallen asleep. "Did you guys seriously think Steve was on some kind of cliff?" Present-day Howard asked with a smirk. "Oh, shut up. You thought a homeless guy was freaking Gollum," Leonard snapped, uncharacteristically irritated. In the video Leonard and Andrew decided to leave Steve sleeping there, promising to come back after finding Howard, who had gotten lost. However, they never came back and completely forgot about him. With Howard half asleep, they took him home, having to climb through his bedroom window using parkour. But Andrew and Leonard were also exhausted and ended up falling asleep in Howard's room, marking the end of the video. Well, this video explains a lot. Definitely a memorable night, though not necessarily for the best reasons, Howard commented after a few seconds of silence. "Oh, really? Yeah, fantastic night. We acted like complete idiots, were fat-phobic, I complained about my girlfriend and cheated on her, we harassed a homeless guy we mistook for Gollum, nearly got stabbed by drug addicts we thought were orcs, and we left Steve lying in a park without even realizing it. Leonard said sarcastically, his tone filled with irritation. The three of them fell silent until Andrew stood up from his chair. This is why I don't go to parties. He muttered with a grimace. He was never good with alcohol. He knew that from experiences in his past life, and he never really liked drinking anyway, though most people didn't actually like alcohol itself, they just liked being drunk. Andrew checked his phone, relieved that he hadn't lost it, only to see a ton of missed calls from his parents, Aunt Claire, and almost his entire family. Pippa had also called him multiple times. That's not a good sign, he thought as he walked toward the open window. Where are you going? Howard asked. I'm going to find Steve and take him home, Andrew replied, climbing out the window. It was 9 in the morning, and Steve was probably still there sleeping. Do you want me to come with you? Howard asked, and Leonard nodded in agreement. No need, I got it. See you at school, Andrew said, waving goodbye. He could already predict a major punishment coming his way. Leonard and Howard thought the same. Their parents would ground them for sure they had been missing for 7 hours and never came home. Well, Howard had made it back, but his mom probably had no idea he was here. After Andrew left, Howard glanced at Leonard, who was still staring at his phone with a grim expression. Relax, man. I'll delete the video. Lauren won't find out, Howard said, patting his shoulder. It's too late. She knows, Leonard muttered, showing him his phone screen. Oh, shit. It was past 10 in the morning, and Andrew was sitting on a park bench, talking to Pippa on the phone. He had already woken Steve up and, after a brief explanation, Steve had gone home on his own. That left Andrew enjoying the crisp morning air in the park. He took the opportunity to call Pippa to let her know he was okay and apologize for ditching her the night before, making her worry when she had no idea where he'd been for hours. Andrew, you had me so worried. If it hadn't been for that message. If you hadn't at least replied, your whole family and mine would be out looking for you. Same goes for those other 2 idiots, Pippa sighed. By 2 idiots, she meant Leonard and Howard. Thankfully, drunk Andrew had shown some good judgment and sent Pippa a message during his city adventure, letting her know he was fine even if he hadn't mentioned where he was. I'm really sorry. Andrew said, knowing he had no excuse. It's fine. Pippa said after a brief silence. By the way, what did you guys do after leaving the house? She asked, both curious and concerned. Andrew hesitated for a moment but decided to tell her the whole truth in a summarized version. Pippa listened silently, never interrupting. But when he finished, she let out a deep sigh. You guys are a danger, not just to yourselves, but to everyone else too. Why did it sound like you were in a simulation? She added, shaking her head. Aren't you going to scold me? Andrew asked, a little surprised by her reaction. He had expected Pippa to tell him how dangerous it was and give him a lecture. It's not that I'm not worried. But luckily, you were there. Otherwise, Leonard and the other 2 could have gotten hurt, Pippa said, knowing her boyfriend's physical abilities better than anyone. What about your parents? Pippa asked. I already told them I'll be home soon. They're probably calling me right now, but I'm talking to you, Andrew replied. Oh, they seem calmer than I expected. You do know you're screwed, right? Pippa asked, a mix of amusement and concern in her voice. I know. Andrew sighed. I already know they're going to punish me. But at least before that, I want to spend some time talking to my girlfriend, before they ground me and don't let me see you for a while. After finishing his call with Pippa, Andrew headed home. There, he was met with expressions on Mitchell and Cam's faces that he had never seen before. They were furious. Especially Mitchell. They gave him a long lecture, and his first official punishment arrived, 2 weeks without seeing his friends or girlfriend. He couldn't play on his gaming console, and his computer was only allowed for his YouTube channels. Andrew also found out that Haley had been punished by Claire for coming home drunk. His cousin got the same 2-week punishment, even though she hadn't done anything as dangerous as Andrew. Of course, that was because Andrew conveniently left out the part where he had wandered around Los Angeles in the middle of the night, faced off against 2 armed men with knives, messed with vagrants, and more. He knew that if he had told the whole truth, the punishment would have been much harsher, and his parents would have been way more worried. Instead, he chose to simplify the story, telling them he had left the party with Leonard and Howard and walked back to Howard's house. And just like that, Andrew earned the first official punishment of his life. Chapter 80, Viral Video. Thursday, February 13, 2009. After the football season ended with the state championship, the off-season began. During this stage, the routine completely changed for all the players, including Andrew. There were no more games every Friday, nor daily training sessions lasting over 2 hours like during the regular season. Instead, the focus shifted to the players' physical and technical development. Andrew started training to improve his strength, speed, and endurance. Then came skill training, which in his case meant practicing throws. The training volume was much lower in intensity, so Andrew had more free time than ever. The downside was that he was grounded. Since he couldn't leave the house to be with Pippa or his friends, Andrew focused on updating Flappy Bird via Skype with Pippa. This was mostly an excuse to talk to her since he was also restricted from using his cell phone. However, if he told Kem and Mitch that he was working on Flappy Bird, they would let him talk to Pippa on the computer. He wasn't allowed to use his console or PC for video games, only for programming Flappy Bird or uploading a pre-recorded YouTube video, not recording new ones. Mitchell and Kem would check his room from time to time to make sure he wasn't breaking these rules. As for Flappy Bird, after nearly 2 months of work, they had released the first major update a few days ago. They implemented several changes. One of them was improving the gameplay, optimizing performance, fixing minor bugs, and enhancing collision detection. The latter made the game fairer, preventing unfair deaths caused by misaligned hitboxes, something many players had complained about. The most significant addition was a basic achievement system. If you reached a high score, which was no easy feat, you could unlock a new skin to customize the bird. The first milestone was reaching 500 points. Achieving this would unlock a red bird skin. The second milestone was reaching 1000 points, which unlocked a diamond-colored bird with white details. The third milestone was reaching 1500 points, unlocking a violet bird with different shades. This was the skin that took Andrew and Pippa the most time to design. From Andrew's own experience, he had only managed to reach 500 points, and to do so, besides avoiding the pipes, he had to play for 11 minutes and 5 seconds to reach that score. So, to reach 1500 points, a game would have to last 35 minutes without dying. Not easy, but not impossible. The update had been out for less than 5 days, but it was already getting good reviews and boosting the game's popularity, making it even more addictive. In the first month, Flappy Bird earned Andrew approximately $5,000, which was his share. Another $5,000 went to Pippa. In the second month, their earnings increased to $5,500 each. It didn't seem like a huge jump, but in percentage terms and considering it was just 1 month, it was significant. Now, Andrew estimated that in the coming months, they could aim for $7,000 each. That was an enormous figure, bringing him closer and closer to Mitchell's salary, which was approximately $8,500 per month. And that was just from Flappy Bird. In other news, his YouTube video celebrating his state championship victory in the 5th Division and calling out the CIF had gone viral. In just 15 days, the video had surpassed 1 million views, quickly approaching 1.3 million plays, with an average of 85,000 views per day. Additionally, the comments had set a new record on his channel, accumulating over 10,000 interactions. Some users praised his talent, others called him arrogant, and many engaged in serious debates about Palisade's potential promotion. The video's impact was further amplified by Madison Carter, the 24-year-old CBS sports journalist who had interviewed him after the victory. During that brief interview, Andrew had repeated his message to the CIF. Madison uploaded the interview to CBS Sports website, as well as sharing the CIF message segment on 2 major sports forums, Rivals.com and Max Preps. Max Preps is a website specializing in high school sports statistics, rankings, and team coverage nationwide. Players and coaches can upload videos, game highlights, and achievements, helping college recruiters discover emerging talent. Rivals.com focuses on football and basketball recruitment, evaluating high school athletes' potential and assigning them rankings. The interview gained so much traction that it even aired on CBS's sports segment, where they debated Andrew's message/criticism of California's competition system. Now, all eyes were on the CIF. Everyone was waiting for the promotion announcements in early March to see what decision they would make, whether or not Palisades High School would move up. Andrew? Hey, Andrew! Andrew, completely absorbed in his programming notebook and lost in thought about the promotion issue, snapped out of his trance and looked up to see Howard and Leonard waiting for him. The bell rang. "Let's go to the cafeteria, I'm starving," Howard said, his face lit up with an enthusiastic smile. Leonard, on the other hand, had a neutral expression, his gaze somewhat dull, as if cafeteria food wasn't exactly what he needed at that moment. "Yeah, sure," Andrew replied as he stood up, putting away his notebook and other papers in his backpack. He glanced at the table next to him, where Pippa was completely absorbed in her notebook. She was writing at an incredible speed but with impeccable precision, each letter perfectly formed. She looked so focused that it seemed like she was transcribing the code for the next great invention. "Pippa!" Andrew called her softly. On the third call, Pippa finally looked up, surprised to see that the classroom was already half empty. "Class is over already?" she asked, incredulously. "Yeah, let's go grab something to eat," Andrew said with a smile. Pippa gathered her things and carefully packed them into her backpack. She was meticulously organized and precise. The four of them started walking toward the cafeteria. Andrew and Pippa walked behind Leonard and Howard, with the latter chatting non-stop. At one point, a group of 3 guys wearing glasses, with a nerdy air about them, approached Howard and greeted him with great respect. Howard returned the greeting with a self-satisfied smile. "Who were they?" Pippa asked, a little curious about the strange interaction. "I don't know, just some nameless nerds, I guess," Howard replied with a grin, shrugging as he glanced at Pippa and Andrew before looking forward again. Pippa turned slightly toward Andrew and whispered with a mildly irritated expression, "Is Howard still in that state?" "Yeah, he's still just as unbearable. Ever since he kissed Karen that night, his self-esteem has skyrocketed," Andrew replied with a sigh. Pippa shook her head, looking at Howard with a mix of disbelief and resignation. "He'll get over it eventually," she said, though she didn't sound entirely convinced. Leonard, who had remained silent until then, frowned and muttered sarcastically, "Do you remember that Karen threw up after kissing you? That should tell you something." "Oh, my friend. I detect a hint of jealousy in your tone," Howard said with a smug smile, completely unbothered by his friend's remark. Leonard, visibly irritated, crossed his arms and started arguing with Howard. Pippa, who was listening to the conversation, whispered to Andrew, "Is Leonard still in that state?" "Yeah, still the same. He's sad and angry, though more angry at himself," Andrew replied. It was rare to see Leonard angry since he always struggled to show that emotion. He usually kept it to himself, and the only person he openly showed his anger to was Howard, his best friend. After the party, Lauren had dumped Leonard for cheating, and to make matters worse, his mother had punished him for getting drunk and not coming home. A 1-month punishment. "Are you eating with us or with Kara and Lauren?" Andrew asked, since the topic had come up. Pippa, being a close friend of Lauren, was in a complicated situation. Their friend group was now divided. She looked at Andrew with a conflicted expression, knowing the situation was anything but simple. Lauren, one of her closest friends, had already confronted her for not supporting her enough during the whole drama with Leonard. On top of that, she was furious with Andrew, since he was the one who had, in a way, encouraged Leonard to kiss Haley at the party, which led to the cheating and, of course, the breakup. "Yeah, otherwise, Lauren will be even more upset with me than she already is." "Sorry," Pippa said. Pippa had taken care of Andrew at the party and saw him dare Leonard to kiss Haley. She had tried to intervene, but the 3 of them were so drunk they didn't even hear her. Lauren partially blamed Pippa for not telling her about the cheating sooner. Pippa had known for hours, and she hadn't heard it from her. "Don't apologize. Go with them," Andrew said, feeling only slightly guilty about all the drama. Sure, he had been drunk and dared Leonard to kiss Haley, that was true. But it wasn't like he had held a gun to his head and forced him to do it. When they reached the cafeteria, Pippa went off to sit with her 2 friends. Andrew and the others sat at a table with Steve, Archie, and company. Surprisingly, after getting drunk together, Howard and Leonard had somehow become friends with them, and now they got along really well. One less problem for Andrew, at least now he could bring his 2 friends into the group of athlete friends, who weren't the stereotypical jocks. Steve was a guy who had seen movies like Harry Potter and action films. The same went for Kevin, Reggie, and the rest of the group. "What's up, bitches? Here comes the guy who kissed Karen, the real champion," Howard said as he sat down, earning looks from the group. The reaction was immediate. The great Howdenai! Archie said, laughing and giving an ironic bow as Howard took his seat. A true legend. Steve added, speaking with his mouth full. What kind of magic trick did you pull to get Karen to kiss you? Reggie asked with a serious expression. A magician never reveals his tricks. Sorry, kids, Howard said, only to be booed. It was just luck. Karen was drunk, Leonard scoffed as he sat between Kevin and Andrew. Get over Lauren, man. There are plenty of fish in the sea, Kevin said, patting Leonard on the shoulder. The guys kept talking about Howard's so-called seduction tricks, some taking it more seriously than others. At one point, Haley arrived and sat across from Andrew. She exchanged a brief glance with Leonard but quickly looked away. Why the grumpy face, Haley? Someone steal your good cafeteria food? Steve asked. Shut up, Steve. Nothing's wrong, Haley replied with her usual impatience. Can you believe this? Haley said after a few seconds of silence. Who are you talking to? Andrew asked, looking at his cousin. You, who else? Haley replied. Well, there are more than 5 guys at this table, maybe one of them, Andrew said, earning a deadly glare from Haley. Clearly, she was not in a good mood. What is it that you can't believe? Andrew asked. My mom, she grounded me for 2 weeks. Starting February 1st. The last day is the 14th. Do you know what day that is? Valentine's Day. I won't be able to see Dylan. On the 14th, I have to stay home, no going out, no inviting anyone over. It's insane. Haley said, both resigned and indignant. The end of the world. Andrew muttered. What did you say? Haley asked, not having heard him. Nothing. That sucks, I'm sorry, cousin, Andrew replied. Yet. What about you? Haley asked curiously. Andrew had been grounded the same day as her, so in theory, he shouldn't be allowed to go out on the 14th with Pippa either. My parents are letting me go out with Pippa, Andrew answered. Haley raised her eyebrows, surprised. How did you pull that off? My mom won't even let me step into the backyard for fear I might escape. Let's just say that, unlike Dylan, Pippa is liked by our entire family. Since she took care of me at the party, they don't think it's fair for her to miss out on Valentine's Day. So, I'm allowed to go out that day, Andrew explained, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Oh, of course. Pippa is like, the perfect girlfriend, right? Everyone's favorite, including my mom. How does she do it? Haley muttered, clearly frustrated. Why can't my mom accept Dylan the way she does Pippa? I have no idea. Andrew said with a thoughtful expression. Oh, maybe it's because Pippa is super smart, kind, social, and has a bright future thanks to her perfect grades. That might help your demanding mother appreciate her more than a guy who has no intention of going to college and whose grand plan is to go on tour with his unknown band. But who knows, maybe it's that, or maybe something else, Andrew said, pausing to look at Haley. Ha, ha. Very funny. Got it, thanks, Haley said, rolling her eyes. Meanwhile, the guys were huddled around Steve's phone, all watching the screen intently. Suddenly, they started shouting, "Oh, that was close. Your reflexes are insane, Captain." Kevin exclaimed with a grin, looking at Andrew. What do you mean? What are you guys watching? Andrew asked, leaning forward. Oh no. This isn't good, Howard thought, staring at the video on Steve's phone.
Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200+ audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.